Jim Dickinson's Head by Harold Ward. First published in The Black Mask, August 1920. Jim Dickinson's head, pickled in a jar of alcohol, reposes in the dishonored fastness of a dusty closet in Dr. Wright's office. It has been all of a half-century since I assisted the doctor's father, old Doc Wright, in separating it from its trunk that dark, stormy night out in the weed-grown potter's field. Yet, last night, when I looked at the grisly relic, the face wore the same wolfish grin that it had borne in life. The fangs were skinned back ferociously like the tusks of an angry boar, and the one good eye, the other had been gouged out in a fight years before, glared malevolently, insolently, leeringly, as if, even in death, the owner found a certain grim pleasure in cheating the law, which had declared that head and body must remain intact. Jim Dickinson's body has, in the natural course of events, long been incorporated with the black earth slime from which it came. Over it, the loathsome worms have long since ceased to hold their ghoulish revelry. His filthy soul is without doubt in the hell it created for itself. As for his head, the head he lost to Doc Wright in a poker game, and which the whiskey-sodden old physic dispenser claimed from the grave rather than brave the unspeakable wrath of the dead outlaw, that is another story. Doc wanted the head because of the thickness of the skull, which had withstood, without cracking, a tattoo from the butt end of a revolver in the hands of a frenzied man. And Dickinson wanted him to have it, because it had been fairly won, and the only point of honor he ever observed was the payment of his gambling debts. It is of Jim Dickinson's malformed headland, the black cat with the devil's tempers, and Creole May, the outcast, that this story is written. Chapter 1. Where Jim Dickinson was spawned or whelped, or whatever the inception of an anomaly like him can be called, is a question. My personal opinion is that he was never born, that he was created from the slimy green frog spit that gathers in a scum on stagnant muck, but the preachers will probably take issue with me on that point. At any rate, I know of my own knowledge that there were more maggots of deviltry squirming inside the blackness of his skull than could ever exist in the same space in hell. Jim Dickinson made his first bid for our attention by appearing in Black Peter's saloon one dark, stormy night, a big hulking figure of a man with a broken hooked nose and a black tangled thatch of whiskers. His huge misshapen head stuck out, turtle-wise on a thick bull neck. His thin, cruel lips were drawn back in a snarl of vindictive hatred of the world in general, over yellowed fangs so large as to almost appear artificial. One socket was empty. From the other blazed an orb, so badly twisted out of shape by the scar from the wound that had destroyed the other, that it looked to be almost in the center of his forehead, giving him a horrible, ogre-like appearance. There was nothing human about him. He was an animal. Black Peter's den was crowded that night. Finding no open space at the bar, Dickinson made one for himself by shooting, in cold blood, a poor Swede whose place he coveted. Before the murmur of anger and astonishment had fairly started, he stepped across his victim's twitching body to the blood-bespattered bar and downed the liquor which the latter had just poured out. His baleful eye gleamed from under his mop of hair, challenging the world to dispute his right. The Swede was a stranger in the camp, and the ferocious cruelty and simian-like appearance of the slayer was such as to make the average man think twice before taking up a dead man's quarrel. Where he had come from, no one knew, nor did his attitude towards the world at large tend to encourage familiarity. By that one venomous deed, he became the bully of the camp. From then until his death, he held his sway over the scum of the earth that had gathered there by sheer devilishness and wanton cruelties. He was a thief, a crook, a gambler, and a red-handed killer, a beast, a thing of evil. The only sense of decency he had was in the payment of his gambling debts. He would murder a man in cold blood without a pang of remorse in order to filch from his pocket the money with which to pay a debt of honor. His philosophy of life was as warped and crooked as his twisted soul, and yet we allowed him to live because we feared him. Take the affair with the gang from Devil's Gulch. Originally, there had been 6 of them pitted against him as a result of some mix-up with one of the partners. By shooting straight, Dickinson whittled the number down to 3 before they caught him at the edge of camp with a bullet through his leg and a horse that dropped dead in its tracks. He had no friends. He expected no assistance. Those of us who were at leisure gathered around to enjoy the spectacle and to see that the strangers handled the affair in a strictly ethical manner. The only tree in that part of the state was a stunted cottonwood, the lower limbs of which were but a few feet above his head as he stood erect. His gun was empty, and he was apparently exhausted. Hence, they attempted to send him into the presence of his maker without going to the trouble of binding him, thinking, no doubt, that he would die game and save them any unnecessary trouble. They were not as well informed on the general cussedness of the man, however, as they should have been, a fact which resulted disastrously for the visitors. For Dickinson, instead of giving up the ghost without a fight, made a mighty leap and seized the lower limb with both hands, taking the strain off his neck. Doc Wright, drunker and more vitriolic than usual, was among the spectators. The dissipated old reprobate chuckled gleefully and hammered the outlaw smartly over the knuckles with his cane. "Leggo that tree," he yelled. "Why the hell can't you die like a man? You yellow dog, you're trying to cheat me out of your head." With the speed of a panther, Dickinson hung by one hand, slipped the noose over his head with the other, kicked one of his captors in the face as he hung there, and vanquished the other 2 in a fair fight, fists against gun. And when he had completed the job, he humbly apologized to Doc Wright for not allowing them to hang him, so that the bone setter could claim his honest winnings. Chapter 2. To cavemen like Jim Dickinson, love comes but once, and in ways that are peculiar and dark. That he loved Creole May in his own fashion there is not a doubt, and like his Aboriginal ancestors, he demonstrated his affection by beating the lady of his choice whenever opportunity offered, and she, recognizing, in the subtle way that women have, that his display of brutality was only a cover for the flame of love that smoldered in his heart, took her beatings, whimpering but uncomplainingly, and, seeking an outlet for her feelings, lavished her affections on Michael. Michael was an ugly brute of a cat, black of fur and short of temper. In short, a feline double of Dickinson. Dickinson hated him with a deep, jealous hatred, hated him because Creole May loved him. With the peculiarity of a woman, she treated her lord with humbleness and humility, fighting his battles and cooking his meals in a true wifely way until he laid hands on the cat. That she would not allow, and Dickinson, loving the swarthy strumpet who shared his bed and board, feared to vent his feelings on the animal, lest he drive the female creature from his side. Cheetah, the squaw, who was reputed to be a witch, had warned him against black cats, warned him as she cursed him for the killing of her husband. Dickinson sought to close her mouth by knocking her down, but she refused to be silenced. "It'll get ye, curse ye! It'll get ye!" she howled, shaking her skinny fist at the one-eyed man. "A black cat'll be the death of ye. A black cat'll send ye to hell and'll spit at you while you're roasting. Damn ye! Ye spawn of the devil!" In self-defense he was compelled to choke her into unconsciousness, but her screams still echoed in his ears. Nor could he drown them in drink, for the maggots in his head were the kind that alcohol stimulates rather than deadens. We had our priest, Father O'Loughlin, a warm-hearted little chap who sought, with every means at his command, to regenerate the place and bring its inhabitants into the fold. He met with scant success, to say the most. But he persisted, and because he was a man among men, measured by men's standards, he gained our respect and love, even though we refused to follow the cross. In some mysterious manner, Father O'Loughlin learned that Creole May had once been baptized in his faith. Immediately, He set about seeking a way to win her back to the church, but she had slipped too far down the scale of righteousness and virtue. She gave no heed to the messages the good padre sent her, time after time, begging her presence at the little church in the valley, with its cross of spotless white. Of two evils, she had been taught to fear Jim Dickinson worse than the threat of hell, and Dickinson, his soul already forfeited to the devil, and his head honestly lost in a poker game, waiting only his death to be claimed, forbade her responding to the priest's appeal. But, to the latter, she was a brand to be plucked from the burning, and after several weeks had elapsed, he determined to visit her in person and appeal to her better nature. For Father O'Loughlin loved humanity, and to him none had dropped so low that he could not be saved. On the evening selected by Father O'Loughlin for his visit, Dickinson, who was violently jealous, having been called away on some expedition outside the law, had taken precautions tending to keep any of May's admirers away from the cabin by planting a bear trap in the dirt just outside the door. To this May submitted dumbly and without bitterness. She was a woman, and her philosophy taught her that a woman is the rightful prey of the man strong enough to take her. The method of taking did not enter into her thoughts. They lived in a tumble-down shack far up the mountainside and approached by a single narrow path, nicked high in the cliff. For Dickinson was a bit of a strategist, and in building looked forward to a possible siege following some new outrage. When she saw the little priest slowly puffing up the path, she realized for the first time that something of evil might result from Dickinson's efficient though brutal attempt to capture his rivals. She was willing to stand his abuse, but sight of the priest brought remembrances of her better days, and over her swept a sense of shame. She rebelled against the man of God, seeing her in her squalor and misery. There was no way to flee, for the path over which he was approaching was the only way from the place, and that path would bring him directly into the jaws of the trap. Creole May, for the first time in her long career of shame and sorrow, was panic-stricken. There was but one door to the shack. To dodge out of it, even in the dusk of the swiftly falling twilight, would betray her presence to the visitor, nor was there a bush or a rock in the vicinity behind which she could take refuge. Yet she could not remain. She was not given to analyzing her sentiments. She had a vague feeling that she was not fit to meet the man who represented in that wild territory the church of her innocent youth. Not for the punishment he might bring, for she knew that he brought only a message of love, but as an erring child fears the parent who governs by kindness. Physical pain she could endure, but she knew that Father O'Loughlin ruled his flock by love, and love, except the love she lavished on Michael, was missing from her strange life. So, like a child caught in some mischievous prank, she peeped around the doorway and watched the head of the priest just appearing over the little knoll. Her foot rested on the chain which, fastened to the bed and dragging across the floor, was attached to the bear trap. To leave the snare in its present location meant injury to the priest. Even if the jaws did not break his leg, Dickinson might return ere she could free him. And Dickinson, in a jealous rage, cared nothing for God, man nor devil. He might even kill the good father. In spite of her fear of Dickinson's vengeance over the removal of his snare, the religion of her girlhood surged forward in her thoughts. Father O'Loughlin must be saved. To think was to act. Hastily grasping the chain, she gave a mighty heave and pulled the trap out of the dirt and dragged it into the house. Pulling down the blanket on the battered bed, she laid the trap on the mattress and laid the covering over it again. Then she dived hastily under the bed, just as she heard the priest's step outside the door. Father O'Loughlin, receiving no answer to his repeated rappings, turned sadly and wended his way back again down the mountain path. With fear and trembling, Creole May listened to the padre's retreating footsteps. Then, as they died away in the distance, she arose and seating herself in one of the 2 broken chairs the cabin afforded. She gave way to meditation and tears, sharing her troubles with Black Michael, her only friend. Dickinson, returning earlier than usual, found the cabin in darkness and May in tears. The moon, shining brightly on the front of the shack, showed him that the trap had been removed ere he reached the spot. With a bellow of rage, he leaped through the open doorway. He stood for a second, his single bloodshot eye accustoming itself to the darkness of the interior. Then, with a snarl, he turned upon the woman. "Where is he?" he demanded, shaking her as a terrier shakes a rat. "Damn you, tell me, where's the man you had in here?" She attempted to answer, to explain. He refused to listen. The words were choked off in her throat by the pressure of his huge muscular fingers. Then, holding her at arm's length with his left hand, he smashed blow after blow into her face with his right until, tiring, he hurled her into the corner, a dying, battered, unconscious heap. The cat, true to its nature, spit angrily at the invader. Roaring like a maddened bull, Dickinson aimed a kick at the animal. Michael, attempting to dodge out of the crazed man's way, became tangled between his legs. In the darkness, Dickinson stumbled and fell, sprawling, across the bed. His huge head struck the trigger of the bear trap hidden beneath the blanket, squarely and with the force of a battering ram. The jaws flew together with a snap, closing about the thick neck with a grip that had been made to hold a grizzly king. Dickinson threshed about spasmodically for a second, his eye bulging out of its socket. His finger worked convulsively. Then, twitching slightly, he lay quiet. On the foot of the bed, Michael, his greenish-yellow eyes gleaming like twin fires, humped his back and spit in accordance with the prophecy of Cheetah. While Jim Dickinson's worthless soul entered into hell, 2 nights later I helped Doc Wright claim the head he had won, and which Jim Dickinson was ready to pay. End of Jim Dickinson's Head by Harold Ward. The Phantom Check by George Bruce Marquis. The Black Mask, August 1922. Chapter 1. It was nearly 6 o'clock, and yet James Hackett, teller number 1 of the Wallula State Bank, tarried in his cage. Again and again he cast up his totals, recounted his cash, and thumbed over the big pile of checks which littered his counter, and still his columns refused to balance. The cashier of the bank, Thomas Hector, passed down the aisle on his way out, but noting the teller still at work, paused. "What's wrong, Hackett?" he inquired. "My cash simply won't balance, Mr. Hector," Hackett replied. "Throw it into the over and short account, Hackett," Hector advised him. "A few cents more or less won't matter." "A few cents?" And Hackett turned his flushed face toward the cashier. "I wish it were only a matter of a few cents. I'm short $1,000. "A 1 is the easiest mistake in the world to make," Hector smiled. "Unlock the door and let me run over your figures." "Well, here's hoping," Hackett sighed. "I've run those columns up and down, crossways and slanting till I honestly couldn't add 2 and 2 and be sure of the result." "You've just got excited," Hector declared, as he picked up the ribbon from the adding machine and began to compare it with the stack of checks. "How much cash did you start with this morning?" he presently inquired. $5,000. Mr. Gray counted it out and I rechecked it before I opened my window. It was correct. The cashier ticked off the deposit slips and last of all counted the cash. Then he began to cast up the final results, humming a little tune as he did so. Presently he ceased humming while a puzzled frown crept gradually over his features. "What's wrong here?" he argued with himself. "You're off too." "How much?" Hackett asked a little unsteadily. "It looks like $1,000. Hector admitted reluctantly. But I must have made a mistake. Here, wait till I run it over again. But his second checking was as fruitless as his first. Hackett was undoubtedly short $1,000. Hector stood drumming on the counter for a bit, lost in thought. Then he had a sudden inspiration. "Did you cash any $1,000 checks or drafts today?" he asked suddenly. "A dozen, maybe," the teller answered. "You know I handle most of the big accounts, a number of real estate firms, besides the business of half a dozen of the biggest stores. $1,000 in change with them is nothing uncommon. Often they draw out more." "Then you've simply mislaid or lost one of their checks," Hector declared with certitude. "Dump out that wastepaper basket and let's go through it." The basket was duly emptied, and its contents examined with microscopic care, but without results. Besides, Hackett got down on his hands and knees and poked and prodded in vain under the desks and filing cabinets in a vain hope that a check was hidden there. "A draught of air may have carried it out through your window," Hector suggested finally. "But that's hardly likely. Still, I'll tell the janitor to look sharp when he sweeps up." "But what shall I do?" Hackett asked in despair. "Do? What can you do?" the cashier answered. "You couldn't make that big a mistake in change, and you haven't duplicated a deposit of that size. The only thing I can think of is for you to try and make a list of all the $1,000 items and see if you've overlooked one." "I won't be able to sleep a wink tonight, Mr. Hector." "Well, you may be able to ferret it out then," so the other consoled him. "I've often done that, I know. I'll bet you that in the morning you'll have the laugh on yourself for some foolish oversight or other." "Well, I certainly hope so," Hackett ejaculated fervently. 12 years in that cage and never anything like this before. "Forget it, Jimmy," and the cashier slapped him on the back in a friendly fashion. "We all make them, and generally find them too. That's the best part." But the morning did not bring the promised relief. Instead, Hackett entered his cage pale and shaken, and the other 6 tellers were in little better frame. The phenomenal loss had been whispered about the bank, and each man wondered if it would be his turn that day. The result was that all the tellers worked overtime that evening, adjusting numerous little mistakes that under ordinary circumstances would never have occurred. All of them, however, were able to eventually reduce their errors to a matter of a few cents, except teller number 1. Hector walked down the passageway back of the cages at 5:30 to find them all empty, save Hackett's. Here he paused. "How's it coming, Jimmy?" he called out. Teller number 1 turned a face ashen with terror toward the cashier. "Short again," he croaked. "You don't mean it?" Hector ejaculated. "Yes, sir," Hackett faltered. $500. "I'm all in, Hector. I've checked and rechecked, and it's lost. That's all there is to it." With shaking fingers, the teller unlocked his door and allowed the cashier to enter. But Hector's efforts were as fruitless as the day before. $500 had taken wings and disappeared. "Jimmy," Hector said finally, "you're up against a mighty smooth game of some sort." "It must be that." Hackett nodded. "I wouldn't make 2 mistakes like that hand running." "No," Hector agreed. "It's not a question of mistakes. It's a lot deeper than that. Some shrewd scheme is being worked on you. Why, they could wreck a bank in a little while unless somebody cut across their little game." "I don't believe that I can stand it another day," Hackett declared. "I never endured such a strain, not even when they made the run on the bank 8 years ago." "And I guess I remember that," Hector said feelingly. "Well, let's go home. Staying here won't help us any, I imagine. Besides, lightning won't strike 3 times in the same place, Jimmy." And therein the cashier erred, for the evening of the 3rd day disclosed the unbelievable fact that teller number 1 was again short, this time in the sum of $1,000. A hurried meeting of the bank directors convened at 9 o'clock the next morning in the office of President Wines. With them met Thomas Hector, the cashier, who quickly unfolded the inexplicable series of robberies to which the bank had been subjected in the past 3 days. "Do I understand that all the losses have occurred in Hackett's cage?" one of the directors inquired. The cashier nodded. "How do we know then," the director asked bluntly, "that he didn't take the money?" "Hackett has been with us 12 years, Wines," the president answered, "and is one of our most reliable men." "Even at that," the director insisted, "he ought to be investigated. Quietly, of course." "I have already done so," Wines assured him. "I put Hayes, the Bankers Association detective, on that job immediately. He has failed to uncover anything in Hackett's doings that offer even a suggestion that he's guilty. Personally, I am confident that he is above reproach." "Then we're up against a mighty clever swindler," another director growled, "and we've got to oppose him with someone just as clever or shut up shop. This thing's bound to leak out among our customers, and then it's good night to us." "What do you suggest?" Wines inquired. "Why, get a new detective on the job, a detective with brains too." "I assume Hayes hasn't accomplished anything from what you say." "He has done as much as a man with his limited experience could be expected to do," the president assured him. "I quite agree with you, Mr. Kuntz, that we need a man who has had dealings with the shrewdest criminals and who knows where to look for a thing of this sort. If the board are of the same mind, I'll wire Pinkertons at once to send us their best man." The board were of a mind with Director Kuntz, and in a few minutes a Macedonian cry was speeding over the wires to the Pinkerton agency at Chicago. Chapter 2. It was Thursday morning, and the message reached the Chicago office just as Dan Cheever entered the room to inquire what assignment awaited him. The chief tore open the yellow envelope and read the message, then turned to eye the detective. "Ever been in Wallula, Dan?" he asked shortly. "Why Wallula, Chief?" the detective countered. "Because that's where your bill of lading will land you," the other grunted. "Some outsider is declaring dividends on a bank of that city by the sea, and the stockholders are jealous. I haven't one of the office boys loose," he chuckled, "so I nominate you." "Thanks, Chief," Cheever said dryly. "I suppose they didn't exude much information in that telegram." "No, Dan. It's chiefly compounded of yells for help. Guess you can get there in a couple of days if you gallop around." "You telegraph the Gazelles that I'll be there, Chief." He paused to skim over a railway timetable. "On the 9:15 Saturday morning. So long." "So long, Dan, and your usual good luck to you." When Cheever swung down from the 9:15 that Saturday morning, he found Director Kuntz on the lookout for him. "They sent me down to meet you," Kuntz explained, "for fear the criminals might be on the lookout and spot one of the regular men from the bank." "Good idea that, Mr. Kuntz," the detective chuckled. "I infer from that the papers haven't published the good tidings that you've called in an outside man." "Not yet, Mr. Cheever." Kuntz nodded emphatically. "We're going to wait till you catch the criminals." "Be patient," Cheever counseled him. "Maybe we'll never catch them." "You'd better," Kuntz growled, "if the bank is to be kept solvent." Kuntz let the detective into the bank by a private door and introduced him at once to the president, Samuel Wines. "What's the trouble, Mr. Wines?" Cheever inquired. "If we knew exactly," the other answered earnestly, "we'd be in a better position to end it. Your presence here proves our utter helplessness." "Well, suppose you tell me everything from the very start," Cheever suggested. "Give me the facts, I'll fill in the theory by and by." Wines was a man accustomed to brevity, and he was not long in laying the main features of the remarkable series of robberies before the detective. "Some mighty clever person is at work," Cheever declared thoughtfully. "Don't believe I ever struck anything that, on the surface at any rate, gave less indication as to the how of the robbery." "You don't despair at the outset?" Wines inquired in some little alarm. "No," the detective answered, "but it's a good rule to not underestimate your foe. Somebody with brains is engineering this job." Abruptly, he turned to the president. "How about your employees?" "They are reliable, I think," Wines assured him. "At least we have nothing to indicate the contrary, Hackett in particular." "Remember, Mr. Wines," Cheever suggested dryly, "that only good men abscond. The others don't get the chance, and even if the stealing is done from the inside, Hackett may be innocent." "How are you going to proceed?" the president asked. "Well, first I'll look over the bank in a general way." The president conducted him over the building and finally led him along the aisle back of the teller's cages. Here he halted and quietly pointed out Hackett at window number 1. He was busy sorting out his cash preparatory to the day's work, and Cheever could not fail to note his pallid features nor the nervous twitching of his slender fingers. Teller number 1 was plainly at the limit of his nervous energy. He might snap at any moment. Just off from his cage was a room with a big table in the center, practically occupying its entire space. The moment the detective glimpsed this very private room and noted its proximity to Hackett's cage, he turned to Wines and asked quickly, "What's this room?" "The director's," the other answered. "I'll use it," Cheever informed him. "Now, Mr. Wines, I want the checks from Hackett's window all brought in here. Have one of the clerks do it quietly, let's see, every half hour." "What are you going to do with them?" Wines asked in surprise. "Play solitaire," Cheever grinned. "Don't you want to look over the bank any farther?" "No, Mr. Wines, I'm satisfied. I like this room. It's private and handy, though not a good listening post. Don't let anyone bother me, and don't forget to send me Hackett's checks, all of them too, every half hour. And Mr. Wines," he added, "the clerk won't need to open the door very wide. Just let him knock and then stick them in through the crack." He entered the director's room, turned on the light, and closed the door, while the considerably mystified president proceeded to carry out his rather remarkable orders. Chapter 3. "What do you make of him?" the cashier inquired, as Wines returned to the front office. "He puzzles me," the president answered frankly. "Right now he's preempted the director's room." "He's spying on the customers," Hector hazarded, but the president shook his head doubtfully. "He's gathering in the checks that pass through window number 1. Asked me to have a clerk pass them through the half-open door, mind you. What's the idea?" "I can't guess. However, he told me that he was going to play solitaire with them, or maybe he said solo. I take it from that he didn't care to tell me just exactly what he did propose to do. I believe he's just beating the air, hoping that he will stumble onto something," the cashier sniffed. "It may be," Wines agreed wearily, "but we'll give him a fair chance at any rate." In the meantime, Cheever lighted his pipe and then quite leisurely examined the director's quarters. It had but one door, though windows opened out, both into the lobby and onto the president's room. All were covered with tightly drawn blinds, so by switching off the light and lifting a curtain slightly, Cheever was able secretly to observe the string of customers lined up before window number 1. By similar methods, he could spy equally on the president's office, he also ascertained, though he tarried there but long enough to demonstrate that fact. A knock at the door announced the arrival of the first batch of checks, and now the detective took them from the clerk's fingers and proceeded to lay them out separately on the table, face up. They formed 2 tolerable rows pretty well across the length of the big mahogany table, proving that Hackett's job was at least not a sinecure. A cursory inspection showed that he was dealing with people accustomed to think in considerable sums, for Cheever found checks among them ranging up to $5,000. "Handles the big bugs," the detective grunted. "No penny ante bunch this time, Dan." With the checks laid out end to end, Cheever, beginning at the upper left-hand corner, subjected each in turn to a careful and exacting scrutiny. To use the legal phrase, all 4 corners were examined both with the naked eye and later with the aid of a powerful reading glass. He had scarcely completed this when the second handful of checks arrived. These, in their turn, were treated in the same manner as the first. By noon, the top of the table was carpeted with long lines of checks, as if so many giant snowflakes had fallen and lay there still unmelted. "Mr. Cheever," a voice which he recognized as that of President Wines called from the passageway. The detective opened the door, and the thick, eddying tobacco smoke which poured out made the president fairly gasp. "I work best under the cover of smoke screen." Cheever grinned. "Well, you've got a real one if I'm any judge," Wines declared with conviction. "I dropped round to take you to lunch." "I'm not eating lunch today," Cheever assured him dryly. "All I want is a drink of water." "There's a drinking fountain back in the cloakroom yonder," and Wines jerked a thumb toward an arched doorway in the rear of the bank. "But how's this? Do detectives subsist solely on smoke?" "When I'm on a job, I'm on the job," Cheever answered sententiously. Now he drew a bunch of keys from his pocket, found a skeleton that fitted the door, locked it nonchalantly, and sauntered along to the cloakroom, whistling a medley of popular airs. The president watched him in undisguised wonder till he passed out of sight, if not of sound. In a few minutes he was back and, re-entering the room, closed the door behind him. Quite mechanically, his eye swept the table with its long lines of checks, then paused abruptly in its roving contemplation. One of the spaces was empty. It was the first check in the 7th line, a check for $500 he remembered, though the name of the maker eluded him. An odd name, though, and one he would know if he chanced to glimpse it again. The door was locked when he returned after his brief absence. How, then, had it been removed? Then it occurred to him that it had probably been blown from the table by the draught caused by opening the door, but a careful search failed to bring it to light. Cheever stood up and considered the perplexing problem. After a moment he began to try the windows in turn, to at last discover that one opening out on the president's office was unlocked, though closed. Without doubt, a person could have entered the room by that window. And now, as he stood there lost in this most amazing mystery, his glance wandered again to the empty space and lingered there. A bit of ash was visible, as if flicked from the tip of a cigarette, a pale thin drift, and yet visible on the mahogany background. With a heavy glass he studied it long and carefully, finally testing it gingerly with a wet fingertip. Then, with a puzzled frown, he swept this bit of evidence into and stowed it away in an inside pocket. The bank closed at noon on Saturdays, and now Cheever, gathering up the checks, stepped out into the corridor and halted back of cage number 1. Hackett was struggling with his figures, and now he turned about at the sound of the detective's footsteps, showing a pale, twitching countenance, the face of a man well on the road to a nervous collapse. "Mr. Hackett," said Cheever, "you'll be short again." "Again?" the teller stuttered. "Yes, again, 500 at least." Hackett buried his face in his trembling hands. "Is that all you can tell me?" He moaned bitterly. "Well, not all, perhaps." But before the detective could finish, he was interrupted by President Wines, who had appeared unnoticed along the corridor. "What's that you were saying, Mr. Cheever?" He broke in impulsively. "Do we stand another loss?" "Only 500 this time," Cheever assured him coolly. "You're getting off lucky today." "Lucky," came the explosive reply. "Yes, it might have been 5,000 instead of 500. You don't seem very badly cut up over it," Wines remarked pointedly. "We could have determined that fact without bringing you clear from Chicago to tell us." "Mr. Wines," Cheever said coldly, "there are trains running back to Chicago even from Wallula, I understand." "I didn't mean it that way, quite." Wines apologized hastily. "Of course we want you to go ahead in your own way." "Well, I will then. I've an idea, too, that Monday will see the end of this business." "Why do you say that?" Wines inquired hopefully. "A thing or two I've run onto today, and that's about all I care to say about it now. Mr. Wines, I'm going to think this thing through, and I don't mind telling you that I've some things to think about." "You won't tell us what your opinion is now, I infer," the president remarked regretfully. The detective shook his head. "I don't like to make guesses," he replied. If wrong, they only occasion regret, and if correct, well, sometimes they're premature, meaning that there might be a leak that would serve to warn the criminals. Cheever nodded. An injudicious remark might ruin everything. I will say this, however, we're dealing with a mighty smooth article in the way of a crook. I can believe that at any rate, Wines assured him feelingly. I'm going into retirement at some quiet hotel until Monday morning, Cheever informed him. If we have luck, we'll plug the leak then. So long. Chapter 4. At 10 o'clock Monday morning, Cheever entered the bank and strolled over to the president's room. He found that gentleman in a fine fury. He was holding in his hand a copy of the Walulagatistre, the only morning paper published in the city. Look here, Mr. Cheever, he said, laying his trembling finger on a front-page article. Cheever took the paper and calmly perused the article, which under heavy caps hinted at certain mysterious losses suffered in the past week by the bank, ending with the information that the bank had secured the services of the great Detective Cheever, who would arrive from Chicago on Tuesday to undertake an investigation of the affair. Why the agitation, Mr. Wines? The detective inquired mildly. Why, they've given the criminal the very information that you insisted must be kept secret, Wines sputtered. It simply lets the cat out of the bag. Nay, rather spills the beans, Mr. Wines, only they're not our beans this time. I don't understand how they got the information, Wines continued indignantly. Well, I do, Cheever grinned. They got it from yours truly. And now wait a minute, Mr. Wines, before you blow up. You'll notice that the paper says that I'll be on the job Tuesday. Well, don't forget that this is merely Monday. A sudden light dawned on the banker at this point. You're going to hurry up their final effort, he exclaimed. I see it now. Just so, Mr. Wines, and somebody's due to stub a toe in the rush. He passed on into the aisle behind the row of cages and paused at the door of cage number 1. Same instructions as Saturday, Hackett, except bring all checks to me every 15 minutes, he said in low tones, but especially watch for any large checks drawing out entire accounts. Send any of that character to me at once, and keep up your courage, Hackett, he counseled the badly shaken teller. I think this will be your last day on the grill. Up until the noon hour, nothing out of the ordinary happened. An assistant, one Dykes, relieved Hackett for the coming hour, and to him Cheever repeated the instructions already given to his predecessor. President Wines decided to imitate the detective as to luncheon that day, and presently joined him in the director's room. Anything of importance? He asked. Not yet, Mr. Wines, Cheever answered, but remember that the day is still young. Soon after, Dykes knocked at the door and passed in a dozen or so checks. Cheever, with methodical exactness, began lining the bits of paper across the table, but paused abruptly at the 5th check. There was nothing about it to attract attention, aside from the amount, $5,000, and even that was not unusual for teller number 1 to handle every day. But the moment the detective read the name appended to the check, Wines, who was watching his every move attentively, noted that he suddenly gripped the table with his free hand until the knuckles showed white through the brown skin. What is it, Mr. Cheever? He asked quickly, but the detective, instead of answering, countered with another question. Know him? Oh yes, Wines answered, somewhat puzzled by the abrupt interrogation. What do you find? But again Cheever cut him off. What do you know about him, Mr. Wines? He demanded. Give me facts, not fancies, remember. The president, somewhat ruffled, answered just a little stiffly. He is one of our largest individual depositors and deals in real estate largely, though I believe in a modest way buys and sells stocks and bonds. Know him long? 3 months possibly, Mr. Cheever, though I fail to see. You will presently. The detective grunted. See what? The other queried. The end of a perfect day, Cheever answered shortly. Then he handed the check to the now thoroughly perplexed president with this surprising injunction. "Put that away in your desk, Mr. Wines, in a very private drawer, and lock it up. Also, don't let anybody see you put it away." As the dazed banker started to obey, the detective stopped him to add, "And I want to see the bank detective at once." "Pie's in the lobby, I think," Wines replied. "I'll send him in." When teller number 1 returned from lunch, Cheever met him at the door of his cage. "I'm going to work in the back of your little shop this afternoon, Hackett," he informed the teller. "I'll be pretending to check over some figures or other, but in reality, Hackett, I'll be listening to your chatter at the window. Get me?" "I don't know that I do entirely," Hackett admitted frankly. "You will, presently at any rate," the detective assured him grimly. "And now, Hackett, one thing more. Talk loud enough for me to hear everything, and don't let any customer leave the window without pronouncing his name loud enough so that I can hear it distinctly." Cheever busied himself in the back of the cage, while the mystified teller turned to his duties at the counter. But while the detective checked and rechecked phantom errors, he was listening with alert intentness to the bits of conversation that floated back to him. "What's my balance, Mr. Hackett?" a man inquired presently. "I'm going over to Prescott this afternoon to pick up a block of city improvement bonds and guess I'll have to wreck my account for a day or two." "Just a moment, Mr. Esseltine," Hackett replied, "while I glance over our balance index." At the name, Cheever, with well-simulated carelessness, dropped a pencil to the floor, and as he straightened up with it in his fingers, glanced casually at the customer framed in the teller's window. He was a big, well-groomed man, with a keen, alert air, and that indefinable something that denotes a thorough knowledge of the world and its devious ways. Hackett had now returned to the counter. "A few cents over $5,000, Mr. Esseltine," he informed him respectfully. "About what I had thought," the other said, as he pushed a check over to him. "I'll leave the few cents for a nest egg." Cheever, without seeming to hurry, left the cage, passed along the aisle, and picking up his hat, reached the lobby just as Esseltine turned from the teller's window, stowing a sheaf of banknotes into a big Morocco-covered wallet. Cheever, noting with satisfaction that Hayes, the bank detective, was loitering in the lobby, reached the street door a deliberate step ahead of the man with the plethoric wallet. Here he turned suddenly and confronted the big man. "Mr. Esseltine," he asked pleasantly, "didn't you overdraw your account a trifle just now?" "Who are you to ask such an insulting question?" Esseltine asked coldly. "Who am I?" the detective replied evenly. "Oh, I'm Dan Cheever of Chicago. Lucky that I got here Monday instead of Tuesday, eh, Esseltine? I see that we understand each other, which simplifies matters. You'll come quietly, of course, which proves your good breeding. Hayes and I will step down to your office with you for a little friendly chat." Chapter 5. Just at closing time, Cheever re-entered the bank and sauntered over to the president's office. Entering, he seated himself leisurely in a leather chair and, waving aside the tumbling questions with which the excited president bombarded him, asked for teller number 1. "Sit down, Hackett," the detective said genially when the teller appeared. Then he turned on him a quizzical eye as he asked, "How much were you short last week, remember?" "I'd think so, Mr. Cheever." Hackett assured him gloomily. "A man isn't likely to forget $4,000. $4,000, Cheever mused, plus $5,000 today makes $9,000. A tidy little sum, Hackett." $5,000 today, Hackett gasped. "Sure enough," the detective grinned amiably. "You didn't expect anything but a grandstand finish, did you?" "I'd say," the irascible Wines flared up at this point, "that your levity is just a little misplaced, Mr. Cheever. Losing $9,000 may seem a huge joke to you, but most emphatically it's not to me." "Losing it is not so hard," the detective chuckled, "if you get it back. See what Esseltine returns with his compliments." Then, with deliberation, he drew from his pocket a roll of bills wrapped about with a bit of string and tossed it carelessly across the table to the teller. With an inarticulate cry, Hackett seized the roll, untwisted the string, and with feverish haste thumbed over the bills. "About 9,000 there?" Cheever inquired when the count was finished. "Just," the teller nodded, "though I can hardly believe it. It seems too good. I'm certainly a grateful man, Mr. Cheever." "How did he get $5,000 today?" Wines asked excitedly. The detective leaned back in his chair and lighted his pipe before he answered. "Simplest thing in the world, Mr. Wines. He drew out his account twice, that's all. Once at noon, when Dykes was at the window, and a little later when Hackett got back from lunch. You see," he continued, "he was probably about ready to quit. A game like he was playing can't go on forever, and when he read that little article in the paper this morning, he figured his day's work was done. And if I hadn't interfered," he added, "the bank would have been short 9,000 permanently." "What makes you think that?" Wines inquired. "Because it's 100-to-1 bet that you'd have never even suspected Esseltine of the crooked work. With 2 of his checks in our hands, both of them drawing out his entire balance." Wines sneered. "You fail to give us credit for even average intelligence, Mr. Cheever. Why, we'd have had the wires hot all over the United States within an hour after the bank closed its doors tonight." "Provided you had 2 checks," Cheever said quietly. "Why, what do you mean?" the banker exclaimed excitedly. "Didn't you say that he cashed one with Dykes and one with Hackett? When did 1 + 1 cease to be 2? "Mr. Wines," Cheever grinned cheerfully, "your arithmetic is above par, but the simple fact remains that you now, at this present writing, have but 1 check for $5,000 signed by Gabriel Esseltine. And now don't go into apoplexy just yet," he advised the banker. "But listen a moment while I propound a simple question to Hackett here. Hackett," said he, "a man carrying an account with this bank cashes a check at your window for $100. Now suppose you lose that check in the course of the day, where would you be at night?" $100 short, of course," Hackett answered promptly. "But there's so little chance." "I said suppose you do lose it," the detective cut in. "You'd be short, wouldn't you?" Hackett nodded, dimly conscious that back of this simple question lay a whole realm of mystery which this calm-faced man had already explored. Then, with startling suddenness, he turned to President Wines. "Let me see that check I gave you for safekeeping," he demanded. Mechanically, the banker arose, unlocked an inconspicuous drawer in his private desk, and reached within, then turned about slowly, empty fingers working spasmodically. "It's gone," he croaked. "Where the woodbine twineth," Cheever quoted softly. He sat there a moment before he continued. "Naturally you want to know how I unraveled this thing. Now you'll remember that I took the checks which passed through Hackett's window and lined them up on that table in the director's room. And, Mr. Wines, you'll recall that when I left the room at noon Saturday to get a drink, I locked the door after me." Wines nodded his remembrance. "Well, when I came back not more than 10 minutes later, I found that one of the checks had disappeared." The president started to ask a question at this point, but Cheever forestalled it. "Wait a moment," he protested. "A careful and thorough search proved conclusively that it was not in the room. Now, the door being in plain sight, I discarded it as a probable means of entrance, but I did find that this window here, which leads into the director's room, was unlatched." "Some employee then," Wines exclaimed, but the detective again cut him off. "I think that is the conclusion the average man would come to," he said enigmatically, "and there was but one bit of evidence. A tiny rift of ashes on the spot, left vacant by the removal of the check." Abruptly he turned to Hackett. "Ever notice any ashes mixed up in your checks?" he asked sharply. "No, yes, I have too." The teller fairly stuttered in his excitement. "Mr. Cheever," Wines said with finality, "the employees of the bank are not allowed to smoke in the building. Where there's ashes, there's fire." the detective assured him dryly. Now that little drift of ashes on the table interested me. I collected it carefully, and Sunday spent some anxious moments over it. Of course, a novice can tell pipe ashes from cigarette ashes. Which was it? Wines cut in eagerly. Mr. Wines, it was neither. Neither, the banker echoed. Cheever leaned nearer. Not tobacco ashes at all, Mr. Wines, but the ash left when paper is eaten up with certain chemicals. You see it now, of course. Esseltine cached with you, among his others, some checks treated with powerful chemicals, whose mutual reaction was so timed that in a brief while, at least within an hour, the check literally disappeared. Hayes and I tried the mixture at his office just before I came back this afternoon, and it's odorless and colorless, with absolutely no sensation of heat or cold. It was certainly uncanny to sit there and watch a piece of paper disappear before your eyes. That explains the losses at Hackett's window. Esseltine cashed checks that were converted into ghosts of checks in short order. But Dykes and I, by comparing notes, likely would have remembered an amount as large as $5,000, Hackett remarked. He could hardly have got away. My guess is that he would, Cheever replied. His flivver was at the office, and also a grip well packed with disguises and clothes, mostly working men's stuff. We found that his hair was false. In reality, he's as bald as a cook, and he's not as fat as he pretends. A lot of that's padding. And of course he'd have treated himself first of all to a shave. At the least he'd have been out of here 3 hours before you'd have fixed on him as guilty. And 3 hours is a long time for a man of his shrewdness. I think not many small-town marshals would have picked up a smooth-faced, bald-headed, not over-fat man in greasy overalls and denominated him as Gabriel Esseltine. No, Mr. Hackett, give him an hour's start even, and Gabriel would have been on his way. Cheever glanced at his watch and, knocking the ashes from his pipe, got leisurely to his feet. I've got about half an hour to pack my collar box and hit a train for Chicago, he remarked. At the office door he paused. A dealer in phantoms, I'd call Esseltine, he chuckled. The old boy is certainly there with bells. So long.
The Incantation by Bulwer Lytton, 1. I believe that for at least 12 hours there will be no change in her state. I believe also that if she recover from it, calm and refreshed as from a sleep, the danger of death will have passed away. And for 12 hours my presence would be hurtful, rather say fatal if my diagnosis be right. I wrung my friend's hand and we parted. Oh, to lose her now that her love and her reason had both returned, each more vivid than before, futile indeed might be. Margrave's boasted secret, but at least in that secret was hope. In recognized science I saw only despair, and at that thought all dread of this mysterious visitor vanished, all anxiety to question more of his attributes or his history. His life itself became to me dear and precious. What if it should fail me in the steps of the process, whatever that was, by which the life of my Lillian might be saved? The shades of evening were now closing in. I remembered that I had left Margrave without even food for many hours. I stole round to the back of the house, filled a basket with elements more generous than those of the former day, extracted fresh drugs from my stores, and, thus laden, hurried back to the hut. I found Margrave in the room below, seated on his mysterious coffer, leaning his face on his hand. When I entered, he looked up and said, "You have neglected me. My strength is waning. Give me more of the cordial, for we have work before us tonight, and I need support." He took for granted my assent to his wild experiment, and he was right. I administered the cordial. I placed food before him, and this time he did not eat with repugnance. I poured out wine, and he drank it sparingly, but with ready compliance, saying, in perfect health, I looked upon wine as poison. Now it is like a foretaste of the glorious elixir. After he had thus recruited himself, he seemed to acquire an energy that startlingly contrasted with his languor the day before. The effort of breathing was scarcely perceptible. The color came back to his cheeks. His bended frame rose elastic and erect. "If I understood you rightly," said I, "the experiment you ask me to aid can be accomplished in a single night." "In a single night, this night. Command me, why not begin at once? What apparatus or chemical agencies do you need?" "Ah," said Margrave, "formerly how I was misled. Formerly how my conjectures blundered. I thought, when I asked you to give a month to the experiment I wish to make, that I should need the subtlest skill of the chemist. I then believed, with Van Helmont, that the principle of life is a gas, and that the secret was but in the mode by which the gas might be rightly administered. But now all that I need is contained in this coffer, save one very simple material, fuel sufficient for a steady fire for 6 hours. I see even that is at hand, piled up in your outhouse, and now for the substance itself, to that you must guide me. Explain. Near this very spot is there not gold, in mines yet undiscovered, and gold of the purest metal? There is. What then, do you with the alchemists blend in one discovery, gold and life? No. But it is only where the chemistry of earth or of man produces gold, that the substance from which the great pabulum of life is extracted by ferment can be found. Possibly, in the attempts at that transmutation of metals, which I think your own great chemist, Sir Humphrey Davy, allowed might be possible, but held not to be worth the cost of the process. Possibly, in those attempts, some scanty grains of this substance were found by the alchemists, in the crucible, with grains of the metal as niggardly yielded by pitiful mimicry of nature's stupendous laboratory. And from such grains enough of the essence might, perhaps, have been drawn forth, to add a few years of existence to some feeble greybeard, granting, what rests on no proofs, that some of the alchemists reached an age rarely given to man. But it is not in the miserly crucible, it is in the matrix of nature herself, that we must seek in prolific abundance nature's grand principle, life. As the lodestone is rife with the magnetic virtue, as amber contains the electric, so in this substance, to which we yet want a name, is found the bright life-giving fluid. In the old gold mines of Asia and Europe the substance exists, but can rarely be met with. The soil for its nutriment may there be well nigh exhausted. It is here, where nature herself is all vital with youth, that the nutriment of youth must be sought. Near this spot is gold, guide me to it. You cannot come with me, the place which I know as auriferous is some miles distant, the way rugged. You cannot walk to it. It is true I have horses, but do you think I have come this distance and not foreseen and forestalled all that I want for my object? Trouble yourself not with conjectures how I can arrive at the place. I have provided the means to arrive at and leave it. My litter and its bearers are in reach of my call. Give me your arm to the rising ground, 50 yards from your door. I obeyed mechanically, stifling all surprise. I had made my resolve and admitted no thought that could shake it. When we reached the summit of the grassy hillock which sloped from the road that led to the seaport, Margrave, after pausing to recover breath, lifted up his voice in a key not loud, but shrill and slow and prolonged, half cry and half chant, like the nighthawk's. Through the air, so limpid and still, bringing near far objects, far sounds, the voice pierced its way, artfully pausing, till wave after wave of the atmosphere bore and transmitted it on. In a few minutes the call seemed re-echoed, so exactly, so cheerily, that for the moment I thought that the note was the mimicry of the shy mocking lyre bird, which mimics so merrily all that it hears in its coverts, from the whir of the locust to the howl of the wild dog. "What king?" said the mystical charmer, and as he spoke he carelessly rested his hand on my shoulder. so that I trembled to feel that this dread son of nature, godless and soulless, who had been, and, my heart whispered, who still could be, my bane and mind darkener, leaned upon me for support, as the spoiled younger born on his brother. What king, said this cynical mocker, with his beautiful boyish face, what king in your civilized Europe has the sway of a chief of the East? What link is so strong between mortal and mortal as that between lord and slave? I transport you poor fools from the land of their birth. They preserve here their old habits, obedience and awe. They would wait till they starved in the solitude, wait to hearken and answer my call. And I, who thus rule them or charm them, I use and despise them. They know that, and yet serve me. Between you and me, my philosopher, there is but one thing worth living for, life for oneself. Is it age, is it youth, that thus shocks all my sense in my solemn completeness of man? Perhaps in great capitals young men of pleasure will answer, it is youth, and we think what he says. Young friends, I do not believe you. 2. Along the grass track I saw now, under the moon just risen, a strange procession never seen before in Australian pastures. It moved on, noiselessly but quickly. We descended the hillock and met it on the way, a sable litter borne by 4 men in unfamiliar Eastern garments. 2 other servitors, more bravely dressed, with yataghans and silver-hilted pistols in their belts, preceded this sombre equipage. Perhaps Margrave divined the disdainful thought that passed through my mind, vaguely and half unconsciously. For he said with a hollow, bitter laugh that had replaced the lively peal of his once melodious mirth, "A little leisure and a little gold, and your raw colonist, too, will have the tastes of a pasha." I made no answer. I had ceased to care who and what was my tempter. To me his whole being was resolved into one problem. Had he a secret by which death could be turned from Lillian? But now, as the litter halted, from the long, dark shadow which it cast upon the turf, the figure of a woman emerged and stood before us. The outlines of her shape were lost in the loose folds of a black mantle, and the features of her face were hidden by a black veil, except only the dark, bright, solemn eyes. Her stature was large, her bearing majestic, whether in movement or repose. Margrave accosted her in some language unknown to me. She replied in what seemed to me the same tongue. The tones of her voice were sweet, but inexpressibly mournful. The words that they uttered appeared intended to warn or deprecate or dissuade, but they called to Margrave's brow a lowering frown and drew from his lips a burst of unmistakable anger. The woman rejoined in the same melancholy music of voice, and Margrave then, leaning his arm upon her shoulder as he had leaned it on mine, drew her away from the group into a neighboring copse of the flowering eucalypti, mystic trees, never changing the hues of their pale green leaves, ever shifting the tints of their ash-gray, shedding bark. For some moments I gazed on the 2 human forms, dimly seen by the glinting moonlight through the gaps in the foliage. Then, turning away my eyes, I saw, standing close at my side, a man whom I had not noticed before. His footstep, as it stole to me, had fallen on the sward without sound. His dress, though oriental, differed from that of his companions, both in shape and color, fitting close to the breast, leaving the arms bare to the elbow, and of a uniform ghastly white, as are the cerements of the grave. His visage was even darker than those of the Syrians or Arabs behind him, and his features were those of a bird of prey, the beak of the eagle but the eye of the vulture. His cheeks were hollow, the arms, crossed on his breast, were long and fleshless. Yet in that skeleton form there was a something which conveyed the idea of a serpent's suppleness and strength. And as the hungry, watchful eyes met my own startled gaze, I recoiled impulsively with that inward warning of danger which is conveyed to man, as to inferior animals, in the very aspect of the creatures that sting or devour. At my movement the man inclined his head in the submissive Eastern salutation, and spoke in his foreign tongue, softly, humbly, fawningly, to judge by his tone and his gesture. I moved yet farther away from him with loathing, and now the human thought flashed upon me. Was I, in truth, exposed to no danger in trusting myself to the mercy of the weird and remorseless master of those hirelings from the East, 7 men in number, 2 at least of them formidably armed, and docile as bloodhounds to the hunter, who has only to show them their prey? But fear of man like myself is not my weakness. Where fear found its way to my heart, it was through the doubts or the fancies in which man like myself disappeared in the attributes, dark and unknown, which we give to a fiend or a spectre. And, perhaps, if I could have paused to analyze my own sensations, the very presence of this escort, creatures of flesh and blood, lessened the dread of my incomprehensible tempter. Rather, 100 times, front and defy those 7 Eastern slaves, I, haughty son of the Anglo-Saxon, who conquers all races because he fears no odds, than have seen again on the walls of my threshold the luminous, bodiless shadow. Besides, Lillian, for one chance of saving her life, however wild and chimerical that chance might be, I would have shrunk not a foot from the march of an army. Thus reassured and thus resolved, I advanced, with a smile of disdain, to meet Margrave and his veiled companion as they now came from the moonlit copse. Well, I said to him, with an irony that unconsciously mimicked his own, "Have you taken advice with your nurse? I assume that the dark form by your side is that of Ayesha, Margrave's former nurse and attendant." The woman looked at me from her sable veil with her steadfast, solemn eyes and said in English, though with a foreign accent, "The nurse born in Asia is but wise through her love. The pale son of Europe is wise through his art. The nurse says, forbear, do you say adventure? Peace," exclaimed Margrave, stamping his foot on the ground. "I take no counsel from either. It is for me to resolve, for you to obey, and for him to aid. Night is come, and we waste it. Move on." The woman made no reply, nor did I. He took my arm and walked back to the hut. The barbaric escort followed. When we reached the door of the building, Margrave said a few words to the woman and to the litter-bearers. They entered the hut with us. Margrave pointed out to the woman his coffer, to the men the fuel stowed in the outhouse. Both were borne away and placed within the litter. Meanwhile I took from the table, on which it was carelessly thrown, the light hatchet that I habitually carried with me in my rambles. "Do you think that you need that idle weapon?" said Margrave. "Do you fear the good faith of my swarthy attendants? Nay, take the hatchet yourself. Its use is to sever the gold from the quartz in which we may find it embedded, or to clear, as this shovel, which will also be needed, from the slight soil above it, the ore that the mine in the mountain flings forth, as the sea casts its waifs on the sands. Give me your hand, fellow labourer," said Margrave joyfully. "Ah, there is no faltering terror in this pulse. I was not mistaken in the man. What rests but the place and the hour? I shall live. 3. Margrave now entered the litter, and the veiled woman drew the black curtains round him. I walked on as the guide, some yards in advance. The air was still, heavy, and parched with the breath of the Australasian sirocco. We passed through the meadowlands, studded with slumbering flocks. We followed the branch of the creek, which was linked to its source in the mountains by many a trickling waterfall. We threaded the gloom of stunted, misshapen trees, gnarled with the stringy bark which makes one of the signs of the strata that nourish gold. And at length the moon, now in all her pomp of light, mid-heaven among her subject stars, gleamed through the fissures of the cave, on whose floor lay the relics of antediluvian races, and rested in one flood of silvery splendor upon the hollows of the extinct volcano, with tufts of dank herbage, and wide spaces of paler sward, covering the gold below, gold, the dumb symbol of organized matter's great mystery, storing in itself, according as mind, the informer of matter, can distinguish its uses, evil and good, bane and blessing. Hitherto the veiled woman had remained in the rear, with the white-robed, skeleton-like image that had crept to my side unawares with its noiseless step. Hitherto the veiled woman had remained in the rear, with the white-robed, skeleton-like image that had crept to my side unawares with its noiseless step. Thus, in each winding turn of the difficult path at which the convoy following behind me came into sight, I had seen, first, the two gaily dressed, armed men, next the black, bier-like litter, and last the black-veiled woman and the white-robed skeleton. But now, as I halted on the tableland, backed by the mountain and fronting the valley, the woman left her companion, passed by the litter and the armed men, and paused by my side at the mouth of the moonlit cavern. There for a moment she stood, silent, the procession below mounting upward laboriously and slow. Then she turned to me, and her veil was withdrawn. The face on which I gazed was wondrously beautiful and severely awful. There was neither youth nor age, but beauty, mature and majestic as that of a marble Demeter. "Do you believe in that which you seek?" she asked in her foreign, melodious, melancholy accents. "I have no belief," was my answer. "True science has none. True science questions all things, takes nothing upon credit. It knows but three states of the mind, denial, conviction, and that vast interval between the two which is not belief but suspense of judgment." The woman let fall her veil, moved from me, and seated herself on a crag above that cleft between mountain and creek, to which, when I had first discovered the gold that the land nourished, the rain from the clouds had given the rushing life of the cataract, but which now, in the drought and the hush of the skies, was but a dead pile of stones. The litter now ascended the height. Its bearers halted. A lean hand tore the curtains aside, and Margrave descended leaning, this time, not on the black-veiled woman, but on the white-robed skeleton. There, as he stood, the moon shone full on his wasted form, on his face, resolute, cheerful, and proud, despite its hollowed outlines and sicklied hues. He raised his head, spoke in the language unknown to me, and the armed men and the litter-bearers grouped round him, bending low, their eyes fixed on the ground. The veiled woman rose slowly and came to his side, motioning with a mute sign, the ghastly form on which he leaned, and passing round him silently, instead, her own sustaining arm. Margrave spoke again a few sentences, of which I could not even guess the meaning. When he had concluded, the armed men and the litter-bearers came nearer to his feet, knelt down, and kissed his hand. They then rose and took from the bier-like vehicle the coffer and the fuel. This done, they lifted again the litter, and again, preceded by the armed men, the procession descended down the sloping hillside, down into the valley below. Margrave now whispered, for some moments, into the ear of the hideous creature who had made way for the veiled woman. The grim skeleton bowed his head submissively and strode noiselessly away through the long grasses, the slender stems, trampled under his stealthy feet, relifting themselves as after a passing wind. And thus he, too, sank out of sight down into the valley below. On the tableland of the hill remained only we three, Margrave, myself, and the veiled woman. She had reseated herself apart, on the grey crag above the dried torrent. He stood at the entrance of the cavern, round the sides of which clustered parasital plants, with flowers of all colours, some among them opening their petals and exhaling their fragrance only in the hours of night. So that, as his form filled up the jaws of the dull arch, obscuring the moonbeam that strove to pierce the shadows that slept within, it stood now, wan and blighted as I had seen it first, radiant and joyous, literally framed in blooms. "For, so," said Margrave, turning to me, "under the soil that spreads around us lies the gold which to you and to me is at this moment of no value, except as a guide to its twin-born, the regenerator of life. You have not yet described to me the nature of the substance which we are to explore, nor the process by which the virtues you impute to it are to be extracted. Let us first find the gold, and instead of describing the life amber, so let me call it, I will point it out to your own eyes. As to the process, your share in it is so simple that you will ask me why I seek aid from a chemist. The life amber, when found, has but to be subjected to heat and fermentation for 6 hours. It will be placed in a small cauldron which that coffer contains, over the fire which that fuel will feed. To give effect to the process, certain alkalis and other ingredients are required, but these are prepared, and mine is the task to commingle them. From your science as chemist I need and ask not. In you I have sought only the aid of a man. If that be so, why, indeed, seek me at all? Why not confide in those swarthy attendants, who doubtless are slaves to your orders? Confide in slaves, when the first task enjoined to them would be to discover and refrain from purloining gold. 7 such unscrupulous knaves, or even one such, and I, thus defenseless and feeble. Such is not the work that wise masters confide to fierce slaves. But that is the least of the reasons which exclude them from my choice, and fix my choice of assistant on you. Do you forget what I told you of the danger which the dervish declared no bribe I could offer could tempt him a second time to brave? I remember now, those words had passed away from my mind. And because they had passed away from your mind, I chose you for my comrade. I need a man by whom danger is scorned. But in the process of which you tell me, I see no possible danger unless the ingredients you mix in your cauldron have poisonous fumes. It is not that. The ingredients I use are not poisons. What other danger, except you dread your own Eastern slaves? But if so, why lead them to these solitudes? And if so, why not bid me be armed? The Eastern slaves, fulfilling my commands, wait for my summons, where their eyes cannot see what we do. The danger is of a kind in which the boldest son of the East would be more craven, perhaps, than the daintiest sybarite of Europe, who would shrink from a panther and laugh at a ghost. In the creed of the dervish, and of all who adventure into that realm of nature which is closed to philosophy and open to magic, there are races in the magnitude of space unseen as animalcules in the world of a drop. For the tribes of the drop science has its microscope. Of the host of yon azure infinite magic gains sight, and through them gains command over fluid conductors that link all the parts of creation. Of these races, some are wholly indifferent to man, some benign to him, and some deadly hostile. In all the regular and prescribed conditions of mortal being, this magic realm seems as blank and tenantless as yon vacant air. But when a seeker of powers beyond the rude functions by which man plies the clockwork that measures his hours, and stops when its chain reaches the end of its coil, strives to pass over those boundaries at which philosophy says, knowledge ends, then he is like all other travelers in regions unknown. He must propitiate or brave the tribes that are hostile, must depend for his life on the tribes that are friendly. Though your science discredits the alchemist's dogmas, your learning informs you that all alchemists were not ignorant impostors. Yet those whose discoveries prove them to have been the nearest allies to your practical knowledge ever hint in their mystical works at the reality of that realm which is open to magic, ever hint that some means less familiar than furnace and bellows are essential to him who explores the elixir of life. He who once quaffs that elixir obtains in his very veins the bright fluid by which he transmits the force of his will to agencies dormant in nature, to giants unseen in the space. And here, as he passes the boundary which divides his allotted and normal mortality from the regions and races that magic alone can explore, so, here, he breaks down the safeguard between himself and the tribes that are hostile. Is it not ever thus between man and man? Let a race the most gentle and timid and civilized dwell on one side a river or mountain, and another have home in the region beyond. Each, if it pass not the intervening barrier, may with each live in peace. But if ambitious adventurers scale the mountain or cross the river with design to subdue and enslave the population they boldly invade, then all the invaded arise in wrath and defiance, the neighbors are changed into foes. And therefore this process, by which a simple though rare material of nature is made to yield to a mortal the boon of a life which brings, with its glorious resistance to time, desires and faculties to subject to its service beings that dwell in the earth and the air and the deep, has ever been one of the same peril which an invader must brave when he crosses the bounds of his nation. By this key alone you unlock all the cells of the alchemist's lore. By this alone understand how a labor, which a chemist's crudest apprentice could perform, has baffled the giant fathers of all your dwarfed children of science. Nature, that stores this priceless boon, seems to shrink from conceding it to man. The invisible tribes that abhor him oppose themselves to the gain that might give them a master. The duller of those who were the life-seekers of old would have told you how some chance, trivial, unlooked for, foiled their grand hope at the very point of fruition. Some doltish mistake, some improvident oversight, a defect in the sulphur, a wild overflow in the quicksilver, or a flaw in the bellows, or a pupil who failed to replenish the fuel by falling asleep by the furnace. The invisible foes seldom vouchsafe to make themselves visible where they can frustrate the bungler as they mock at his toils from their ambush. But the mightier adventurers, equally foiled in despite of their patience and skill, would have said, "Not with us rests the fault. We neglected no caution, we failed from no oversight." But out from the cauldron dread faces arose, and the spectres or demons dismayed and baffled us. Such, then, is the danger which seems so appalling to a son of the East, as it seemed to a seer in the dark age of Europe. But we can deride all its threats, you and I for myself. I own frankly I take all the safety that the charms and resources of magic bestow. You, for your safety, have the cultured and disciplined reason which reduces all fantasies to nervous impressions. And I rely on the courage of one who has questioned, unquailing, the luminous shadow, and wrested from the hand of the magician himself the wand which concentered the wonders of will. To this strange and long discourse I listened without interruption, and now quietly answered. I do not merit the trust you affect in my courage, but I am now on my guard against the cheats of the fancy, and the fumes of a vapor can scarcely bewilder the brain in the open air of this mountain land. I believe in no races like those which you tell me lie viewless in space, as do gases. I believe not in magic, I ask not its aids, and I dread not its terrors. For the rest, I am confident of one mournful courage, the courage that comes from despair. I submit to your guidance, whatever it be, as a sufferer whom colleges doom to the grave submits to the quack who says, "Take my specific and live." My life is not in itself. My life lives in another. You and I are both brave from despair. You would turn death from yourself. I would turn death from one I love more than myself. Both know how little aid we can win from the colleges, and both, therefore, turn to the promises most audaciously cheering. Dervish or magician, alchemist or phantom, what care you and I? And if they fail us, what then? They cannot fail us more than the colleges do. V. The gold has been gained with an easy labor. I knew where to seek for it, whether under the turf or in the bed of the creek. But Margrave's eyes, hungrily gazing round every spot from which the ore was disburied, could not detect the substance of which he alone knew the outward appearance. I had begun to believe that, even in the description given to him of this material, he had been credulously duped, and that no such material existed, when, coming back from the bed of the watercourse, I saw a faint, yellow gleam amidst the roots of a giant parasite plant, the leaves and blossoms of which climbed up the sides of the cave with its antediluvian relics. The gleam was the gleam of gold, and on removing the loose earth round the roots of the plant, We came on. No, I will not, I dare not, describe it. The gold digger would cast it aside. The naturalist would pause not to heed it. And did I describe it, and chemistry deign to subject it to analysis, could chemistry alone detach or discover its boasted virtues? Its particles, indeed, are very minute, not seeming readily to crystallize with each other, each in itself of uniform shape and size, spherical as the egg which contains the germ of life, and small as the egg from which the life of an insect may quicken. But Margrave's keen eye caught sight of the atoms upcast by the light of the moon. He exclaimed to me, "Found, I shall live." And then, as he gathered up the grains with tremulous hands, he called out to the veiled woman, hitherto still seated motionless on the crag. At his word she rose and went to the place hard by where the fuel was piled, busying herself there. I had no leisure to heed her. I continued my search in the soft and yielding soil that time and the decay of vegetable life had accumulated over the pre-Adamite strata on which the arch of the cave rested its mighty keystone. When we had collected of these particles about thrice as much as a man might hold in his hand, we seemed to have exhausted their bed. We continued still to find gold, but no more of the delicate substance to which, in our sight, gold was as dross. Enough. Then said Margrave, reluctantly desisting, "What we have gained already will suffice for a life thrice as long as legend attributes to Haroun. I shall live through the centuries. Forget not that I claim my share. Your share, yours, true, your half of my life, it is true." He paused with a low, ironical, malignant laugh, and then added, as he rose and turned away, "But the work is yet to be done." 6. While we had thus labored and found, Ayesha had placed the fuel where the moonlight fell fullest on the sward of the tableland, a part of it already piled as for a fire, the rest of it heaped confusedly close at hand, and by the pile she had placed the coffer. And there she stood, her arms folded under her mantle, her dark image seeming darker still as the moonlight whitened all the ground from which the image rose motionless. Margrave opened his coffer, the veiled woman did not aid him, and I watched in silence, while he as silently made his weird and wizard-like preparations. 7. On the ground a wide circle was traced by a small rod, tipped apparently with sponge saturated with some combustible naphtha-like fluid, so that a pale, lambent flame followed the course of the rod as Margrave guided it, burning up the herbage over which it played, and leaving a distinct ring, like that which, in our lovely native fable talk, we call the fairy's ring, but yet more visible because marked in phosphorescent light. On the ring thus formed were placed 12 small lamps, fed with the fluid from the same vessel and lighted by the same rod. The light emitted by the lamps was more vivid and brilliant than that which circled round the ring. Within the circumference, and immediately round the woodpile, Margrave traced certain geometrical figures, in which, not without a shudder, that I overcame at once by a strong effort of will in murmuring to myself the name of Lillian. I recognized the interlaced triangles which my own hand, in the spell enforced on a sleepwalker, had described on the floor of the wizard's pavilion. The figures were traced like the circle, in flame, and at the point of each triangle, 4 in number, was placed a lamp, brilliant as those on the ring. This task performed, the cauldron, based on an iron tripod, was placed on the woodpile, and then the woman, before inactive and unheeding, slowly advanced, knelt by the pile and lighted it. The dry wood crackled, and the flame burst forth, licking the rims of the cauldron with tongues of fire. Margrave flung into the cauldron the particles we had collected, poured over them first a liquid, colorless as water, from the largest of the vessels drawn from his coffer, and then, more sparingly, drops from small crystal phials, like the phials I had seen in the hand of Philip Derville. Having surmounted my first impulse of awe, I watched these proceedings, curious yet disdainful, as one who watches the mummeries of an enchanter on the stage. If, thought I, these are but artful devices to inebriate and fool my own imagination, my imagination is on its guard, and reason shall not, this time, sleep at her post. And now, said Margrave, I consign to you the easy task by which you are to merit your share of the elixir. It is my task to feed and replenish the cauldron. It is Ayesha's to feed the fire, which must not for a moment relax in its measured and steady heat. Your task is the lightest of all. It is but to renew from this vessel the fluid that burns in the lamps and on the ring. Observe, the contents of the vessel must be thriftily husbanded. There is enough, but not more than enough, to sustain the light in the lamps, on the lines traced round the cauldron and on the farther ring, for 6 hours. The compounds dissolved in this fluid are scarce, only obtainable in the East, and even in the East months might have passed before I could have increased my supply. I had no months to waste. Replenish, then, the light only when it begins to flicker or fade. Take heed, above all, that no part of the outer ring, no, not an inch, and no lamp of the 12, that are to its zodiac like stars, fade for one moment in darkness. I took the crystal vessel from his hand. The vessel is small, said I, and what is yet left of its contents is but scanty. Whether its drops suffice to replenish the lights I cannot guess. I can but obey your instructions. But more important by far than the light to the lamps and the circle, which in Asia or Africa might scare away the wild beasts unknown to this land, more important than light to a lamp is the strength to your frame, weak magician. What will support you through 6 weary hours of night watch? Hope, answered Margrave with a ray of his old dazzling style. Hope. I shall live through the centuries. 8. 1 hour passed away. The faggots under the cauldron burned clear in the sullen, sultry air. The materials within began to seethe, and their color, at first dull and turbid, changed into a pale rose hue. From time to time the veiled woman replenished the fire, after she had done so reseating herself close by the pyre, with her head bowed over her knees and her face hid under her veil. The lights in the lamps and along the ring and the triangles now began to pale. I resupplied their nutriment from the crystal vessel. As yet nothing strange startled my eye or my ear beyond the rim of the circle, nothing audible, save, at a distance, the musical wheel-like click of the locusts, and, farther still in the forest, the howl of the wild dogs that never bark. Nothing visible, but the trees and the mountain range girding the plains silvered by the moon, and the arch of the cavern, the flush of wild blooms on its sides, and the gleam of dry bones on its floor, where the moonlight shot into the gloom. The 2nd hour passed like the first. I had taken my stand by the side of Margrave, watching with him the process at work in the cauldron, when I felt the ground slightly vibrate beneath my feet, and looking up, it seemed as if all the plains beyond the circle were heaving like the swell of the sea, and as if in the air itself there was a perceptible tremor. I placed my hand on Margrave's shoulder and whispered, "To me earth and air seem to vibrate. Do they seem to vibrate to you? I know not, I care not." He answered impetuously, "The essence is bursting the shell that confined it. Here are my air and my earth, trouble me not. Look to the circle, feed the lamps if they fail." I passed by the veiled woman as I walked toward a place in the ring in which the flame was waning dim, and I whispered to her the same question which I had whispered to Margrave. She looked slowly around and answered, "So is it before the invisible make themselves visible. Did I not bid him forbear?" Her head again drooped on her breast, and her watch was again fixed on the fire. I advanced to the circle and stooped to replenish the light where it waned. As I did so, on my arm, which stretched somewhat beyond the line of the ring, I felt a shock like that of electricity. The arm fell to my side numbed and nerveless, and from my hand dropped, but within the ring, the vessel that contained the fluid. Recovering my surprise or my stun, hastily with the other hand I caught up the vessel, but some of the scanty liquid was already spilled on the sward, and I saw with a thrill of dismay that contrasted indeed the tranquil indifference with which I had first undertaken my charge, how small a supply was now left. I went back to Margrave and told him of the shock and of its consequence in the waste of the liquid. "Beware," said he, "that not a motion of the arm, not an inch of the foot, pass the verge of the ring, and if the fluid be thus unhappily stinted, reserve all that is left for the protecting circle and the 12 outer lamps. See how the grand work advances, how the hues in the cauldron are glowing blood red through the film on the surface." And now 4 hours of the 6 were gone. My arm had gradually recovered its strength. Neither the ring nor the lamps had again required replenishing. Perhaps their light was exhausted less quickly, as it was no longer to be exposed to the rays of the intense Australian moon. Clouds had gathered over the sky, and though the moon gleamed at times in the gaps that they left in blue air, her beam was more hazy and dulled. The locusts no longer were heard in the grass, nor the howl of the dogs in the forest. Out of the circle the stillness was profound, and about this time I saw distinctly in the distance a vast eye. It drew nearer and nearer, seeming to move from the ground at the height of some lofty giant. Its gaze riveted mine, my blood curdled in the blaze from its angry ball, and now as it advanced larger and larger, other eyes, as if of giants in its train, grew out from the space in its rear, numbers on numbers, like the spearheads of some eastern army, seen afar by pale warders of battlements doomed to the dust. My voice long refused an utterance to my awe. At length it burst forth shrill and loud. "Look, look, those terrible eyes, legions on legions, and hark, that tramp of numberless feet. They are not seen, but the hollows of earth echo the sound of their march." Margrave, more than ever intent on the cauldron, in which, from time to time, he kept dropping powders or essences drawn forth from his coffer, looked up, defyingly, fiercely. "Ye come," he said in a low mutter, his once mighty voice sounding hollow and laboring, but fearless and firm. "Ye come, not to conquer, vain rebels. Ye whose dark chief I struck down at my feet in the tomb where my spell had raised up the ghost of your first human master, the Chaldee. Earth and air have their armies still faithful to me, and still I remember the war song that summons them up to confront you. Ayesha, Ayesha, recall the wild troth that we pledged among the roses. Recall the dread bond by which we united our sway over hosts that yet own thee as queen, though my sceptre is broken, my diadem reft from my brows." The veiled woman rose at this adjuration. Her veil now was withdrawn, and the blaze of the fire between Margrave and herself flushed, as with the rosy bloom of youth, the grand beauty of her softened face. It was seen, detached, as it were, from her dark mantled form, seen through the mist of the vapours which rose from the cauldron, framing it round like the clouds that are yieldingly pierced by the light of the evening star. Through the haze of the vapour came her voice, more musical, more plaintive than I had heard it before, but far softer, more tender. Still in her foreign tongue, the words unknown to me, and yet their sense, perhaps, made intelligible by the love, which has one common language and one common look to all who have loved, the love unmistakably heard in the loving tone, unmistakably seen in the loving face. A moment or so more, and she had come round from the opposite side of the fire-pile, and bending over Margrave's upturned brow, kissed it quietly, solemnly, and then her countenance grew fierce, her crest rose erect. It was the lioness protecting her young. She stretched forth her arm from the black mantle, athwart the pale front that now again bent over the cauldron, stretched it toward the haunted and hollow-sounding space beyond, in the gesture of one whose right hand has the sway of the sceptre. And then her voice stole on the air in the music of a chant, not loud yet far-reaching, so thrilling, so sweet, and yet so solemn that I could at once and how legend united of old the spell of enchantment with the power of song. All that I recalled of the effects which, in the former time, Margrave's strange chants had produced on the ear that they ravished and the thoughts they confused, was but as the wild bird's imitative carol, compared to the depth and the art and the soul of the singer, whose voice seemed endowed with a charm to enthrall all the tribes of creation, though the language it used for that charm might to them, as to me, be unknown. As the song ceased, I heard from behind sounds like those I had heard in the spaces before me, the tramp of invisible feet, the whir of invisible wings, as if armies were marching to aid against armies in march to destroy. "Look not in front nor around," said Ayesha. "Look, like him, on the cauldron below. The circle and the lamps are yet bright. I will tell you when the light again fails." I dropped my eyes on the cauldron. "See," whispered Margrave, "the sparkles at last begin to arise and the rose hues to deepen, signs that we near the last process." 9. The 5th hour had passed away when Ayesha said to me, "Lo, the circle is fading, the lamps grow dim. Look now without fear on the space beyond. The eyes that appalled thee are again lost in air, as lightnings that fleet back into cloud." I looked up, and the spectres had vanished. The sky was tinged with sulphurous hues, the red and the black intermixed. I replenished the lamps and the ring in front, thriftily, heedfully, but when I came to the 6th lamp, not a drop in the vessel that fed them was left. In a vague dismay, I now looked round the half of the wide circle in rear of the 2 bended figures intent on the cauldron. All along that disk the light was already broken, here and there flickering up, here and there dying down. The 6 lamps in that half of the circle still twinkled, but faintly, as stars shrinking fast from the dawn of day. But it was not the fading shine in that half of the magical ring which daunted my eye and quickened with terror the pulse of my heart. The bushland beyond was on fire. From the background of the forest rose the flame and the smoke there, still half smothering the flame. But along the width of the grasses and herbage, between the verge of the forest and the bed of the water creek, just below the raised platform from which I beheld the dread conflagration, the fire was advancing, wave upon wave, clear and red against the columns of rock behind, as the rush of a flood through the mists of some alp crowned with lightnings. Roused from my stun at the first sight of a danger not foreseen by the mind I had steeled against far rarer portents of nature, I cared no more for the lamps and the circle. Hurrying hack to Ayesha, I exclaimed, "The phantoms have gone from the spaces in front, but what incantation or spell can arrest the red march of the foe speeding on in the rear? While we gazed on the cauldron of life, behind us, unheeded, behold the destroyer." Ayesha looked and made no reply, but, as by involuntary instinct, bowed her majestic head, then rearing it erect, placed herself yet more immediately before the wasted form of the young magician, he still, bending over the cauldron and hearing me not in the absorption and hope of his watch, placed herself before him as the bird whose first care is her fledgling. As we two there stood, fronting the deluge of fire, we heard Margrave behind us, murmuring low, "See the bubbles of light, how they sparkle and dance, I shall live, I shall live." And his words scarcely died in our ears before, crash upon crash, came the fall of the age-long trees in the forest, and nearer, all near us, through the blazing grasses, the hiss of the serpents, the scream of the birds, and the bellow and tramp of the herds plunging wild through the billowy red of their pastures. Ayesha now wound her arms around Margrave and wrenched him, reluctant and struggling, from his watch over the seething cauldron. In rebuke of his angry exclamations, she pointed to the march of the fire, spoke in sorrowful tones a few words in her own language, and then, appealing to me in English, said, "I tell him that, here, the spirits who oppose us have summoned a foe that is deaf to my voice, and," exclaimed Margrave, no longer with gasp and effort, but with the swell of a voice which drowned all the discords of terror and of agony sent forth from the Phlegethon burning below. And this witch, whom I trusted, is a vile slave and impostor, more desiring my death than my life. She thinks that in life I should scorn and forsake her, that in death I should die in her arms. Sorceress, avaunt! Art thou useless and powerless now when I need thee most? Go, let the world be one funeral pyre. What to me is the world? My world is my life. Thou knowest that my last hope is here, that all the strength left me this night will die down, like the lamps in the circle, unless the elixir restore it. Bold friend, spurn that sorceress away. Hours yet ere those flames can assail us, a few minutes more, and life to your Lillian and me." Thus having said, Margrave turned from us, and cast into the cauldron the last essence yet left in his empty coffer. Ayesha silently drew her black veil over her face, and turned with the being she loved from the terror he scorned, to share in the hope that he cherished. Thus left alone, with my reason disenthralled, disenchanted, I surveyed more calmly the extent of the actual peril with which we were threatened, and the peril seemed less, so surveyed. It is true all the bushland behind, almost up to the bed of the creek, was on fire, but the grasses, through which the flames spread so rapidly, ceased at the opposite marge of the creek. Watery pools were still, at intervals, left in the bed of the creek, shining tremulous, like waves of fire, in the glare reflected from the burning land, and even where the water failed, the stony course of the exhausted rivulet was a barrier against the march of the conflagration. Thus, unless the wind, now still, should rise and waft some sparks to the parched combustible herbage immediately around us, we were saved from the fire, and our work might yet be achieved. I whispered to Ayesha the conclusion to which I came. "Thinkest thou?" She answered without raising her mournful head, that the agencies of nature are the movements of chance. The spirits I invoked to his aid are leagued with the hosts that assail. A mightier than I am has doomed him. Scarcely had she uttered these words before Margrave exclaimed, "Behold how the rose of the alchemist's dream enlarges its blooms from the folds of its petals. I shall live, I shall live." I looked, and the liquid which glowed in the cauldron had now taken a splendor that mocked all comparisons borrowed from the luster of gems. In its prevalent color it had, indeed, the dazzle and flash of the ruby, but out from the mass of the molten red broke coruscations of all prismal hues, shooting, shifting, in a play that made the wavelets themselves seem living things, sensible of their joy. No longer was there scum or film upon the surface, only ever and anon a light, rosy vapor floating up, and quick lost in the haggard, heavy, sulphurous air, hot with the conflagration rushing toward us from behind. And these coruscations formed, on the surface of the molten ruby, literally the shape of a rose, its leaves made distinct in their outlines by sparks of emerald and diamond and sapphire. Even while gazing on this animated liquid luster, a buoyant delight seemed infused into my senses. All terrors conceived before were annulled. The phantoms, whose armies had filled the wide spaces in front, were forgotten. The crash of the forest behind was unheard. In the reflection of that glory, Margrave's wan cheek seemed already restored to the radiance it wore when I saw it first in the framework of blooms. As I gazed, thus enchanted, a cold hand touched my own. "Hush," whispered Ayesha from the black veil, against which the rays of the cauldron fell blunt and absorbed into dark. Behind us the light of the circle is extinct, but there we are guarded from all save the brutal and soulless destroyers. But before, see, 2 of the lamps have died out. See the blank of the gap in the ring. Guard that breach, there the demons will enter. Not a drop is there left in this vessel by which to replenish the lamps on the ring. Advance, then, thou haste still the light of the soul, and the demons may recoil before a soul that is dauntless and guiltless. If not, 3 are lost, as it is 1 is doomed. Thus adjured, silently, involuntarily, I passed from the veiled woman's side, over the sear lines on the turf which had been traced by the triangles of light long since extinguished, and toward the verge of the circle. As I advanced, overhead rushed a dark cloud of wings, birds dislodged from the forest on fire and screaming in dissonant terror as they flew toward the farthermost mountains. Close by my feet hissed and glided the snakes, driven forth from their blazing coverts and glancing through the ring, unscared by its waning lamps. All undulating by me, bright-eyed and hissing, all made innocuous by fear, even the terrible death adder, which I trampled on as I halted at the verge of the circle, did not turn to bite, but crept harmless away. I halted at the gap between the two dead lamps and bowed my head to look again into the crystal vessel. Were there, indeed, no lingering drops yet left, if but to recruit the lamps for some priceless minutes more? As I thus stood, right into the gap between the two dead lamps strode a gigantic foot. All the rest of the form was unseen. Only, as volume after volume of smoke poured on from the burning land behind, it seemed as if one great column of vapor, eddying round, settled itself aloft from the circle, and that out from that column strode the giant foot. And as strode the foot, so with it came, like the sound of its tread, a roll of muttered thunder. I recoiled with a cry that rang loud through the lurid air. "Courage," said the voice of Ayesha. "Trembling soul, yield not an inch to the demon." At the charm, the wonderful charm, in the tone of the veiled woman's voice, my will seemed to take a force more sublime than its own. I folded my arms on my breast and stood as if rooted to the spot, confronting the column of smoke and the stride of the giant foot. And the foot halted mute. Again, in the momentary hush of that suspense, I heard a voice. It was Margrave's. "The last hour expires, the work is accomplished. Come, come, aid me to take the cauldron from the fire, and quick, or a drop may be wasted in vapor, the elixir of life from the cauldron." At that cry I receded, and the foot advanced. And at that moment, suddenly, unawares, from behind, I was stricken down. Over me, as I lay, swept a whirlwind of trampling hoofs and glancing horns. The herds, in their flight from the burning pastures, had rushed over the bed of the watercourse, scaled the slopes of the banks. Snorting and bellowing, they plunged their blind way to the mountains. One cry alone, more wild than their own savage blare, pierced the reek through which the brute hurricane swept. At that cry of wrath and despair I struggled to rise, again dashed to earth by the hoofs and the horns. But was it the dreamlike deceit of my reeling senses, or did I see that giant foot stride passed through the close serried ranks of the maddening herds? Did I hear, distinct through all the huge uproar of animal terror, the roll of low thunder which followed the stride of that foot? When my sense had recovered its shock, and my eyes looked dizzily round, the charge of the beasts had swept by. And of all the wild tribes which had invaded the magical circle, the only lingerer was the brown death adder, coiled close by the spot where my head had rested. Beside the extinguished lamps which the hoofs had confusedly scattered, the fire, arrested by the watercourse, had consumed the grasses that fed it, and there the plains stretched black and desert as the Phlegrean field of the poet's hell. But the fire still raged in the forest beyond, white flames, soaring up from the trunks of the tallest trees and forming, through the sullen dark of the smoke wreck, innumerable pillars of fire, like the halls in the city of fiends. Gathering myself up, I turned my eyes from the terrible pomp of the lurid forest, and looked fearfully down on the hoof-trampled sward for my two companions. I saw the dark image of Ayesha still seated, still bending, as I had seen it last. I saw a pale hand feebly grasping the rim of the magical cauldron, which lay, hurled down from its tripod by the rush of the beasts, yards away from the dim, fading embers of the scattered wood pyre. I saw the faint writhings of a frail, wasted frame over which the veiled woman was bending. I saw, as I moved with bruised limbs to the place, close by the lips of the dying magician, the flash of the ruby-like essence spilled on the sward and meteor-like sparkling up from the torn tufts of herbage. I now reached Margrave's side. Bending over him as the veiled woman bent, and as I sought gently to raise him, he turned his face, fiercely faltering out, "Touch me not, rob me not. You share with me. Never, never. These glorious drops are all mine. Die all else. I will live, I will live." Writhing himself from my pitying arms, he plunged his face amidst the beautiful, playful flame of the essence, as if to lap the elixir with lips scorched away from its intolerable burning. Suddenly, with a low shriek, he fell back, his face upturned to mine, and on that face unmistakably reigned death. Then Ayesha tenderly, silently, drew the young head to her lap, and it vanished from my sight behind her black veil. I knelt beside her, murmuring some trite words of comfort, but she heeded me not, rocking herself to and fro as the mother who cradles a child to sleep. Soon the fast flickering sparkles of the lost elixir died out on the grass, and with their last sportive diamond like tremble of light, up, in all the suddenness of Australian day, rose the sun, lifting himself royally above the mountain tops, and fronting the meaner blaze of the forest as a young king fronts his rebels. And as there, where the bush fires had ravaged, all was a desert, so there, where their fury had not spread, all was a garden. Afar, at the foot of the mountains, the fugitive herds were grazing. The cranes, flocking back to the pools, renewed the strange grace of their gambols, and the great kingfisher, whose laugh, half in mirth, half in mockery, leads the choir that welcome the morn, which in Europe is night, alighted bold on the roof of the cavern, whose floors were still white with the bones of races, extinct before, so helpless through instincts, so royal through soul, Rosamaean. But there, on the ground where the dazzling elixir had wasted its virtues, there the herbage already had a freshness of verdure which, amid the duller sward round it, was like an oasis of green in a desert. And there wild flowers, whose chill hues the eye would have scarcely distinguished the day before, now glittered forth in blooms of unfamiliar beauty. Toward that spot were attracted myriads of happy insects, whose hum of intense joy was musically loud. But the form of the life-seeking sorcerer lay rigid and stark. Blind to the bloom of the wild flowers, deaf to the glee of the insects, one hand still resting heavily on the rim of the emptied cauldron, and the face still hid behind the black veil. What, the wondrous elixir, sought with such hope and well-nigh achieved through such dread, fleeting back to the earth from which its material was drawn to give bloom indeed but to herbs, joy indeed but to insects, and now, in the flash of the sun, slowly wound up the slopes that led to the circle, the same barbaric procession which had sunk into the valley under the ray of the moon. The armed men came first, stalwart and tall, their vests brave with crimson and golden lace, their weapons gaily gleaming with holiday silver. After them the black litter. As they came to the place, Ayesha, not raising her head, spoke to them in her own Eastern tongue. A wail was her answer. The armed men bounded forward, and the bearers left the litter. All gathered round the dead form with the face concealed under the black veil, all knelt and all wept. Far in the distance, at the foot of the Blue Mountains, a crowd of the savage natives had risen up as if from the earth. They stood motionless, leaning on their clubs and spears, and looking toward the spot on which we were, strangely thus brought into the landscape, as if they too, the wild dwellers on the verge which humanity guards from the brute, were among the mourners for the mysterious child of mysterious nature. And still in the herbage hummed the small insects, and still from the cavern laughed the great kingfisher. I said to Ayesha, "Farewell. Your love mourns the dead, mine calls me to the living. You are now with your own people, they may console you, say if I can assist." "There is no consolation for me. What mourner can be consoled if the dead die forever? Nothing for him is left but a grave. That grave shall be in the land where the song of Ayesha first lulled him to sleep. Thou assist me, thou, the wise man of Europe, from me ask assistance. What road wilt thou take to thy home? There is but one road known to me through the maze of the solitude, that which we took to this upland. On that road death lurks and awaits thee. Blind dupe, couldst thou think that if the grand secret of life had been won, he whose head rests on my lap would have yielded thee one petty drop of the essence which had filched from his store of life but a moment? Me, who so loved and so cherished him, me he would have doomed to the pitiless cord of my servant, the strangler, if my death could have lengthened a hairbreadth the span of his being. But what matters to me his crime or his madness? I loved him, I loved him. She bowed her veiled head lower and lower. Perhaps under the veil her lips kissed the lips of the dead. Then she said whisperingly, Juma the strangler, whose word never failed to his master, whose prey never slipped from his snare, waits thy step on the road to thy home. But thy death cannot now profit the dead, the beloved. And thou haste had pity for him who took but thine aid to design thy destruction. His life is lost, thine is saved. She spoke no more in the tongue that I could interpret. She spoke, in the language unknown, a few murmured words to her swarthy attendants. Then the armed men, still weeping, rose and made a dumb sign to me to go with them. I understood by the sign that Ayesha had told them to guard me on my way, but she gave no reply to my parting thanks. 11. I descended into the valley, the armed men followed. The path, on that side of the watercourse not reached by the flames, wound through meadows still green, or amidst groves still unscathed. As a turning in the way brought in front of my sight the place I had left behind, I beheld the black litter creeping down the descent, with its curtains closed, and the veiled woman walking by its side. But soon the funeral procession was lost to my eyes, and the thoughts that it roused were erased. The waves in man's brain are like those of the sea, rushing on, rushing over the wrecks of the vessels that rode on their surface, to sink after storm in their deeps. One thought cast forth into the future now mastered all in the past. Was Lillian living still? Absorbed in the gloom of that thought, hurried on by the goad that my heart, in its tortured impatience, gave to my footstep, I outstripped the slow stride of the armed men, and, midway between the place I had left and the home which I sped to, came, far in advance of my guards, into the thicket in which the bushmen had started up in my path on the night that Lillian had watched for my coming. The earth at my feet was rife with creeping plants and many-colored flowers. The sky overhead was half hid by motionless pines. Suddenly, whether crawling out from the herbage or dropping down from the trees, by my side stood the white-robed and skeleton form, Ayesha's attendant the strangler. I sprang from him shuddering, then halted and faced him. The hideous creature crept toward me, cringing and fawning, making signs of humble goodwill and servile obeisance. Again I recoiled, wrathfully, loathingly, turned my face homeward, and fled on. I thought I had baffled his chase, when, just at the mouth of the thicket, he dropped from a bough in my path close behind me. Before I could turn, some dark muffling substance fell between my sight and the sun, and I felt a fierce strain at my throat. But the words of Ayesha had warned me. With one rapid hand I seized the noose before it could tighten too closely. With the other I tore the bandage away from my eyes, and, wheeling round on the dastardly foe, struck him down with one spurn of my foot. His hand, as he fell, relaxed its hold on the noose. I freed my throat from the knot, and sprang from the copse into the broad sunlit plain. I saw no more of the armed men or the strangler. Panting and breathless, I paused at last before the fence, fragrant with blossoms, that divided my home from the solitude. The windows of Lillian's room were darkened, all within the house seemed still. Darkened and silenced home, with the light and sounds of the juk and day all around it. Was there yet hope in the universe for me? All to which I had trusted hope had broken down. The anchors I had forged for her hold in the beds of the ocean, her stay from the drifts of the storm, had snapped like the reeds which pierce the side that leans on the barb of their points, and confides in the strength of their stems. No hope in the baffled resources of recognized knowledge. No hope in the daring adventures of mind into regions unknown. Vain alike the calm lore of the practiced physician, and the magical arts of the fated enchanter. I had fled from the commonplace teachings of nature, to explore in her shadowland marvels at variance with reason. Made brave by the grandeur of love, I had opposed without quailing the stride of the demon, and my hope, when fruition seemed nearest, had been trodden into dust by the hoofs of the beast. And yet all the while I had scorned as a dream more wild than the word of a sorcerer, the hope that the old man and the child, the wise and the ignorant, took from their souls as inborn. Man and fiend had alike failed a mind not ignoble, not skill-less, not abjectly craven. Alike failed a heart not feeble and selfish, not dead to the hero's devotion, willing to shed every drop of its blood for a something more dear than an animal's life for itself. What remained for man's hope? Man's mind and man's heart thus exhausting their all with no other result but despair. What remained but the mystery of mysteries, so clear to the sunrise of childhood, the sunset of age, only dimmed by the clouds which collect round the noon of our manhood? Where yet was hope found? In the soul, in its everyday impulse to supplicate comfort and light, from the giver of soul, wherever the heart is afflicted, the mind is obscured. Then the words of Escher rushed over me. What mourner can be consoled if the dead die forever? Through every pulse of my frame throbbed that dread question. All nature around seemed to murmur it. And suddenly, as by a flash from heaven, the grand truth in Faber's grand reasoning shone on me and lighted up all, within and without. Man alone of all earthly creatures asks, can the dead die forever? And the instinct that urges the question is God's answer to man. No instinct is given in vain, and born with the instinct of soul is the instinct that leads the soul from the seen to the unseen, from time to eternity, from the torrent that foams toward the ocean of death, to the source of its stream, far aloft from the ocean. Know thyself, said the Pythian of old, that precept descended from heaven. Know thyself, is that maxim wise? If so, know thy soul. But never yet did man come to the thorough conviction of soul but what he acknowledged the sovereign necessity of prayer. In my awe, in my rapture, all my thoughts seemed enlarged and illumed and exalted. I prayed, all my soul seemed one prayer. All my past, with its pride and presumption and folly, grew distinct as the form of a penitent, kneeling for pardon before setting forth on the pilgrimage vowed to a shrine. And, sure now, in the deeps of a soul first revealed to myself, that the dead do not die forever, my human love soared beyond its brief trial of terror and sorrow. Daring not to ask from heaven's wisdom that Lilian, for my sake, might not yet pass away from the earth, I prayed that my soul might be fitted to bear with submission whatever my Maker might ordain. And if surviving her, without whom no beam from yon material sun could ever warm into joy a morrow in human life, so to guide my steps that they might rejoin her at last, and in rejoining regain forever. How trivial now became the weird riddle that, a little while before, had been clothed in so solemn an awe. What mattered it to the vast interests involved in the clear recognition of soul and hereafter, whether or not my bodily sense, for a moment, obscured the face of the nature I should one day behold as a spirit? Doubtless the sights and the sounds which had haunted the last gloomy night, the calm reason of Faber would strip of their magical seemings. The eyes in the space and the foot in the circle might be those of no terrible demons, but of the wild, savage children whom I had seen, halting, curious and mute, in the light of the morning, The tremor of the ground, if not, as heretofore, explicable by the illusory impression of my own treacherous senses, might be but the natural effect of elements struggling yet under a soil unmistakably charred by volcanoes. The luminous atoms dissolved in the cauldron might as little be fraught with a vital elixir as are the splendors of naphtha or phosphor. As it was, the weird rite had no magic result. The magician was not rent limb from limb by the fiends. By causes as natural as ever extinguished life's spark in the frail lamp of clay, he had died out of sight, under the black veil. What mattered henceforth to faith, in its far grander questions and answers, whether reason in favor or fancy in me, supplied the more probable guess at a hieroglyph which, if construed aright, was but a word of small mark in the mystical language of nature. If all the arts of enchantment recorded by fable were attested by facts which sages were forced to acknowledge, sages would sooner or later find some cause for such portents, not supernatural. But what sage, without cause supernatural, both without and within him, can guess at the wonders he views in the growth of a blade of grass, or the tints on an insect's wing? Whatever art man can achieve in his progress through time, man's reason in time can suffice to explain. But the wonders of God, these belong to the infinite, and these, O immortal, will but develop new wonder on wonder, though thy sight be a spirit's, and thy leisure to track and to solve an eternity. As I raised my face from my clasped hands, my eyes fell full upon a form standing in the open doorway. There, where on the night in which Lillian's long struggle for reason and life had begun, the luminous shadow had been beheld in the doubtful light of a dying moon and a yet hazy dawn. There, on the threshold, gathering round her bright locks the aureole of the glorious sun, stood Amy, the blessed child, and as I gazed, drawing nearer and nearer to the silenced house, and that image of peace on its threshold, I felt that hope met me at the door, hope in the child's steadfast eyes, hope in the child's welcoming smile. "I was at watch for you," whispered Amy, "all is well." "She lives still, she lives, thank God, thank God. She lives, she will recover," said another voice as my head sunk on Faber's shoulder. For some hours in the night her sleep was disturbed, convulsed. I feared then the worst. Suddenly, just before the dawn, she called out aloud, still in sleep, "The cold and dark shadow has passed away from me and from Alan, passed away from us both forever." And from that moment the fever left her, the breathing became soft, the pulse steady, and the color stole gradually back to her cheek. The crisis is past. Nature's benign disposer has permitted nature to restore your life's gentle partner, heart to heart, mind to mind, and soul to soul. I cried in my solemn joy, above as below, soul to soul. Then, at a sign from Faber, the child took me by the hand and led me up the stairs into Lillian's room. Again those dear arms closed around me in wifelike and holy love, and those true lips kissed away my tears, even as now, at the distance of years from that happy morn, while I write the last words of this strange story. The same faithful arms close around me, the same tender lips kiss away my tears. End of the incantation by Bulwer Lytton.
Vengeance is Mine. A True Story. By Ernest M. Pote, author of Reinforced Defense. Detective Story Magazine, January 13th, 1920. I have practiced medicine for more years than I care to remember, and most of my time has been spent in treating the insane. I have been the repository of countless secrets. 1,000 family closets have opened to me, revealing skeletons grim and grisly. I am old in the painfully acquired wisdom of the psychiatrist, who must grub at the roots of life, who, above all other men, knows what the great teacher meant when he spoke of whited sepulchres, fair without, but within full of dead men's bones and all uncleanness. Long ago I passed through cynicism to tolerance, learning that though roses may grow from a muck heap, their blooms are no less sweet. One by one, my illusions have withered and died, each leaving me a little sadder, a little greyer, a little more lenient toward the faults of others as I learned my own frailties. It is long since I lost faith in my power to judge, for I have seen good grow out of evil, and evil come to good. But one thing I believe, and the passing years have forced it in upon me over and over, until I know that it is the bottom ground of human life, whatsoever a man soweth, that shall he also reap. That man who transgresses the laws of life, cry he never so loudly upon a pitying God, must yet pay for his sins. I have been young, and now am old. Many a man have I watched as he sowed the wind, and have lived to see him reaping the whirlwind in bitterness and tears. But this is not a tract. I am the last man to preach a sermon. Let me only point my moral with this true tale. I never knew the man's name. I may have heard it once, but it went from me. Yet I remember him well, as vividly as though he stood before me now. It was 2 years ago that I saw him first. I had been in Syracuse giving expert testimony at a murder trial. It was 2 o'clock of a clear, cold January morning when I reached again my house in New York. I climbed the steps slowly, rubbing cinder-reddened eyes. I had walked from the Grand Central Station, only a few blocks away, but now I regretted it. I grow too old for exercise and also for late hours. I yearned for my wide, comfortable bed, and it was with distinct annoyance that I discovered a man standing in the vestibule. I swung my black bag prominently forward, not knowing his intent. Long since, I learned what a potent talisman is that little square medicine case, that footpad is hardened indeed who will attack a physician on his rounds. His profession protects him, for no man, honest or not, knows when he may need a doctor's care. But his first words undeceived me. "Are you the doctor?" he asked. There was an odd, slurring hurry in his voice. He was breathing deeply. "I just cut myself a bit." He was well hidden in the dark vestibule, but even so he drew back a little, glancing apprehensively over my shoulder as though he feared pursuit. My own practice is limited to nervous and mental diseases, but mine is the only doctor's office on the street from Lexington Avenue to 6th Avenue, and so an occasional emergency call comes to me. Groaning inwardly, I unlocked the door and stood aside. My unknown visitor entered, stumbling over the threshold, and I followed him. I brought him into the office and turned on the lights. He was a big, broad-shouldered, florid man, of the over-tailored, valeted, massaged, manicured type, such as one sees in Turkish baths, one of those men who look all muscle but are all unhealthy fat, who are always drinking and never drunk, who have delirium tremens if they break a limb, and at last die in a day from pneumonia, or in a month from Bright's disease, a man about town, as the word goes. His dress was in disorder, his collar unfastened, his well-cut coat was open to the cold, and his shirt was blood-stained over the chest. At first glance I thought him drunk, but a closer look corrected that impression. Yet he was evidently much excited. His hands trembled. He spoke thickly, fumbling with his shirt buttons. "I just cut myself with a knife," said he. I had to help him open his shirt. In his left breast was a shallow gash, perhaps 3 inches long. It gaped widely, showing an inch of yellow fat beneath the skin. The man bled freely. The cut slanted up and outward. How he could have wounded himself so, I could not understand. As I cleaned the cut, I looked him over more carefully, wondering. His face was broad and red, set in jovial lines, and under his eyes were the puffy traces of beginning Bright's disease. His left eyelid drooped a little, giving him an air half jocular, half sinister. His small, hard eyes seemed mismated. When I tilted the shade of my lamp so that the light shone full in his face, I could see that his right pupil was twice as large as the left, and that neither iris contracted in the glare. The man was manifestly in haste. As I strapped the cut together with adhesive plaster, he threw a bill on the table and hurried out with a muttered word of thanks, buttoning his coat around him. I followed him out and stood in the doorway a moment, watching his retreating figure, clearly outlined in the moonlight. He walked swiftly but with a swaying, shuffling gait. His feet squeaked in the crisp snow. When he had reached the corner of Fifth Avenue, I turned to go in, meditating upon that piper who exacts pay for every dance. But the sound of hurried, irregular footbeats arrested me. I looked westward. From the farther end of the block came another man, at an awkward, shambling run, a frail, bearded man. Seeing me, he shouted thickly and came plunging up the steps. Then he stood voiceless for a moment, mouthing breathlessly, his thin, bearded face all twitching and wild under the pale moon. One eye was swollen shut. "Is he here?" he gasped, shaking my arm roughly. "Bring him out. Big beefy slob." Between each word he gulped upon a sob. He seemed beside himself with rage and pain and fear. He would take it from me. No? Well, he would buy another. He knew a pawnbroker who would sell him one, and so on. At last, I lost patience with him. "Let the man live," said I. "Is there no hand above your hand? It is God who curses and no other. Do you pay your own debts, and so shall he, as I must, and all of us. Some day you may find that it would have been mercy and not punishment to kill him now." And this I said from sure knowledge, for the florid man's stumbling speech, his drooping eyelid, and unequal pupils had told me a tale. Perhaps the little clerk read this knowledge in my voice. At least the words calmed him. And so he went out, stoop-shouldered and submissive as the drugs died in him, brushing a hand bewilderedly across his eyes, and I saw him no more. Afterward, I went my ways and thought no more of this matter, being inured to strange experiences. But as you will see, the despoiler of the weak clerk was not forgotten by the Supreme Judge. For about 6 months later, I was called in consultation upon a case of nervous prostration. My worthy colleague was one of those staid practitioners who diagnose 2 forms of mental disease, hysteria and nervous prostration, with an exception in favor of occasional delirium tremens. So that I was not overly impressed by his opinion. We drove to an apartment house on Riverside Drive, he talking ponderously all the way. It was one of those huge, ornate houses with over-decorated lobbies and over-uniformed Jamaican hallboys, which are inhabited chiefly by stockbrokers and promoters, and by the newly rich adventurers from inland cities, whose tenants are overdressed and underbred, whose very atmosphere smells of money not over-clean. Our patient's brother was waiting for us in the lobby. I have forgotten his name. "A very sad case, doctor," he confided. "Henry has changed so in the last few months. He was a good businessman, perhaps a little too fond of a good time, a promoter. You know how they are. He specialized in gold mining stocks. A splendid businessman, always within the law. Never any questions from the post office inspectors even. But lately he's been careless. His last promotion, Nevada Mother Lode he called it, well, it was pretty raw. And he's getting so forgetful, can't remember anything, makes foolish, unnecessary promises to his clients. Some of them are acting up ugly already, and last week he began burning his money up, throwing it into the streets. Said he was made of money, had golden automobiles and all that." He laughed nervously. "And he has all sorts of delusions, and sometimes he's even violent." He passed an unsteady hand over one cheek, and I saw a raw bruise there. I found the patient sitting on his bed, half-dressed. He was unshaven and tousled, but I knew him at once. His left eyelid had dropped down over the eye like a window curtain close drawn, His florid face was flushed, his mouth crooked and drawn to one side. He rose unsteadily to greet me, stumbled, and almost fell, but caught my arm. "Why, it's the old Doc," he cried boisterously. "Same old Doc, whiskers and all. Good old Scout Doc here, fix me up, he did, long time go. Fix me right, see scar?" And he began fumbling at his collarless shirt. "Frines for life, me and Doc," he rambled on. He talked as though his mouth were full, slurring and stumbling over words. "He hid me, saved my life like as not. Nev min Doc, old Scout." He patted my arm clumsily. "I don't forget. I got money now. $100 million, $100,000 million. Give the old Doc some, hey? Going to build a Hosh hospital, good old Hospital. Make the old Doc boss." He laughed emptily, sputteringly, and slapped his leg, almost falling. Then his mood changed. He glanced apprehensively over his shoulder. "I ain't safe," he cried. "They're going to kill me, got it all planned, want my money." He began quite suddenly and childishly to weep. He sobbed openly, wiping a sodden, tear-dabbled face upon his sleeve. His nurses drew unostentatiously closer. "He gets violent sometimes, doctor," explained one. "The other day, I went to a certain licensed house for the insane. It is like half a dozen others in Westchester and out on Long Island, luxurious, expensive sanatoria, maintained for people so wealthy that they never need to go crazy like ordinary folk, but merely suffer a complete nervous breakdown which demands prolonged rest and the complete abandonment of their social duties. As I walked through the spacious halls with the resident physician, I chanced to look into an open door and saw my florid friend for the last time, reaping the crop that he had sown. He was hopelessly bedridden, his knees stiff, drawn up by contractures. He lay on his back, head raised and thrust forward like a turtle's, and ground his teeth interminably. They had been worn down by constant friction, almost to the gums. His face was flat and flabby, all expressions sponged away. The gritting of his teeth sounded in the quiet room like a stupid child's lead pencil squeaking hopelessly through a stubborn sum. I spoke to him, but he did not know me. He only blinked and mumbled inarticulately, then broke forth into a horrid, monotonous, tearless wailing. "An advanced paretic, one of our worst cases," said my guide. Today, I heard that he had paid his last debt to the piper. It brought him to my mind, and so I have used his story to point my moral. Not a pleasing tale, perhaps, but only too common. My old heart is heavy with the weight of many such. End of Vengeance is Mine by Ernest.
The Bronze Door by Raymond Chandler. Chapter 1. The little man was from the Calabar coast, or from Papua or Tongatabu, some such remote place like that. An empire builder frayed at the temples, thin and yellow, and slightly drunk at the club bar. And he was wearing a faded school tie he had probably kept year after year in a tin box, so the centipedes wouldn't eat it. Mr. Sutton Cornish didn't know him, at least not then, but he knew the tie because it was his own school tie. So he spoke to the man timidly, and the man talked to him, being a little drunk and not knowing anybody. They had drinks and talked of the old school in that peculiar remote way the English have, without even exchanging names, but quite friendly underneath. It was a big thrill for Mr. Sutton Cornish because nobody ever talked to him at the club except the servants. He was too defeated, too ingrowing, and you don't have to talk to people in London clubs. That's what they're for. Mr. Sutton Cornish got home to tea a little thick-tongued for the first time in 15 years. He sat there blankly in the upstairs drawing room, holding his cup of tepid tea and going over the man's face in his mind, making it younger and chubbier, a face that would go over an Eton collar or under a school cricket cap. Suddenly he got it and chuckled. That was something he hadn't done in a good few years either. "Llewellyn, my dear," he said, "Llewellyn Minor, Had an elder brother. Killed in the war, in the horse artillery. Mrs. Sutton Cornish stared at him bleakly across the heavily embroidered tea cozy. Her chestnut-colored eyes were dull with disdain, dried-out chestnuts, not fresh ones. The rest of her large face looked gray. The late October afternoon was gray, and the heavy, full-bottomed, monogrammed curtains across the windows. Even the ancestors on the walls were gray, all except the bad one, the general. The chuckle died in Mr. Sutton Cornish's throat. The long gray stare took care of that. Then he shivered a little, and as he wasn't very steady, his hand jerked. He emptied his tea on the rug, almost delicately, cup and all. "Oh, rot," he said thickly. "Sorry, me dear. Missed me trousers, though. Awfully sorry, me dear." For a full minute Mrs. Sutton Cornish made only the sound of a large woman breathing. Then suddenly things began to tinkle on her, to tinkle and rustle and squeak. She was full of quaint noises like a haunted house, but Mr. Sutton Cornish shuddered because he knew she was trembling with rage. "Ah-h-h," she breathed out very, very slowly after a long time in her firing squad manner. "Ah-h-h. Intoxicated, James?" Something stirred suddenly at her feet. Teddy, the Pomeranian, stopped snoring and lifted his head and smelled blood. He let out a short snapping bark, merely a ranging shot, and waddled to his feet. His protuberant brown eyes stared malignantly at Mr. Sutton Cornish. "I'd better ring the bell, my dear," Mr. Sutton Cornish said humbly, and stood up. "Hadn't I?" She didn't answer him. She spoke to Teddy instead, softly, a sort of doughy softness, with something sadistic in it. "Teddy," she said softly, "look at that man. Look at that man, Teddy." Mr. Sutton Cornish said thickly, "Now don't let him snap at me, my dear. Don't let him snap at me, please, my dear." No answer. Teddy braced himself and leered. Mr. Sutton Cornish tore his eyes away and looked up at the bad ancestor, the general. The general wore a scarlet coat with a diagonal blue sash across it, rather like a bar sinister. He had the whiny complexion generals used to have in his day. He had a lot of very fruity-looking decorations and a bold stare, the stare of an unrepentant sinner. The general was no violet. He had broken up more homes than he had fought duels, and he had fought more duels than he had won battles, and he had won plenty of battles. Looking up at the bold-veined face, Mr. Sutton Cornish braced himself, leaned down and took a small triangular sandwich from the tea table. "Here, Teddy," he gulped. "Catch, boy, catch." He threw the sandwich. It fell in front of Teddy's little brown paws. Teddy snuffled it languidly and yawned. He had his meals served to him on china, not thrown at him. He sidled innocently over to the edge of the rug and suddenly pounced on it, snarling. "At table, James," Mrs. Sutton Cornish said slowly and dreadfully. Mr. Sutton Cornish stood on his teacup. It broke into thin, light slivers of fine china. He shuddered again. But now was the time. He started quickly toward the bell. Teddy let him get almost there, still pretending to worry the fringe of the rug. Then he spit out a piece of fringe and charged low and soundlessly, his small feet like feathers in the nap of the rug. Mr. Sutton Cornish was just reaching for the bell. Small bright teeth tore rapidly and expertly at a pearl-gray spat. Mr. Sutton Cornish yelped, pivoted swiftly, and kicked. His neat shoe flashed in the gray light. A silky brown object sailed through the air and landed gobbling. Then there was a quite indescribable stillness in the room, like the silence in the innermost room of a cold storage warehouse at midnight. Teddy whimpered once, artfully, crept along the floor with his body close to it, crept under Mrs. Sutton Cornish's chair. Her purplish-brown skirts moved, and Teddy's face emerged slowly, framed in silk, the face of a nasty old woman with a shawl over her head. "Caught me off balance," Mr. Sutton Cornish mumbled, leaning against the mantelpiece. "Didn't mean, never intended," Mrs. Sutton Cornish rose. She rose with the air of gathering a retinue about her. Her voice was the cold bleat of a foghorn on an icy river. "Chinverley," she said. "I shall leave at once for Chinverley. At once. This hour. Drunk, filthily drunk in the middle of the afternoon. Kicking little inoffensive animals. Vile, utterly vile. Open the door." Mr. Sutton Cornish staggered across the room and opened the door. She went out. Teddy trotted beside her, on the side away from Mr. Sutton Cornish, and for once he didn't try to trip her in the doorway. Outside she turned slowly as a liner turns. "James," she said, "have you anything to say to me?" He giggled from pure nervous strain. She looked at him horribly, turned again, said over her shoulder, "This is the end, James, the end of our marriage." Mr. Sutton Cornish said appallingly, "Goodness, my dear, are we married?" She started to turn again, but didn't. A sound like somebody being strangled in a dungeon came from her. Then she went on. The door of the room hung open like a paralyzed mouth. Mr. Sutton Cornish stood just inside it, listening. He didn't move until he heard steps on the floor above, heavy steps, hers. He sighed and looked down at his torn spat. Then he crept downstairs, into his long, narrow study beside the entrance hall, and got at the whiskey. He hardly noticed the sounds of departure, luggage being descended, voices, the throbbing of the big car out in front, voices, the last bark from Teddy's iron old throat. The house grew utterly silent. The furniture waited with its tongue in its cheek. Outside the lamps were lit in a light fog. Taxis hooted along the wet street. The fire died low in the grate. Mr. Sutton Cornish stood in front of it, swaying a little, looking at his long gray face in the wall mirror. "Take a little stroll," he whispered wryly. "You and me, never was anyone else, was there?" He sneaked out into the hall without Collins, the butler, hearing him. He got his scarf and overcoat and hat on, grasped his stick and gloves, let himself out silently into the dusk. He stood a little while at the bottom of the steps and looked up at the house. No. 14 Grinling Crescent. His father's house, his grandfather's house, his great-grandfather's house. All he had left. The rest was hers. Even the clothes he wore, the money in his bank account. But the house was still his, at least in name. 4 white steps, as spotless as the souls of virgins, leading up to an apple-green, deep-paneled door, painted as things used to be painted long ago in the age of leisure. It had a brass knocker and a thumb latch above the handle and one of those bells you twisted, instead of pushing or pulling them, and it rang just on the other side of the door rather ridiculously. If you were not used to it, he turned and looked across the street at the little railed-in park always kept locked, where on sunny days the small, prim children of Grinling Crescent walked along the smooth paths, around the little ornamental lake, beside rhododendron bushes, holding the hands of their nursemaids. He looked at all this a little wanly, then he squared his thin shoulders and marched off into the dusk, thinking of Nairobi and Papua and Tongatabu. Thinking of the man in the faded school tie who would go back there presently, wherever it was he came from, and lie awake in the jungle, thinking of London. Chapter 2. "Keb, sir?" Mr. Sutton Cornish stood on the edge of the curb and stared. The voice came from above, one of those wind-husked, beery voices you don't hear very often anymore. It came from the driver's seat of a hansom cab. The hansom cab had come out of the darkness, sliding oilily along the street on high rubber-tired wheels, the horse's hoofs making a slow, even clop-clop that Mr. Sutton Cornish hadn't noticed until the driver called down to him. It looked real enough. The horse had time-worn black blinkers and the characteristic well-fed and yet somehow dilapidated look that cab horses used to have. The half-doors of the hansom were folded back, and Mr. Sutton Cornish could see the quilted gray upholstery inside. The long reins were riddled with cracks, and following them upward, he saw the beefy driver, the wide-brimmed coachman's topper he wore, the huge buttons on the upper part of his greatcoat, and the well-worn blanket that swathed the lower part of him round and round. He held his long whip lightly and delicately, as a hansom driver should hold his whip. The trouble was that there weren't any more hansom cabs. Mr. Sutton Cornish gulped, slipped a glove off and reached out to touch the wheel. It was cold, very solid, wet with the muddy slime of the city streets. "Doubt if I've ever seen one of these since the war," he said out loud very steadily. "What war, governor?" Mr. Sutton Cornish started. He touched the wheel again, then he smiled, slowly and carefully drew his glove on again. "I'm getting in," he said. "Steady there, Prince," the driver wheezed. The horse switched his long tail contemptuously, telling him to be steady. Mr. Sutton Cornish climbed in over the wheel, rather clumsily, because one had lost the knack of that art these many years. He closed the half-doors around in front of him, leaned back against the seat in the pleasant harness-room smell. The trap opened over his head, and the driver's large nose and alcoholic eyes made an improbable picture in the opening, like a deep-sea fish staring you down through the glass wall of an aquarium. "Where to, Governor?" "Well, Soho." It was the most foreign place he could think of for a hansom cab to go to. The cabman's eyes stared down at him. "Won't like it there, Governor. Too many Dagos." "I don't have to like it," Mr. Sutton Cornish said bitterly. The cabman stared down at him a little longer. "Yus," he said. "Soho. Wardour Street like, right you are, Governor." The trap slammed shut, the whip flicked delicately beside the horse's right ear, and motion came to the hansom cab. Mr. Sutton Cornish sat perfectly still, his scarf tight around his thin neck and his stick between his knees and his gloved hands clasped on the crook of the stick. He stared mutely out into the mist, like an admiral on the bridge. The horse clop-clop out of Grinling Crescent, through Belgrave Square, over to Whitehall, up to Trafalgar Square, across that to St. Martin's Lane. It went neither fast nor slow, and yet it went as fast as anything else went. It moved without sound, except for the clop-clop, across a world that stank of gasoline fumes and charred oil, that shrilled with whistles and hooted with horns, and nobody seemed to notice it, and nothing seemed to get in its way. That was rather amazing, Mr. Sutton Cornish thought. But after all, a hansom cab had nothing to do with that world. It was a ghost, an underlayer of time, the first writing on a palimpsest, brought out by ultraviolet light in a darkened room. "You know," he said, speaking to the horse's rump, because there wasn't anything else there to speak to, "things might happen to a man if a man would just let them happen." The long whip flicked by Prince's ear as lightly as a trout fly flicking at a small dark pool under a rock. "They already have," he added glumly. The cab slowed along a curb, and the trap snapped open again. "Well, 'ere we are, Governor. How about one of them little French dinners for 18 pence? You know, Governor, 6 courses of nothing at all. You 'ave one on me, and then I have one on you, and we're still 'ungry. How about it?" A very chill hand clutched at Mr. Sutton Cornish's heart. 6-course dinners for 18 pence? A handsome cab driver who said, "What war, Governor?" 20 years ago, perhaps. "Let me out here," he said shrilly. He threw the doors open, thrust money up at the face in the trap, hopped over the wheel to the sidewalk. He didn't quite run, but he walked pretty fast and close to a dark wall and a little slinkingly. But nothing followed him, not even the clop-clop of the horse's hoofs. He swung around a corner into a narrow, crowded street. The light came from the open door of a shop. "Curios and Antiques," it said on the facade, in letters once gold, heavily Gothic in style. There was a flare on the sidewalk to attract attention, and by this light he read the sign. The voice came from inside, from a little plump man standing on a box who chanted over the heads of a listless crowd of silent, bored, foreign-looking men. The chanting voice held a note of exhaustion and futility. "Now what am I bid, gents? Now what am I bid on this magnificent example of Oriental art? £1 starts the ball rolling, gents. £1 note coin of the realm. Now who says £1, gents? Who says £1? Nobody said anything. The little plump man on the box shook his head, wiped his face with a dirty handkerchief, and drew a long breath. Then he saw Mr. Sutton Cornish standing on the fringe of the little crowd. "How about you, sir?" he pounced. "You look as if you'd a country house. Now that door's made for a country house. How about you, sir? Just give me a start, like." Mr. Sutton Cornish blinked at him. "Eh? What's that?" he snapped. The listless men smiled faintly and spoke among themselves without moving their thick lips. "No offense, sir," the auctioneer chirped. "If you did 'ave a country 'ouse, that there door might be just what you could use." Mr. Sutton Cornish turned his head slowly, following the auctioneer's pointing hand, and looked for the first time at the bronze door. Chapter 3. It stood all by itself over against the left-hand wall of the nearly stripped shop. It stood about 2 feet out from the side wall, on its own base. It was a double door, apparently of cast bronze, although from its size that seemed impossible. It was heavily scrolled over with a welter of Arabic script in relief, an endless story that here found no listener, a procession of curves and dots that might have expressed anything from an anthology of the Koran to the bylaws of a well-organized harem. The 2 leaves of the door were only part of the thing. It had a wide, heavy base below and a superstructure topped by a Moorish arch. From the meeting edge of the 2 leaves a huge key stuck out of a huge keyhole, the sort of key a medieval jailer used to wear in enormous clanking bunches on a leather belt around his waist. A key from the yeoman of the guard, a comic opera key. "Oh, that," Mr. Sutton Cornish said in the stillness. "Well, really, you know. I'm afraid not that, you know." The auctioneer sighed. No hope had ever been smaller, probably, but at least it was worth a sigh. Then he picked up something which might have been carved ivory, but wasn't, stared at it pessimistically, and burst out again. "Now 'ere, gents, I 'old in my hand one of the finest examples." Mr. Sutton Cornish smiled faintly and skimmed along the cluster of men until he came close to the bronze door. He stood in front of it, leaning on his stick, which was a section of polished rhinoceros hide over a steel core, dull mahogany in color, and a stick even a heavy man could have leaned on. After a while he reached forward idly and twisted the great key. It turned stubbornly, but it turned. A ring beside it was the doorknob. He twisted that too, and tugged one half of the door open. He straightened, and with a pleasantly idle gesture thrust his stick forward through the opening. And then, for the second time that evening, something incredible happened to him. He wheeled sharply. Nobody was paying any attention. The auction was dead on its feet. The silent men were drifting out into the night. In a pause, hammering sounded at the back of the shop. The plump little auctioneer looked more and more as if he were eating a bad egg. Mr. Sutton Cornish looked down at his gloved right hand. There was no stick in it. There was nothing in it. He stepped to one side and looked behind the door. There was no stick there on the dusty floor. He had felt nothing. Nothing had jerked at him. The stick had merely passed part way through the door, and then it had merely ceased to exist. He leaned down and picked up a piece of torn paper, wadded it swiftly into a ball, glanced behind him again, and tossed the ball through the open part of the door. Then he let out a slow sigh in which some Neolithic rapture struggled with his civilized amazement. The ball of paper didn't fall to the floor behind the door. It fell in midair, clean out of the visible world. Mr. Sutton Cornish reached his empty right hand forward and very slowly and carefully pushed the door shut. Then he just stood there and licked his lips. After a while, "Harem door," he said very softly. "Exit door of a harem. Now that's an idea." A very charming idea, too. The silken lady, her night of pleasure with the Sultan over, would be conducted politely to that door and would casually step. Then nothing. No sobbing in the night, no broken hearts, no blackamoor with cruel eyes and a large scimitar, no knotted silk cord, no blood, no dull splash in the midnight Bosphorus, merely nothing. A cool, clean, perfectly timed, and perfectly irrevocable absence of existence. Someone would close the door and lock it and take the key out, and for the time being that would be that. Mr. Sutton Cornish didn't notice the emptying of the shop. Faintly he heard its street door close, but without giving it any meaning. The hammering at the back stopped for a moment, voices spoke. Then steps came near. They were weary steps in the silence, the steps of a man who had had enough of that day, and of many such days. A voice spoke at Mr. Sutton Cornish's elbow, an end-of-the-day voice. "A very fine piece of work, sir. A bit out of my line, to be frank with you." Mr. Sutton Cornish didn't look at him, not yet. "Quite a bit out of anybody's line," he said gravely. "I see it interests you, sir, after all." Mr. Sutton Cornish turned his head slowly. Down on the floor, off his box, the auctioneer was a mere wisp of a man, a shabby, unpressed, red-eyed little man who had found life no picnic. "Yes, but what would one do with it?" Mr. Sutton Cornish asked throatily. "Well, it's a door like any other, sir. Bit heavy, bit queer-like, but still a door like any other." "I wonder," Mr. Sutton Cornish said, still throatily. The auctioneer gave him a swift appraising glance, shrugged and gave it up. He sat down on an empty box, lit a cigarette, and relaxed sloppily into private life. "What are you asking for it?" Mr. Sutton Cornish inquired quite suddenly. "What are you asking for it, Mr. Skimp, sir? Josiah Skimp." "Well, a 20-pound note, sir? Bronze alone ought to be worth that for artwork." The little man's eyes were glittering again. Mr. Sutton Cornish nodded absently. "I don't know much about that," he said. "'Ell of a lot of it, sir." Mr. Skimp hopped off his box, padded over and heaved the leaf of the door open, grunting. "Beats me how it ever got here. For 7-footers. No door for shrimps like me. Look, sir." Mr. Sutton Cornish had a rather ghastly presentiment, of course, but he didn't do anything about it. He couldn't. His tongue stuck in his throat and his legs were like ice. The comical contrast between the massiveness of the door and his own wisp of a body seemed to amuse Mr. Skimp. His little round face threw back the shadow of a grin. Then he lifted his foot and hopped. Mr. Sutton Cornish watched him, as long as there was anything to watch. In fact, he watched much longer. The hammering at the back of the shop seemed to get quite thunderous in the silence. Once more, after a long time, Mr. Sutton Cornish bent forward and closed the door. This time he twisted the key and dragged it out and put it in his overcoat pocket. "Got to do something," he mumbled. "Got to do. Can't let this sort of thing." His voice trailed off, and then he jerked violently as though a sharp pain had shot through him. Then he laughed out loud, off-key. Not a natural laugh. Not a very nice laugh. "That was beastly," he said under his breath, "but amazingly funny." He was still standing there rooted when a pale young man with a hammer appeared at his elbow. "Mr. Skimp, step out, sir, or did you notice? We're supposed to be closed up, sir." Mr. Sutton Cornish didn't look up at the pale young man with the hammer. Moving a clammy tongue, he said, "Yes, Mr. Skimp stepped out." The young man started to turn away. Mr. Sutton Cornish made a gesture. "I've bought this door from Mr. Skimp," he said. £20. Will you take the money and my card?" The pale young man beamed, delighted at personal contact with a sale. Mr. Sutton Cornish drew out a note case, extracted 4 5-pound notes from it, also a formal calling card. He wrote on the card with a small gold pencil. His hand seemed surprisingly steady. "No, 14 Grinling Crescent," he said. "Have it sent tomorrow without fail. It's very heavy. I shall pay the drayage, of course. Mr. Skimp will." His voice trailed off again. "Mr. Skimp wouldn't." "Oh, that's all right, sir. Mr. Skimp is my uncle." "Ah, that's too. Well, take this 10-shilling note for yourself, won't you?" Mr. Sutton Cornish left the shop rather rapidly, his right hand clutching the big key down in his pocket. An ordinary taxi took him home to dinner. He dined alone after 3 whiskeys. But he wasn't as much alone as he looked. He never would be any more. Chapter 4. It came the next day, swathed in sacking and bound about with cords, looking like nothing on earth and conducting itself with rather less agility than a concert grand. 4 large men in leather aprons perspired it up the forefront steps and into the hall, with a good deal of sharp language back and forth. They had a light hoist to help them get it off their dray, but the steps almost beat them. Once inside the hall, they got it on 2 dollies, and after that it was just an average, heavy, grunting job. They set it up at the back of Mr. Sutton Cornish's study, across a sort of alcove he had an idea about. He tipped them liberally, they went away, and Collins, the butler, left the front door open for a while to air the place through. Carpenters came. The sacking was stripped off, and a framework was built around the door so that it became part of a partition wall across the alcove. A small door was set in the partition. When the work was done and the mess cleared up, Mr. Sutton Cornish asked for an oil can and locked himself into his study. Then and only then he got out the big bronze key and fitted it again into the huge lock and opened the bronze door wide, both sides of it. He oiled the hinges from the rear, just in case. Then he shut it again and oiled the lock, removed the key and went for a good long walk in Kensington Gardens and back. Collins and the first parlour-maid had a look at it while he was out. Cook hadn't been upstairs yet. "Beats me what the old fool's after," the butler said stonily. "I give him another week, Bruggs. If she's not back by then, I give him my notice. How about you, Bruggs?" "Let him have his fun," Bruggs said, tossing her head. "That old sow he's married to? Bruggs! Tit-tat to you, Mr. Collins," Bruggs said, and flounced out of the room. Mr. Collins remained long enough to sample the whiskey in the big square decanter on Mr. Sutton Cornish's smoking table. In a shallow, tall cabinet in the alcove behind the bronze door, Mr. Sutton Cornish arranged a few odds and ends of old china, and bric-a-brac and carved ivory, and some idols in shiny black wood, very old and unnecessary. It wasn't much of an excuse for so massive a door. He added 3 statuettes in pink marble. The alcove still had an air of not being quite onto itself. Naturally, the bronze door was never open unless the room door was locked. In the morning, Bruggs, or Mary the housemaid, dusted in the alcove, having entered, of course, by the partition door. That amused Mr. Sutton Cornish slightly, but the amusement began to wear thin. It was about 3 weeks after his wife and Teddy left that something happened to brighten him up. A large, tawny man with a waxed mustache and steady gray eyes called on him and presented a card that indicated he was Detective Sergeant Thomas Lloyd of Scotland Yard. He said that one Josiah Skimp, an auctioneer living in Kennington, was missing from his home to the great concern of his family, and that his nephew, one George William Hawkins, also of Kennington, had happened to mention that Mr. Sutton Cornish was present in a shop in Soho on the very night when Mr. Skimp vanished. In fact, Mr. Sutton Cornish might even have been the last person known to have spoken to Mr. Skimp. Mr. Sutton Cornish laid out the whiskey and cigars, placed his fingertips together, and nodded gravely. "I recall him perfectly, Sergeant. In fact, I bought that funny door over there from him. Quaint, isn't it?" The detective glanced at the bronze door, a brief and empty glance. "Out of my line, sir, I'm afraid. I do recall now something was said about the door. They had quite a job moving it. Very smooth whiskey, sir. Very smooth indeed. Help yourself, Sergeant. So Mr. Skimp has run off and lost himself. Sorry I can't help you. I really didn't know him, you know." The detective nodded his large, tawny head. "I didn't think you did, sir. The Yard only got the case a couple of days ago. Routine call, you know. Did he seem excited, for instance?" "He seemed tired," Mr. Sutton Cornish mused. "Very fed up with the whole business of auctioneering, perhaps. I only spoke to him a moment. About that door, you know. A nice little man, but tired." The detective didn't bother to look at the door again. He finished his whiskey and allowed himself a little more. "No family trouble," he said. "Not much money, but who has these days? No scandal. Not a melancholy type, they say. Odd." "Some very queer types in Soho," Mr. Sutton Cornish said mildly. The detective thought it over. "Harmless, though. A rough district once, but not in our time. Might I ask you what you was doing over there, sir?" "Wandering," Mr. Sutton Cornish said. "Just wandering. A little more of this?" "Well, now, really, sir. 3 whiskeys in a morning. Well, just this once, and many thanks to you, sir." Detective Sergeant Lloyd left, rather regretfully. After he had been gone 10 minutes or so, Mr. Sutton Cornish got up and locked the study door. He walked softly down the long, narrow room and got the big bronze key out of his inside breast pocket, where he always carried it now. The door opened noiselessly and easily now. It was well balanced for its weight. He opened it wide, both sides of it. "Mr. Skimp," he said very gently into the emptiness, "you are wanted by the police, Mr. Skimp." The fun of that lasted him well on to lunchtime. Chapter 5. In the afternoon, Mrs. Sutton Cornish came back. She appeared quite suddenly before him in the study, sniffed harshly at the smell of tobacco and scotch, refused a chair, and stood very solid and lowering just inside the closed door. Teddy stood beside her for a moment, then hurled himself at the edge of the rug. "Stop that, you little beast! Stop that at once, darling," Mrs. Sutton Cornish said. She picked Teddy up and stroked him. He lay in her arms and licked her nose and sneered at Mr. Sutton Cornish. "I find," Mrs. Sutton Cornish said, in a voice that had the brittleness of dry suet, "after numerous very boring interviews with my solicitor, that I can do nothing without your help. Naturally, I dislike asking for that." Mr. Sutton Cornish made ineffectual motions towards a chair, and when they were ignored, he leaned resignedly against the mantelpiece. He said he supposed that was so. Perhaps it has escaped your attention that I am still comparatively a young woman. And these are modern days, James." Mr. Sutton Cornish smiled wanly and glanced at the bronze door. She hadn't noticed it yet. Then he put his head on one side and wrinkled his nose and said mildly, without much interest, "You're thinking of a divorce?" "I'm thinking of very little else," she said brutally. "And you wish me to compromise myself in the usual manner, at Brighton, with a lady who will be described in court as an actress?" She glared at him. Teddy helped her glare. Their combined glare failed even to perturb Mr. Sutton Cornish. He had other resources now. "Not with that dog," he said carelessly when she didn't answer. She made some kind of furious noise, a snort with a touch of snarl in it. She sat down then, very slowly and heavily, a little puzzled. She let Teddy jump to the floor. "Just what are you talking about, James?" she asked witheringly. He strolled over to the bronze door, leaned his back against it, and explored its rich protuberances with a fingertip. Even then she didn't see the door. "You want a divorce, my dear Luella," he said slowly, "so that you may marry another man. There's absolutely no point in it with that dog. I shouldn't be asked to humiliate myself. Too useless. No man would marry that dog." "James, are you attempting to blackmail me?" Her voice was rather dreadful. She almost bugled. Teddy sneaked across to the window curtains and pretended to lie down. "And even if he would," Mr. Sutton Cornish said with a peculiar quiet in his tone, "I oughtn't to make it possible. I ought to have enough human compassion. James, how dare you? You make me physically sick with your insincerity." For the first time in his life, James Sutton Cornish laughed in his wife's face. "Those are 2 or 3 of the silliest speeches I ever had to listen to," he said. "You're an elderly, ponderous, and damn dull woman. Go out and buy yourself a gigolo if you want someone to fawn on you. But don't ask me to make a beast of myself so that he can marry you and throw me out of my father's house. Now run along and take your miserable brown beetle with you." She got up quickly, very quickly for her, and stood a moment almost swaying. Her eyes were as blank as a blind man's eyes. In the silence, Teddy tore fretfully at a curtain, with bitter, preoccupied growls that neither of them noticed. She said very slowly and almost gently, "We'll see how long you stay in your father's house. James Sutton Cornish, pauper." She moved very quickly the short distance to the door, went through and slammed it behind her. The slamming of the door, an unusual event in that household, seemed to awaken a lot of echoes that had not been called upon to perform for a long time, so that Mr. Sutton Cornish was not instantly aware of the small peculiar sound at his own side of the door, a mixture of sniffing and whimpering, with just a dash of growl. Teddy. Teddy hadn't made the door. The sudden, bitter exit had for once caught him napping. Teddy was shut in with Mr. Sutton Cornish. For a little while, Mr. Sutton Cornish watched him rather absently, still shaken by the interview, not fully realizing what had happened. The small, wet, black snout explored the crack at the bottom of the closed door. At moments, while the whimpering and sniffing went on, Teddy turned a reddish-brown outjutting eye, like a fat, wet marble, toward the man he hated. Mr. Sutton Cornish snapped out of it rather suddenly. He straightened and beamed. "Well, well, old man," he purred. "Here we are, and for once without the ladies." Cunning dawned in his beaming eye. Teddy read it and slipped off under a chair. He was silent now, very silent. And Mr. Sutton Cornish was silent as he moved swiftly along the wall and turned the key in the study door. Then he sped back toward the alcove, dug the key of the bronze door out of his pocket, unlocked, and opened that, wide. He sauntered back toward Teddy, beyond Teddy, as far as the window. He grinned at Teddy. "Here we are, old man. Jolly, eh? Have a shot of whiskey, old man?" Teddy made a small sound under the chair, and Mr. Sutton Cornish sidled toward him delicately, bent down suddenly, and lunged. Teddy made another chair farther up the room. He breathed hard, and his eyes stuck out rounder and wetter than ever, but he was silent except for his breathing. And Mr. Sutton Cornish, stalking him patiently from chair to chair, was as silent as the last leaf of autumn falling in slow eddies in a windless copse. At about that time the doorknob turned sharply. Mr. Sutton Cornish paused to smile and click his tongue. A sharp knock followed. He ignored it. The knocking went on sharper and sharper, and an angry voice accompanied it. Mr. Sutton Cornish went on stalking Teddy. Teddy did the best he could, but the room was narrow, and Mr. Sutton Cornish was patient and rather agile when he wanted to be. In the interests of agility, he was quite willing to be undignified. The knocking and calling out beyond the door went on, but inside the room things could only end one way. Teddy reached the sill of the bronze door, sniffed at it rapidly, almost lifted a contemptuous hind leg, but didn't because Mr. Sutton Cornish was too close to him. He sent a low snarl back over his shoulder and hopped that disastrous sill. Mr. Sutton Cornish raced back to the room door, turned the key swiftly and silently, crept over to a chair and sprawled in it laughing. He was still laughing when Mrs. Sutton Cornish thought to try the knob again, found the door yielded this time, and stormed into the room. Through the mist of his grisly, solitary laughter, he saw her cold stare. Then he heard her rustling about the room, heard her calling Teddy then. "What's that thing?" He heard her snap suddenly. "What utter foolishness, Teddy! Come, mother's little lamb! Come, Teddy!" Even in his laughter, Mr. Sutton Cornish felt the wing of a regret brush his cheek. Poor little Teddy. He stopped laughing and sat up, stiff and alert. The room was too quiet. "Luella!" he called sharply. No sound answered him. He closed his eyes, gulped, opened them again, crept along the room staring. He stood in front of his little alcove for a long time, peering through that bronze portal at the innocent little collection of trivia beyond. He locked the door with quivering hands, stuffed the key down in his pocket, poured himself a stiff peg of whiskey. A ghostly voice that sounded something like his own, and yet unlike it, said out loud, very close to his ear, "I didn't really intend anything like that. Never, never, oh never, or." After a long pause, "Did I?" Braced by the scotch, he sneaked out into the hall and out of the front door without Collins seeing him. No car waited outside. As luck would have it, she had evidently come up from Chinverley by train and taken a taxi. Of course they could trace the taxi later on when they tried. A lot of good that would do them. Collins was next. He thought about Collins for some time, glancing at the bronze door, tempted a good deal but finally shaking his head negatively. "Not that way," he muttered. "Have to draw the line somewhere. Can't have a procession." He drank some more whiskey and rang the bell. Collins made it rather easy for him. "You rang, sir? What did it sound like?" Mr. Sutton Cornish asked, a little thick-tongued. "Canaries?" Collins' chin snapped back a full 2 inches. "The Dowager won't be here to dinner, Collins. I think I'll dine out, that's all." Collins stared at him. A grayness spread over Collins's face, with a little flush at the cheekbones. "You allude to Mrs. Sutton Cornish, sir?" Mr. Sutton Cornish hiccuped. "Who do you suppose? Gone back to Chinverley to stew in her own juice some more. Ought to be plenty of it." With deadly politeness, Collins said, "I had meant to ask you, sir, whether Mrs. Sutton Cornish would return here, permanently. Otherwise—" "Carry on." Another hiccup. "Otherwise I should not care to remain myself, sir."
Mr. Sutton Cornish stood up and went close to Collins and breathed in his face.
Haig and Haig, a good breath of the type. "Get out," he rasped. "Get out now. Upstairs with you and pack your things. Your check will be ready for you. A full month. £32 in all, I believe?" Collins stepped back and moved towards the door. "That will suit me perfectly, sir. £32 is the correct amount." He reached the door, spoke again before he opened it. "A reference from you, sir, will not be desired." He went out, closing the door softly. "Ha!" Mr. Sutton Cornish said. Then he grinned slyly, stopped pretending to be angry or drunk, and sat down to write the check. He dined out that night, and the next night, and the next. Cook left on the third day, taking the kitchen maid with her. That left Bruggs and Mary, the housemaid. On the 5th day, Bruggs wept when she gave her notice. "I'd rather go at once, sir, if you'll let me," she sobbed. "There's something creepy-like about the house since Cook and Mr. Collins and Teddy and Mrs. Sutton Cornish left." Mr. Sutton Cornish patted her arm. "Cook and Mr. Collins and Teddy and Mrs. Sutton Cornish," he repeated. If only she could hear that order of precedence. Bruggs stared at him, red-eyed. He patted her arm again. "Quite all right, Bruggs. I'll give you your month. And tell Mary to go, too. Think I'll close the house up and live in the south of France for a while. Now don't cry, Bruggs." "No, sir." She bawled her way out of the room. He didn't get to the south of France, of course. Too much fun being right where he was, alone at last in the home of his fathers. Not quite what they would have approved of, perhaps, except possibly the general. But the best he could do. Almost overnight the house began to have the murmurs of an empty place. He kept the windows closed and the shades down. That seemed to be a gesture of respect he could hardly afford to omit. Chapter 6. Scotland Yard moves with the deadly dependability of a glacier, and at times almost as slowly. So it was a full month and 9 days before Detective Sergeant Lloyd came back to number 14 Grinling Crescent. By that time the front steps had long since lost their white serenity. The apple-green door had acquired a sinister shade of gray. The brass saucer around the bell, the knocker, the big latch, all these were tarnished and stained, like the brass work of an old freighter limping around the horn. Those who rang the bell departed slowly, with backward glances, and Mr. Sutton Cornish would be peeping out at them from the side of a drawn window shade. He concocted himself weird meals in the echoing kitchen, creeping in after dark with ragged-looking parcels of food. Later he would slink out again with his hat pulled low and his overcoat collar up, give a quick glance up and down the street, then scramble off around the corner. The police constable on duty saw him occasionally at these maneuvers and rubbed his chin a good deal over the situation. No longer a study even in withered elegance, Mr. Sutton Cornish became a customer in obscure eating houses where draymen blew on their soup on naked tables in compartments like horse stalls. In foreign cafes where men with blue-black hair and pointed shoes dined interminably over minute bottles of wine. In crowded anonymous tea shops where the food looked and tasted as tired as the people who ate it. He was no longer a perfectly sane man. In his dry, solitary, poisoned laughter, there was the sound of crumbling walls. Even the pinched loafers under the arches of the Thames embankment, who listened to him because he had sixpences, even these were glad when he passed on, stepping carefully in unshined shoes and lightly swinging the stick he no longer carried. Then, late one night, returning softly out of the dull gray darkness, he found the man from Scotland Yard lurking near the dirty front steps with an air of thinking himself hidden behind the lamp-post. "I'd like a few words with you, sir," he said, stepping forth briskly and holding his hands as though he might have to use them suddenly. "Charmed, I'm sure," Mr. Sutton Cornish chuckled. "Trot right in." He opened the door with his latchkey, switched the light on, and stepped with accustomed ease over a pile of dusty letters on the floor. "Got rid of the servants," he explained to the detective. "Always did want to be alone someday." The carpet was covered with burned matches, pipe ash, torn paper, and the corners of the hall had cobwebs in them. Mr. Sutton Cornish opened his study door, switched the light on in there, and stood aside. The detective passed him warily, staring hard at the condition of the house. Mr. Sutton Cornish pushed him into a dusty chair, thrust a cigar at him, reached for the whiskey decanter. "Business or pleasure this time?" he inquired archly. Detective Sergeant Lloyd held his hard hat on one knee and looked the cigar over dubiously. "Smoke it later, thank you, sir." "Business, I take it." "I'm instructed to make inquiries as to the whereabouts of Mrs. Sutton Cornish." Mr. Sutton Cornish sipped whiskey amiably and pointed at the decanter. He took his whiskey straight now. "Haven't the least idea," he said. "Why? Down at Chinverley, I suppose. Country place. She owns it." "It so 'appens she ain't," Detective Sergeant Lloyd said, slipping on an H, which he seldom did any more. "Been a separation, I'm told," he added grimly. "That's our business, old man." "Up to a point, yes, sir. Granted. Not after her solicitor can't find her and she ain't anywhere anybody can find her. Not then. It ain't just your business." Mr. Sutton Cornish thought it over. "You might have something there, as the Americans say," he conceded. The detective passed a large pale hand across his forehead and leaned forward. "Let's have it, sir," he said quietly. "Best in the long run, best for all. Nothing to gain by foolishness. The law's the law." "Have some whiskey," Mr. Sutton Cornish said. "Not tonight, I won't," Detective Sergeant Lloyd said grimly. "She left me," Mr. Sutton Cornish shrugged. "And because of that, the servants left me. You know what servants are nowadays. Beyond that, I haven't an idea." "Oh, use, I think you have," the detective said, losing a little more of his West End manner. "No charges have been preferred, but I think you know all right, all right." Mr. Sutton Cornish smiled airily. The detective scowled at him and went on. "We've taken the liberty of watching you, and for a gentleman of your position, you've been living a damn queer life, if I may say so." "You may say so, and then you may get to hell out of my house," Mr. Sutton Cornish said suddenly. "Not so fast. Not yet, I won't. Perhaps you would like to search the house. Perhaps I should. Perhaps I shall. No hurry there. Takes time. Sometimes takes shovels." Detective Sergeant Lloyd permitted himself to leer rather nastily. "Seems to me like people does a bit of disappearin' when you 'appen to be around. Take that skimp. Now take Mrs. Sutton Cornish." Mr. Sutton Cornish stared at him with lingering malice. "And in your experience, Sergeant, where do people go when they disappear?" "Sometimes they don't disappear. Sometimes somebody disappears them." The detective licked his strong lips with a slightly cat-like expression. Mr. Sutton Cornish slowly raised his arm and pointed to the bronze door. "You wanted it, Sergeant," he said suavely. "You shall have it. There is where you should look for Mr. Skimp, for Teddy the Pomeranian, and for my wife. There, behind that ancient door of bronze." The detective didn't shift his gaze. For a long moment he didn't change expression. Then, quite amiably, he grinned. There was something else behind his eyes, but it was behind them. "Let's you and me take a nice little walk," he said breezily. "The fresh air would do you a lot of good, sir. Let's—" "There," Mr. Sutton Cornish announced, still pointing with his arm rigid. "Behind that door. Ah. Detective Sergeant Lloyd waggled a large finger roguishly. "Been alone too much, you have, sir. Thinking about things. Do it myself once in a while. Gets a fellow balmy in the crumpet like. Take a nice little walk with me, sir. We could stop somewhere for a nice—" The big tawny man planted a forefinger on the end of his nose and pushed his head back and wiggled his little finger in the air at the same time. But his steady gray eyes remained in another mood. "We'll look at my bronze door first." Mr. Sutton Cornish skipped out of his chair. The detective had him by the arm in a flash. "None of that," he said in a frosty voice. "Hold still, you." "Key in here," Mr. Sutton Cornish said, pointing at his breast pocket, but not trying to get his hand into it. The detective got it out for him, stared at it heavily. "All behind the door on meat hooks," Mr. Sutton Cornish said. "All three. Little meat hook for Teddy. Very large meat hook for my wife. Very large meat hook." Holding him with his left hand, Detective Sergeant Lloyd thought it over. His pale brows were drawn tight. His large, weathered face was grim but skeptical. "No harm to look," he said finally. He marched Mr. Sutton Cornish across the floor, pushed the bronze key into the huge antique lock, twisted the ring, and opened the door. He opened both sides of it. He stood looking into that very innocent alcove with its cabinet of knickknacks and absolutely nothing else. He became genial again. "Meat hooks, did you say, sir? Very cute, if I may say so." He laughed, released Mr. Sutton Cornish's arm, and teetered on his heels. "What the hell's it for?" he asked. Mr. Sutton Cornish doubled over very swiftly and launched his thin body with furious speed at the big detective. "Take a little walk yourself, and find out," he screamed. Detective Sergeant Lloyd was a big and solid man and probably used to being butted. Mr. Sutton Cornish could hardly have moved him 6 inches, even with a running start. But the bronze door had a high sill. The detective moved with the deceptive quickness of his trade, swayed his body just enough, and jarred his foot against the bronze sill. If it hadn't been for that, he would have plucked Mr. Sutton Cornish neatly out of the air and held him squirming like a kitten between his large thumb and forefinger. But the sill jarred him off balance. He stumbled a little and swayed his body completely out of Mr. Sutton Cornish's way. Mr. Sutton Cornish butted empty space, the empty space framed by that majestic door of bronze. He sprawled forward, clutching, falling, clutching, across the sill. Detective Sergeant Lloyd straightened up slowly, twisted his thick neck and stared. He moved back a little from the sill so that he could be perfectly certain the side of the door hid nothing from him. It didn't. He saw a cabinet of odd pieces of china, odds and ends of carved ivory and shiny black wood, and on top of the cabinet 3 little statuettes of pink marble. He saw nothing else. There was nothing else in there to see. "Gorblimey," he said at last, violently. At least he thought he said it. Somebody said it. He wasn't quite sure. He was never absolutely sure about anything after that night. Chapter 7. The whiskey looked all right. It smelled all right, too. Shaking so that he could hardly hold the decanter, Detective Sergeant Lloyd poured a little into a glass and took a sip in his dry mouth and waited. After a little while, he drank another spoonful. He waited again. Then he drank a stiff drink, a very stiff drink. He sat down in the chair beside the whiskey and took his large folded cotton handkerchief out of his pocket and unfolded it slowly and mopped his face and neck and behind his ears. In a little while he wasn't shaking quite so much. Warmth began to flow through him. He stood up, drank some more whiskey, then slowly and bitterly moved back down the room. He swung the bronze door shut, locked it, put the key down in his own pocket. He opened the partition door at the side, braced himself, and stepped through into the alcove. He looked at the back of the bronze door. He touched it. It wasn't very light in there, but he could see that the place was empty, except for the silly-looking cabinet. He came out again, shaking his head. "Can't be," he said out loud. "Not a chance. Not 'arf a chance." Then, with the sudden unreasonableness of the reasonable man, he flew into a rage. "If I get ooked for this," he said between his teeth, "I get ooked." He went down to the dark cellar, rummaged around until he found a hand axe and carried it back upstairs. He hacked the woodwork to ribbons. When he was done, the bronze door stood alone on its base, jagged wood all around it, but not holding it any longer. Detective Sergeant Lloyd put the hand axe down, wiped his hands and face on his big handkerchief, and went in behind the door. He put his shoulder to it, and set his strong yellow teeth. Only a brutally determined man of immense strength could have done it. The door fell forward with a heavy rumbling crash that seemed to shake the whole house. The echoes of that crash died away slowly, along infinite corridors of unbelief. Then the house was silent again. The big man went out into the hall and had another look out of the front door. He put his coat on, adjusted his hard hat, folded his damp handkerchief carefully, and put it in his hip pocket, lit the cigar Mr. Sutton Cornish had given him, took a drink of whiskey and swaggered to the door. At the door he turned and deliberately sneered at the bronze door, lying fallen but still huge in the welter of splintered wood. "To 'ell with you, whoever you are," Detective Sergeant Lloyd said. "I ain't no bloody primrose." He shut the house door behind him. A little high fog outside, a few dim stars, a quiet street with lighted windows. 2 or 3 cars of expensive appearance, very likely chauffeurs lounging in them, but no one in sight. He crossed the street at an angle and walked along beside the tall iron railing of the park. Faintly through the rhododendron bushes he could see the dull glimmer of the little ornamental lake. He looked up and down the street and took the big bronze key out of his pocket. "Make it a good 'un," he told himself softly. His arm swept up and over. There was a minute splash in the ornamental lake, then silence. Detective Sergeant Lloyd walked on calmly, puffing at his cigar back at the CI. He gave his report steadily, and for the first and last time in his life, there was something besides truth in it. Couldn't raise anybody at the house. All dark. Waited 3 hours. Must all be away. The inspector nodded and yawned. The Sutton Cornish heirs eventually pried the estate out of Chancery, and opened up number 14 Grinling Crescent, and found the bronze door lying in a welter of dust and splintered wood and matted cobwebs. They stared at it goggle-eyed, and when they found out what it was, sent for dealers, thinking there might be a little money in it. But the dealers sighed and said no money in that sort of thing now. Better ship it off to a foundry and have it melted down for the metal. Gets so much a pound. The dealers departed noiselessly with wry smiles. Sometimes when things are a little dull in the missing persons section of the CID, they take the Sutton Cornish file out and dust it off and look through it sourly and put it away again. Sometimes when Inspector, formerly Detective Sergeant, Thomas Lloyd is walking along an unusually dark and quiet street, he will whirl suddenly for no reason at all, and jump to one side with a swift, anguished agility, but there isn't really anybody there.
By William Wallace Major. Fitzt published in the Black Mask magazine, November 1920. Chapter 1. It was 7 o'clock in the morning, and Marshal John McAlpin, of Georgetown, was frenziedly ringing a wall telephone at Herman Matthews' store. "Gimme Rockland, quick," he shouted into the transmitter when he at last had the operator on the wire. "I'm in a hurry. Lou, get a move on. I ain't got no time to be wasting on you. Gimme Rockland at once." In a few seconds, there was a noise in the distance. "Rockland, at you. Rockland, this is Marshal McAlpin at Georgetown. Gimme Prosecutor Thornton or the sheriff right away. Hell's a poppin' down here. They's been a murder committed. Mebbe two. Hurry up, now." Soon the marshal had the prosecutor on the wire, and hastily, disjointedly chopped out the facts as he knew them. "I'll be right down," Thornton told him, somewhat excited himself. "I'll bring the sheriff and the coroner with me." An hour and a half later, a machine bearing 4 men came whirling into Georgetown, a great cloud of August dust eddying behind it. The machine stopped, and Thornton alighted before the store and soft drink parlor conducted by Herman Matthews. "Where's Marshal McAlpin?" he inquired of Herman. "Over on the Commons, a block down and a block toward the right." The prosecutor, himself a young man, Dr. Garter, the coroner, Bulldog Dorgan, a friend of Thornton in years gone by, now a Chicago detective who was visiting his people at Rockland, and Sheriff Perry continued on till they found a cluster of men. Marshal McAlpin saw them coming, and with his best official decorum ordered the crowd back. The county authorities stepped into the circle and saw the body of a man about 30 lying on the ground. "Who is he, Marshal?" the prosecutor asked. "Harley, Mr. Thornton. George Harley," the marshal told him. "Clerk of the Lewis Commercial Bank." The marshal seemed to place emphasis upon the Lewis Commercial Bank, as though it was an institution of which he and all Georgetown were proud. "Examine him, please, Dr. Carter," the prosecutor instructed. "Now, Marshal McAlpin, tell what you know about it. And who is the other person that might have been murdered?" The marshal told them that Harrison J. Lewis, president of the bank, was the other supposed victim. His body was at his home, but Marshal McAlpin could give them little information as to either case. All he knew was that Harley's body had been discovered on the common at dawn, just as they now saw it. No one had seen it placed there, and there had not been a shot or a cry or an unusual sound during the night, so far as he could learn. No one had thought to look for tracks, and the dust was now disturbed. And Mr. Lewis's body had been found in his automobile at his home. "What do you find, Doctor?" Thornton turned to the coroner. "A slight abrasion at the base of the skull," was the answer. "That's all externally. I think his death was caused by a broken neck. Other than that, I can discover nothing wrong." Thornton ordered the body taken to the village undertaker's, and the party was moving away when a youth came running and announced that the commercial bank had been robbed. John Jacobson, the cashier, had just opened up and found $5,000 missing, money which had recently been deposited by farmers who had sold their wheat. "Things are happening around here," whistled the prosecutor. "Come on, we'll stop at the bank on the way to the Lewis home." At the bank, everything was in order. Mr. Jacobson told the investigators he had found the doors locked as always, the non-time locking safe closed as it had been every morning, and papers and books undisturbed. But on opening the safe, he discovered that $5,000 was missing. A search in the bank revealed nothing. A search outside revealed nothing. There were no fingerprints to be seen on the safe. As Dorgan, for one, determined, the person who opened it evidently had exercised the greatest precaution. There was not even a track in the road that might have indicated a machine had been near the bank during the night. Did Harley have a key to the bank? Thornton asked Mr. Jacobson. Yes, he did. Always had one. But you didn't find the money on his body, did you? No. But we will look again. Did you find a pair of gloves of any kind a robber might have worn in opening the safe, Mr. Jacobson? Dorgan wanted to know. No, sir. Everything was left just as you see it when I found that the money was gone. I can't imagine what's happened. Well, I can't either, Thornton admitted. He turned to leave the bank, then stopped. Let me talk to you in private, Mr. Jacobson. And with the middle-aged cashier, a man of faultless habits, he went into what had been Mr. Lewis's private office. They were closeted half an hour. Don't believe he is guilty or knows anything about the robbery or the deaths, Thornton confided to Dr. Carter, Sheriff Perry and Dorgan as they walked back to the undertaker's. However, I guess it would be best to question him further later on. They did not find the money on Harley. Neither did they find a pair of gloves. They found the bank key, but Thornton said that proved nothing. They went on to the Lewis home, the most pretentious of any in the town of 1,000 people. Mrs. Lewis was reclining upon a divan, weeping and hysterical. She told them Mr. Lewis was in his machine in front of the garage. They went to the rear, and there saw the corpse of the middle-aged banker and leading businessman of the community at the steering wheel of his car, his arms clasped around the wheel and his head resting upon them, as if he had fallen asleep. Dr. Carter made another examination. There were no marks to indicate the banker had been the victim of foul play. Dr. Carter announced that he believed he died of heart disease. When the four men returned to the house, Mrs. Lewis, attended by an anxious neighbor woman, disposed them in chairs and returned to the divan. Would you tell us, Mrs. Lewis, what you know about this unfortunate occurrence? The prosecutor began almost diffidently. I suppose you know that the clerk of the bank also was found dead. She nodded her head, lips quivering. I realize it is a painful situation, Mrs. Lewis, and I will be brief. Where was Mr. Lewis last night in the car? He left yesterday afternoon for Winton, she sobbed. He told me he had business to look after there, and might be gone for the night. At this, Dorgan concentrated his steel blue eyes on Mrs. Lewis. She must have felt the intense scrutiny, for she suddenly looked toward him. As she did, he perceived that she was a good-looking woman and could not be the age of her husband. There was a momentary alarm in her manner, which, however, fled as quickly as it had come. She took hold of herself, and instead of being frightened and wary, soon burst into a fresh fit of weeping. There was such an air of abject misery about her, but even Dorgan seemed to be so moved that the glint in his eyes softened. He did not tell you what his business was, Thornton was saying. No, Mr. Lewis never told me about his business affairs. Try to be calm, Mrs. Lewis, the prosecutor counseled. We will not bother you long. Did you hear Mr. Lewis return in the night or this morning? No. I slept soundly all night and did not know he was dead until I got up this morning. Tell us about the discovery. Well, I had arranged for a man to come today to mow the lawn. She went on more concertedly, the opportunity to tell what she knew apparently easing her mind. John Duggan. I had just come down to the kitchen. I do not have steady help, and there was no one in the house but me. I was getting a bite for breakfast, making toast and putting the coffee on, when Mr. Duggan came running and told me the machine was standing in the drive, and Mr. Lewis was leaning over the wheel. He didn't know he was dead, but he thought there was something strange about it. I went out with him and tried to arouse Mr. Lewis. But I could not. Then I came back to the house and Mr. Duggan went for Marshal McAlpin. Oh, it's awful, awful. She gave way to her grief again. The prosecutor waited for her to regain control of herself before he pursued his questioning. Have you any idea of what might have become of the money or caused Mr. Harley's death? No. Was Mr. Lewis afflicted with heart trouble? Did he show any symptoms, grow weak or faint? Yes. He had 1 or 2 attacks. Once in the bank, he almost collapsed. Mr. Jacobson knows about that. We'll not bother you much longer, Mrs. Lewis. There's just one thing more. Do you object to the body being held for a few days before burial? Perhaps a post-mortem may throw a little light on the case. No, I have no objections. Thank you. I'll do my best to clear this up. 2 mysterious deaths here. It is very unusual. Good day. The party tiptoed from the house. Prosecutor Thornton said he was glad that was over. As they walked away, he asked Dorgan what he thought of the situation. Jim merely replied he didn't know what to think. It was obvious he did not wish to express an opinion so publicly. Back at the bank, Thornton inquired of Mr. Jacobson concerning Harley's antecedents, and was informed by the cashier that he knew little of Harley's history. In fact, almost nothing. Mr. Lewis had engaged him in Cleveland, he believed, although he could not be certain. Harley had talked of many places he had been, without attaching himself to anyone particularly. He had come to Georgetown a little more than a year ago, and had always been on good terms with his employer. Mr. Jacobson declared he was a very likable and upright young man, and resented any inference from the prosecutor that he might have been responsible for the disappearance of the $5,000. Do you suppose he might have had friends in another city, Cleveland, for instance, who helped him rob the bank? Dorgan pressed. No, Mr. Jacobson replied, dismissing the thought. He could not have done it. No, certainly not. Well, boys, Thornton said when they left the bank the second time, the case resolves itself into this. Was Harley murdered? And who got the money? Evidently, as Dr. Carter says, Lewis died of heart disease in his car. He was getting well beyond 50, and that's very probable. But something very unusual must have happened to Harley to break his neck, and the money of course did not walk away from the bank unassisted. What caused Harley's death, and who took the money? That's for us to find out. What's the answer, Dorgan? Jim flung up his hands in meaningless gesture. After visiting the house where Harley had roomed, and where they found the landlady in sincere mourning at Harley's death, the party returned to Rockland. Chapter 2. Well, Mr. Sphinx, what do you make of it? Thornton wanted to know when he was alone with Dorgan that evening in his office. Has there been a murder committed? Or 2 murders? What, in your opinion, should be the course of the Commonwealth? The bulldog did not answer at once, but stood looking out over the public square of Rockland, where the autos were massed. We have cars nowadays, where we used to have horses and buggies and hitch racks, he said irrelevantly. Yes, Bill answered. But we have people down here as always, the same people, with pretty much the same habits and beliefs and prejudices and loves and longings. Yes, I guess so. Human nature does not change a great deal regardless of the advance of civilization, does it? No. But what's that got to do with Georgetown? I don't know, Bill. Perhaps nothing. What do you think? Thornton sat staring at him and seemed to interpret his thoughts. You're wrong, Jim, he declared suddenly. You're wrong. Well, perhaps I am. But that ancient situation, an old husband, a young wife, and a young man. Why, the man who would overlook that angle of this case would be a fool. An absolute fool. Bill, an absolute fool. How old do you say she is, Jim? A little over 30. Do I miss it far? No, I guess not. I recall that she married him 5 or 6 years ago, and she could not have been very old then. She's just 2 or 3 years younger than you and I. What were the circumstances? The reason, if I might put it that way? No particular reason, to my knowledge. Probably because she had no other offer of marriage, Jim. Such things do happen, you know. That's probably true. Plain sort of woman, isn't she? Yes, plain. Too plain, Jim, to bear out what you're hinting at. That's my idea. Why, I know her as I know everyone else in the county, perhaps a little better than some, and I know she has been very dutiful. Her nature to be so. It's rather ridiculous, Dorgan, to jump at conclusions like that. Preposterous. A church worker, the associated charities of the village, the personification of kindness. No, Jim, it could not be. But you do not intend to take it for granted, do you, Bill? You're surely going to investigate her thoroughly. If I may offer a suggestion, I'd keep the coroner's verdict open for a while, and put her through a severe examination. Thornton thrummed his desk with a letter opener. His face flushed. Look here, Jim, he said, shaking the instrument at Dorgan with the manner he might use in addressing a jury. I've a little sense of human nature as well as you. You have worked among people where that sort of thing exists. It does not exist in this county. It does not, I tell you. Well, that's the chivalrous way of looking at it. I've got some sense of human nature, as I said, Thornton continued, his eyes narrowing, and I insist that I know an honest and decent woman when I see one. I did not indicate it today, but I have known Helen Lewis for a great many years. We once went to school together down in the country before I met you. That girl was wholesome, a romping, open-souled sort of person. That woman is wholesome and decent today. But, Bill, it is the wholesome woman that often turns out to be the most unwholesome. She's forced to it. The lack of attention drives her to seek attention. Haven't I seen it proven scores of times? I wasn't born yesterday. There was a recalcitrant note in his voice. Yes, that's the fine professional way of looking at it. But it's the brutal, cold way too. Why, Dorgan, I'd as soon cut off that little finger as to consider such a thing seriously. What do we know to indicate such an amour as you insinuate, getting down to brass tacks? What evidence have we got that such an affair ever existed? None. Absolutely none. They were never seen together, and Harley very, very seldom was at the Lewis home. Jacobson told me privately he knew that neither had been farther away from Georgetown than Rockland within the year. Why, man, there's not a scintilla of fact to back you up. Dorgan laughed softly. Very well, my dear sir, Thornton flung at him. But perhaps you can explain the disappearance of the money on your hypothesis. Possibly the 5,000 had an affinity. Oh, I won't quarrel about it, Bill. Of course I cannot explain at this stage how the money disappeared, but somebody who had a key to the bank and knew the safe combination must have got it. That's almost a foregone conclusion. Yes, but where did it go? 3 persons had keys to the bank, Harley, Jacobson, and Lewis. I think you will agree with me that Jacobson may almost be eliminated from suspicion. However, I intend to have accountants go over the books and affairs of the bank generally. Just before you came in tonight, I had the bank at Winton on the phone to see if I could find any clue to Lewis's taking the money there. But there was none. It was some real estate business that took him to Winton, I learned, and there was no money passed. That brings us down to Harley. If he stole the money, what did he do with it? It was not at the house where he roomed, as you know our investigation proved. If he took it, would he hide it, knowing that the theft of so large an amount would be discovered immediately? And he mailed nothing, nor telegraphed. There is the possibility that he had outside help. Jacobson spoke of his having come from Cleveland. At least he thought so. He might have engineered the haul and had a gang from Cleveland to aid him. We'll get in touch with the police there and in other cities and have them on the lookout. There are several possibilities, plausibilities, Jim, you might say, but nothing definite. I think you will agree with me that it is a very deep mystery to which the key is not visible. So what's the answer, Jim? The woman, Bill. Prosecutor Thornton threw up his hands in disgust. Bah. 2 bars. You're crazy. There's nothing to proceed on, man. There's what the reporters call the 3rd degree. Nothing doing. Bill expostulated. Whenever I have to become a bulldozer to accomplish my ends, particularly with a woman like Helen Lewis, why, somebody else can be prosecutor. Then you don't intend to do it? No, I do not. I'm afraid I can't be of any more help to you, Bill. Jim, it's said that whenever a man offers a wager to support his position, he has nothing more worthy to offer. But I'd stake my life on Helen Lewis's fidelity, and I'm not going to besmirch her name. I admire your chivalry, Bill, but not your professional acumen. I think I'll be going." "All right, Jim. Time will tell." It usually does in such vital matters. Bulldog Dorgan departed, cursing under his breath such stupidity. Chapter 3. Next morning, Jacobson sent in to the prosecutor a letter he had found among Mr. Lewis's papers. Thornton called Dorgan at the home of his parents and asked if he would like to take a trip into the country. Dorgan accepted the invitation, and they drove 15 miles beyond Georgetown into the hills bordering the Ohio River. The letter, written in a scrawling and illiterate style, and signed by George Morris, had been posted 7 days before. It was very short, and to the point, being, in fact, a threat that if Mr. Lewis did not restore $5,000 which Morris claimed he was entitled to, he, Morris, would take steps to get it back. With the letter in hand, Thornton, accompanied by Dorgan, climbed a rock-strewn hillside to the Morris house, a place badly in need of repair. It was patently not the home of a prosperous farmer. George, a doddering old man, was amiable enough to his callers. He had not heard Mr. Lewis was dead, but was frank to say he was glad of it. He calmly admitted he had written to Mr. Lewis, explaining that some months before the bank had foreclosed without notice on an adjoining piece of land and sold it for $5,000 to a neighbor. He went on to say that following that his wife had died, and now he was alone on his almost worthless patch of 20 acres or so. He said the foreclosure had brought on his wife's death, and if Mr. Lewis had been lenient a little longer, he would have been able to pay out. He got his just deserts. Lewis did, the old man concluded in frenzied voice. The old skinflint. "How did you intend to recover from Lewis? What steps had you planned to take, like you mentioned in your letter?" Thornton questioned. "Well, now, I don't like to say, for maybe I will want to do something yet," Morris countered. "But I never had a mind to kill him. Where were you night before last?" "Up to the store." "Can you prove it?" "Yes, sir. Deed I can." And he did. Thornton and Dorgan learned from the proprietor that the old man had been there until nearly 10 o'clock. Others corroborated this, and one man said he had ridden home with old George, helped him put up his horse, and had walked on to his own home. "Bum hunch," Dorgan told Thornton. "He had nothing to do with it. We'll see, Jim." But on looking over the two bony animals Morris had in his tumble-down barn, the prosecutor decided that neither was capable of making 30 miles in a night. Besides, it seemed ridiculous, as Dorgan told him, to assume that old George, doddering as he was, had enough ingenuity to encompass such a robbery. An unavailing search of the house and the barn for the money convinced Thornton that George Morris was guiltless. The third day, an inquest was held, and the verdict left open. The fourth day, Mr. Lewis and Harley were buried after an analysis of the vital organs of both had been made and developed nothing. Both were placed in the same plot in the Georgetown cemetery. Police of Cleveland and other cities were unable to find anything to assist Thornton. A search among banking people at Cleveland failed to throw any light on Harley's past. Several times Dorgan sought to convince Thornton that Mrs. Lewis should be grilled, but each time he met with rebuff. Thornton said he would take her word that she knew nothing about how the two men came to their deaths. Finally, after 10 days of useless rummaging, the prosecutor instructed the coroner to return a verdict of death from a broken neck, cause unknown, in the case of Harley, and from heart disease, in the case of the banker. He had been unable to develop a lead worthy of consideration. The money was gone. If Harley and Lewis had died from unlawful causes, those causes probably would never be known. Jim Dorgan returned to Chicago, but he did not forget the Georgetown mystery. He rarely ever forgot anything, and never willfully cast a criminal subject from his mind. He almost took it as a personal affront that Thornton had disregarded his opinion. Relations had become a little strained between the prosecutor and himself toward the end of his visit, and it rankled in him that such a mystery should go unsolved, and that Thornton should adopt what to him seemed a foolish attitude. It hurt his professional pride. Chapter 4. Chicago was in the throes of a crime wave. Murders, robberies, and petty thieving were rampant. The order went out one night for a roundup. Every person of known criminal proclivities was to be brought in to make an accounting. The fine-meshed Sen caught, among others, Limping Lizzie, who had a string of aliases as long as a thoroughbred's pedigree. Lizzie, known of old as a clever dip, was dragged from a cosily furnished apartment in the 20s on the south side. The detectives who brought her in judged she must have been getting in some extremely profitable work recently, and they told Chief Burke so. "Why, Chief, that woman's got swell furniture and rugs and curtains galore in her apartment," Mercer reported. "Limpin' Lizzie certainly has not been loafin'. Now, have you, Elizabeth?" He turned to the girl with mock seriousness. Elizabeth was indignant. Her respectability was outraged. "I have not been doing anything of the sort," she answered hotly. "And you know I have not. You know you haven't got a thing on me. I've been bothering no one, fop." "Oh, well, for a long time." The chief laughed. So did the two detectives. "Where'd you get all those swell rags you're wearing?" Burke demanded. "Why, I got an inheritance about 9 months ago," she declared. "That's good," Mercer roared. "You're there, Lizzie. Who was he and how did you work it?" "You nut," the girl cried, in sincere anger. "You nut. Let me go. I haven't done anything to be hauled in here for." She was talking loudly, in righteous indignation, and not in the suave, sweet way that had been hers when she had had dealings with the police on previous occasions. Dorgan was attracted by her outburst and came and stood in the doorway of Burke's office. He listened to her appeals. "What's the matter, Lizzie?" He finally interrupted. "Your friends here are trying to get me to admit I've been picking pockets lately. And it's not so. They won't believe me when I tell them that I inherited some money recently. I have a letter to prove it." She drew herself up defiantly. "Well, where's the letter?" The chief wanted to know. "I have it all right. It's out at the flat. Take her out there, Dorgan, and see if she's telling the truth. I guess you will be able to tell. Use your discretion. I have another assignment for Mercer and Kelly." Dorgan and the girl walked out. On the way to the elevated station, Jim noticed that she did not limp, as she had the last time he had seen her, and got her out of an affair in which he believed. She really had been falsely accused. "What's happened, anyway?" he inquired. "An operation, Mr. Dorgan," she said, assuming an air of importance. "I'm somebody now. I could afford an operation. Doctor took a bone from my foot." She stopped and held back her skirt so that he might see the result. Whereas the ankle had been enlarged and awkward before, it was now virtually of regular proportions. "It'll hurt your business, won't it, Lizzie? You won't be able to work on their sympathy anymore." Jim spoke with an air of camaraderie which sometimes obtains between hunter and hunted. Lizzie did not answer. At the flat, she brought out the letter J and showed it to Dorgan. As she did one, so her eyes became misty. "The money was from my brother, George Harley," she said throatily. "He died last summer." Dorgan looked at her quickly. "Where?" he asked crisply. "Down in Ohio somewhere, I guess. Here, read it." The letter, dated October 15, was from a Cincinnati bank and addressed to Elizabeth Harley. It merely stated that a client bank in Ohio had requested that a draft payable to her be forwarded by registered mail, the money being the estate that had been left by her brother, George Harley, who had died suddenly. She would be able, it added, to cash it at any bank. Dorgan read it, and his eyes glowed. "Lizzie, you remember you told me last summer that if you could do me a favor, you would." "Yes." "Well, can I have this letter for a while if I agree to return it to you? And let me get run in without any proof of what I tell the bulls." "The chief will take my word that you are on the square. What do you want with it?" "I can't tell you that, but I'll promise to return it. You know that I usually keep my promises." "All right, if you promise. But I want it back sure. You'll get it. By the way, what is your real name, Lizzie?" "That's it, Harley. That's the truth, Jim." Dorgan that night requested, and was granted, 3 days' leave without pay. Chapter 5. Jim Dorgan was back in the office of Prosecutor Thornton at Rockland. He presented the letter he brought with him to the prosecutor, who read it over slowly. "Are you content to let the case rest now, Bill?" Jim asked. "No, I guess riot." "Jim, perhaps you had the right hunch after all. I don't suppose that old Jacobson would hardly have sent that money without the knowledge of the owner of the bank, who now happens to be Mrs. Lewis. We'll go out and see her at once." The Dorgan car drove up to the Georgetown home of the widow. The prosecutor and Dorgan alighted and were met at the door by Mrs. Lewis. They were startled by her appearance, a woman aged years in months, her hair graying. She hesitated a moment, then opened the door to them. She asked them to be seated. Thornton went to his subject at once. He produced the letter, passed it to her, and asked if she understood what it meant. Mrs. Lewis paled to her hair and seemed to be on the point of denial. Then her manner changed suddenly and she was at ease. "Yes, I know what it means, Mr. Thornton," she said. It was sent at my instruction. How did you get it?" Thornton explained how Dorgan had come into possession of it, and recalled that Dorgan had been present last summer. "Will you tell us what the letter means? How it all happened, Mrs. Lewis?" he added. "Yes, I will be glad to." "Do you know, Will," she said, taking up his name of school days, "I am glad that you came today. Probably you will not believe it, but I am. I have thought very, very seriously of seeing you about it, and I would have in time. You do not know how a terrible secret like I have harbored can burn its way into one's soul. I have been miserable, and yet I have not quite had the courage to make a clean breast of it. So I'm glad you're here. At last I can tell." "Yes, Mrs. Lewis, Helen, I can understand," Thornton assured her. "Tell us everything, and you will feel better. I had that money sent to Miss Harley," she went on deliberately, "because her brother had told me she was a cripple, and he had expressed a hope that sometime he might be able to supply her with funds for an operation. He had talked to me about her, and I thought I should do it. That money, Will, was stolen from the bank." Dorgan glanced toward Thornton victoriously. The prosecutor's eyes showed plainly that he disliked to believe it. "I'm going to tell you the whole truth, Will," Mrs. Lewis was saying. "I'm going to start at the beginning and bare my soul. And if I am to blame for anything, I am not going to ask for mercy. If I have done anything for which I should atone, I want to atone. I did not tell the whole truth last summer, but there seemed to be no other way out. You know, Will, about my marriage, and that Mr. Lewis was so much older. I didn't think I should marry him, but my parents urged me to, and, I'll be frank to say, Will, there did not seem to be another prospect for me. We were not happy. It was impossible for us to be. The difference in our ages was too great. Then Mr. Harley came here to work in the bank. From Columbus, it was. Mr. Lewis had inquired of a bank there for a competent man when his business got so heavy. I did not know anything much about Mr. Harley. Neither did Mr. Lewis. But he was competent, likable and congenial. And he was young. There's no use of hiding anything now. I think it all must have had its beginning when Mr. Lewis invited him to the house. We became good friends. You can see how it would be so. I had been cooped up so long without proper associates. He was only here a few times. Once at dinner he told Mr. Lewis and myself about his sister. He was very careful in his attentions to me at the house, but when I would go to the bank, I saw in his eyes what any woman could not fail to see. I felt sort of guilty, but it thrilled me too. Oh, I know it was not right, but I was so lonesome, Will. I was not in love with him, I am sure, or I would not have done what I did later. But I suppose his admiration enthralled me. Perhaps you will understand that. I can't explain it more fully. She paused and showed signs of giving away to her emotions. Thornton and Dorgan gave her sympathetic attention, and she proceeded. One day he said to me at the bank, "You are very unhappy, Helen." And because it was true, and because his voice and eyes were so tender, I began to cry. I was not used to tenderness. I hurried from the bank. The next day I had a note from him through the mail. It simply said, "Will you forgive me?" After that, I stayed away from the bank, and one evening, a week later, he called me on the phone. "Did you get my note?" he asked. "Yes," I said. "What is the answer?" He wanted to know. What could it be but yes, I told him. "All right," he said. "Tonight." That was all. The tenseness of his voice made me uneasy. The tonight worried me. But I told myself I had misunderstood it for good night. Mr. Lewis had driven over to Winton to attend to some business or other. He said he might not be back until the next day. I suppose Mr. Harley knew it. I went to bed early. At 11 o'clock the doorbell rang. I slipped into my dressing gown and went down to answer it. It was him. Well, he wanted to know why I was not ready as I had promised, and kept saying over and over the train went at 12, and we would miss it if we did not hurry. I was so amazed, so terror-stricken, that I made no remonstrance when he came in and closed the door. I told him I did not understand what he meant by such action. When I finally gathered my senses, "Aren't you going with me, Helen?" he demanded. "Are you mad?" I asked. "I guess so, Helen," he said. "Mad with love of you. Hurry, Helen, for we are going away to happiness." That is just the way he put it. Again, she paused, and her eyes fell to the floor. She presented a sad picture as she struggled to repress her emotion. I finally got the straight of it. After the first note he had sent me another, proposing that we go away together. It did not come until the next day. He had taken the precaution to mail it in another town. He pleaded I should go anyway because of his love for me, and would not leave. He tried to take me in his arms. I ran upstairs to escape him, and he started to follow. Then I heard a car in the drive, and I knew Mr. Lewis had come home. It was a terrible moment. I stopped on the stairs and begged Mr. Harley to go. Finally, he seemed to comprehend the situation and turned to go down the stairs. But it was too late. The car stopped outside the garage, and it seemed only a second before I heard Mr. Lewis on the rear porch. Mr. Harley had taken only 2 or 3 steps when Mr. Lewis opened the kitchen door. He came in quickly, wondering, I suppose, why there was a light in the hall. Maybe he heard us. Mr. Harley started to run for the front door. A rug slipped under him, and he fell, striking his head on the floor. His neck must have been broken that way. I darted on upstairs. I did not dare stop. I hurried into my room and lay down. Then, in a minute, I heard a gasp from Mr. Lewis, and a dull sound. I waited for perhaps 30 minutes, not knowing what to do. At last I crept downstairs. The hall light had been jostled out. I stumbled over something. I found the light and turned it on. Mr. Lewis's body lay over Mr. Harley's. I suppose Mr. Lewis had died from the shock, an act of providence. The tears welled in her eyes. "That's about all of the story," she sobbed. Except that after I had stared at them in dumb agony for what seemed an age, I came to realize they must not be found here. Frantically, I paced up and down the hall, not knowing what to do. Then a heaven-sent idea came to me. I carried Mr. Lewis out and placed him in his car, just as he was found next morning. Then I half-carried, half-dragged Mr. Harley to the common, dodging in and out of the shadows. It was a moonlight night, and it seemed to me 1,000 pairs of eyes were watching from each window. He was heavy, but I did not seem to notice that. My muscles were deadened with fear. Then I stole home to my misery like a hunted animal. She lay back against the divan, utterly weary and almost limp from her recital. But what of the money? Dorgan managed to ask. That's another miserable part of it, she faltered. Of course he took it, to go away on. I noticed it in his pocket. It made such a bulge. Something told me it was not his, and I felt I owed it to him to protect his name, when it was partly my fault that he did such a wild thing. So I took it. I remembered what he had told me about his sister. He had given me her address, so that I might get in touch with her should anything happen to him. So I sent it to her. I went to Cincinnati personally, and told the bank there to send it on, saying that it came from a bank in Ohio. That is all. Will, what is to become of me? Am I damned forever? The tears were flowing down her cheeks. No, Helen, no. It has been cleared up to my satisfaction, and the state will not prosecute, Thornton freely assured her. In fact, there is nothing to prosecute on, since it is a private bank, and no one has lost anything but you. And what a terrible story. Perhaps you did not do right in concealing it so long, Helen. But I can understand, and I want to extend my sympathy, and we will go at once, for I do not want to intrude longer upon your sorrow. He rose, walked over and took her hand. A silent clasp, a homage to a sorrowing woman whom he had known as a romping schoolgirl, and he walked to the door. Jim Dorgan's face was a puzzle to see as he shook hands with Helen Lewis. There was an admixture of victory and defeat. Outside, when they were seated, and the machine was moving off, Bill turned to his friend. He could not help gloating a little. Didn't I tell you, Jim? Didn't I tell you that Helen Lewis would not wittingly be a party to such a thing? We both win, and we both lose, Dorgan the bulldog answered evasively. But I'm satisfied. She's a good woman, Bill, a good woman. End of the Georgetown Mystery by William Wallace Major. The Man Who Would Not Die by Harold Ward. First published Black Mask, September 1920. Chapter 1. A woman, young, handsome, richly dressed, lay dead on the Thant sidewalk. Over her stood a young man, hatless, his hair mussed, his face bruised and bleeding. Around them, the living and the dead. The crowd surged, held back by a little cordon of blue-coated policemen. A police automobile, its gong clanging raucously, dashed up to the curb, and a tall, broad-shouldered man in plain clothes leaped out and elbowed his way through the throng of curiosity-seekers to the sergeant in charge. "Great heavens, Casey!" he exclaimed, as his glance fell upon the face of the woman. "Do you know who she is?" Casey touched his cap respectfully. "This chap here says that she's Mrs. Augustus Winters, the young wife that old Winters, the millionaire, married a couple of years ago. Used to be an actress before she married him, I understand." "I don't know the lady myself, Inspector." The big man nodded. "He's right, Casey. It's Mrs. Winters, all right." He caught himself with a start. "No, by George, it isn't," the bare-headed young man with the bruised face interrupted. "You are wrong, sir. I know that it is Mrs. Winters." The inspector gave him a quick look. "You mean that you think it is she? The fact of the matter is that Mrs. Winters died suddenly yesterday afternoon." "You must be wrong," argued the other stubbornly. "I have waited on Mrs. Winters hundreds of times. I know her as well as I know myself, and she was alive and well 10 minutes ago." "Couldn't you be mistaken? I'll admit that this woman looks enough like her to be her double. Must be her sister. I insist that you are wrong, sir. I'll take my oath that this is Mrs. Winters lying there." Inspector Des Moines scratched his chin reflectively. "It's got me beat," he declared. "There's only one thing to do under the circumstances. Casey, get the body to the morgue and send for old Winters to identify it. Ask him if his wife was a twin. And, turning to the young man, you get your hat and come on with me to the station. I want to have a talk with you." Chapter 2. Seated at the big flat-top desk in his well-appointed office, Des Moines lighted a cigar in silence, offered another to his companion, then suddenly demanded, "Now, come clean, young fellow. What's the story behind this affair? Let's have the straight of it," the lad, he was scarcely more than a boy, gulped to hide his agitation. I, he stammered. The inspector smiled kindly. "Don't get scared, my boy. Don't get scared. Bless your heart, Sonny, I know that you didn't kill the woman. I only want to get at the facts in the case as speedily as possible. Just forget my gruff way of speaking. It's Ray's natural voice." "I hardly know how to start," began the other, his fears vanishing under the inspector's kindly manner. The lady, Mrs. Winters, came into Harden and Company's store, where I am employed as head salesman in the jewelry department, and asked to be shown something rather nifty in a diamond brooch. That was yesterday afternoon. She looked at a number of pieces, finally selecting one valued at $30,000. She asked me to lay it aside for her, stating that she wanted her mother, who was buying it for her for a birthday present, to look at it before she made her final decision. This morning she returned and, coming into the store, requested that I accompany her to the curb with the brooch, as her mother, who was an invalid, was outside in the limousine. Of course it was irregular, but she is an old customer. You know, Harden and Damp, Company's policy. So I did as requested. I handed her the jewel case just as we reached the machine, and she passed it in to the woman, whom I supposed was her mother, who was leaning back against the cushions. The curtains were down, and the interior was in semi-darkness, so I did not get a clear view of the face of the lady. Just as she handed the other the jewel, the chauffeur, who had been keeping his engine running, leaned out and slugged me with something. A sandbag, I imagine. At the same time, Mrs. Winters made a quick leap for the interior of the machine. But, involuntarily, as I fell, I grasped her, and we went down in a heap together. The chauffeur immediately started his machine, and, before I recovered my wits, which had been largely knocked out of me, he was around the corner. I didn't even have an opportunity to get the number of the auto. "We have already attended to that," interrupted the inspector. "Casey'll have it down in his notebook if anyone in the vicinity chanced to notice it." "Were there many people on the sidewalk at the time?" "They were constantly passing. The usual 10 o'clock crowd." All right, go ahead with your story." "There is nothing more to tell. When I came to my senses, and I couldn't have been dazed more than a second or two, the machine was disappearing around the corner, as I just told you, and the woman was lying on the sidewalk beside me, dead. It must have been apoplexy, Inspector, for I'll swear on a stack of Bibles that I didn't seize her hard enough to kill her." He hesitated, then continued haltingly, "But what puzzles me is why Mrs. Winters, a woman of untold wealth, would stoop to aid in a crime like that." He looked at the inspector for an answer to his question. The latter smoked in silence for a second. "That's what we've got to find out, my boy. You said your name was?" "Johnson. Adolph Johnson." "Oh, yes. And she got away clean with the jewelry, did she? The other woman, the one in the machine? And the chauffeur?" Johnson nodded. They were interrupted by a rap at the door. In response to Des Moines' gruff, "Come in," Casey entered, his good-natured red face glowing with excitement. "What the Dickens do you know about it, sir?" he exploded. "Winters has identified the body, positively, as being that of his wife. But Mrs. Winters died yesterday afternoon." "She did, but sometime during the night her body disappeared. And this morning they found the body of her maid, dead, in the casket from which the mistress had been taken." "Good God! Murdered? Not a mark on her body." Before the inspector could recover from his astonishment, the door burst open, and a man, grey-haired, tall, angular, beyond the middle age, rushed in without the formality of rapping. His wrinkled face was drawn and haggard, his eyes bloodshot and red from weeping, his whole appearance that of a man almost bereft of his senses. "Inspector," he shrieked, "who is the guilty man? Who has desecrated the poor dead body of my wife? Who stole it from the casket? Damn them! Damn them! Damn them! Who murdered Dolly, her maid? She was murdered. I say, I know it. I know it." He glared about him for a second. Then, "Give him to me, I say. I'll tear the scoundrel to pieces with my naked hands. Give him to me. I demand justice." He dropped into a chair and burst into hysterical sobs. For an instant there was silence. Des Moines chewed thoughtfully on his cigar. Johnson, white-faced, unused to scenes such as this, fidgeted nervously, his fingers twitching. Assuming the quieting tone of a mother addressing her child, the inspector turned to the weeping man. "Calm yourself, Mr. Winters. he began slowly. "I know that it's hard, it's awful, terrible, but we'll get at the bottom of it some way. I promise you on my word as a man that I'll capture the guilty wretch and hang him. Yes, curse him. I'll hang him higher than a kite, or I'll quit the force. But the affair is growing more puzzling every minute. I can't make head nor tail out of it as it stands now. Won't you let me hear your story?" Winters sat up and dried his eyes. "What can I tell you?" he sobbed. "How shall I begin? Start with the death of your wife. There is little to tell. She was stricken suddenly yesterday afternoon while dressing to go out. Dolly Matthews, her maid, who was with her at the time, hastily summoned assistance. But she passed away before the doctor arrived. In fact, even before the servants, who responded to Miss Matthews' cries, could reach her. The physician, Dr. Bennett, the well-known specialist, gave us his opinion that the cause of death was heart failure. The body was prepared for burial in the usual way. I sat beside the casket until nearly morning. Then, in response to the urgent appeals of the friends and relatives who had rushed to my side in my hour of trouble, I surrendered my post to Miss Matthews. The poor girl loved my wife devotedly and was terribly grief-stricken over her untimely death. And now she's gone too!" He burst into another paroxysm of... Des Moines waited until he regained control of himself, then motioned for him to continue. I could not content myself. My nerves were nearly at the breaking point, although the physician had given me an opiate to quiet me. After lying on the bed and tossing around for an hour or two, I arose and again sought the side of my dear one. I was surprised not to find Miss Matthews in the room, which was empty, although there were several people in the study just across the hall. I stepped to the casket. As there is a God in heaven, the body of my wife was gone. In its place was the body of Dolly, her maid, cold in death. There was no evidence of foul play in the case of the maid. No, although I am certain under the circumstances that she was murdered. She couldn't have died a natural death and crawled into the casket herself, could she? He glared at the inspector as if expecting a denial. Receiving no answer, I continued. My cries brought those who were in the other room, and we immediately summoned Dr. Bennett, who made an examination. He would not even venture an opinion as to what caused death. Meanwhile, I was almost beside myself. Can you blame me? We searched the house from cellar to garret, looking for the remains of my wife. Failing to find her body, we were about to call up police headquarters, which we should have done in the beginning, when I received the call to go Joe the morgue. There I found the poor dear. I demand that immediate steps be taken to bring the perpetrator of the hellish deed to justice. I am a wealthy man. I will spend every cent I possess to hang the wretch. Damn him! Inspector Des Moines scratched his chin reflectively. It's got me beat, Mr. Winters. I'll confess that I never came across a case like this in all of my 20 years on the force. You are ready to swear that your wife died yesterday afternoon and that you saw her body in the coffin. A reputable physician made an examination and pronounced her dead. Yet, are you sure that the body you examined in the morgue is that of Mrs. Winters? Positively. I identified it, not only by her sweet girlish face, but by a small birthmark on her left shoulder. She had no sister. She was not a twin. She was an only child. Then, Mr. Winters, how do you reconcile your story with that of Mr. Johnson, here, who swears that the woman whose body you saw in the morgue and have identified as your wife was alive and well at 10 o'clock this morning? Yes, he even goes farther and asserts that he talked to her and that she, aided by 2 others, robbed Harden and Company of a valuable diamond brooch. Winters leaped to his feet, his eyes blazing, his face aflame with rage. He's an infernal liar and a blackguard. Before he could continue, there was a rap at the door. Des Moines' secretary entered. He handed the inspector an envelope marked "Important, Winters case." The policeman tore the envelope open and glanced hastily over the contents. Then, with an oath, he read it aloud to the others. My dear Inspector, I have just started. I am Lessman, the man who laughs at death. I killed Mrs. Winters. I killed her as I have killed others, and as I will kill again, by the power of thought alone. Unravel that if you can. What is death, my dear Inspector? Who knows? No one but me. What is the human body? Only a prison in which the soul is confined, a piece of clay to be discarded at will. God kills when he wishes. Why not I? It suited my purpose to use the mortal form of Mrs. Winters, and I took it. Hereafter I will give you due and timely notice of each crime I commit, and I assure you that they will be numerous. With best wishes, I sign myself, Lessman, the man who will not die. Chapter 4. The Winters mystery was the most interesting news event of the day, and the afternoon papers made the most of it. At its best, the city administration was not a favorite with the press. Augustus Winters was wealthy and popular. His wife had been one of the leaders of the faster young society set. As a result, the police department was grilled to a turnover for what was termed the laxity of its methods. Inspector Des Moines, accustomed to the vagaries of journalism, used to being praised one day and reviled the next, gave little heed to what was said or written about him or his department. Yet he read every detail carefully in the hope that the reporters had gathered some new evidence that would tend to help in working out the solution of the puzzle. For in the past he had secured much valuable help from the newspaper men. But this time he was doomed to disappointment. They could find nothing, absolutely nothing, that gave him any additional light. Nothing had been left undone. Men from the inspector's office had combed the city in search of a clue to the mysterious Lessman, but without avail. Only the machine used in the Harden amp, company robbery, had been found. Stolen earlier in the day from a garage in the outskirts of the city, it had been abandoned by the side of a country road when the users were through with it. Beyond that one small detail, no headway had been made. The newspapers had assigned their best man to the case. They could secure not even a trace of the unknown perpetrator of the startling crimes. For Des Moines had not thought it advisable to take the press into his confidence insofar as the threatening letter he had received was concerned. Tired and disgruntled, he was about to leave the office for the night when the phone on his desk thrilled. He picked the receiver from its hook and answered. "Inspector Des Moines?" queried a heavy male voice. Des Moines answered in the affirmative. The man at the other end of the line chuckled to himself. "Well?" growled the inspector. "Did you call me to the phone at this time of the night to tell me a joke?" Instantly the quiet laughter ceased, and the voice came clear and strong across the space. "No, Inspector, I beg your pardon. This is Lessman speaking. Lessman, the man who will not die. I imagined that I would catch you in your office. I had a notion to call around and see you, then thought better of it. Can you understand me all right? Now listen to me carefully, Des Moines. I told you that I would give you fair warning when I was ready to make my next move. I always keep my word. Are you listening? Tomorrow morning, on the stroke of 10, I am going to kill a man. Where? Oh no, I have no objection to telling you where. On the street in front of 1416 Broadway. Yes, 1416 Broadway. Probably a policeman. No, not you. But be on the job, Inspector. I am doing this for a purpose. I hate the police, damn them. But it will give you an opportunity of studying my methods. Ha ha. You and I will match wits frequently from now on. Oh yes. Before I say good night, I'll make you a promise. If you'll be present tomorrow, I'll promise you that I will do my best to hunt you up and talk with you. You need not go to the trouble of notifying the papers, for I have done that myself. I've asked them all to send their best men. That's all for this time. Goodbye." The receiver at the other end was hung up with a click. Then Des Moines was galvanized into action. Frantically he jiggled the hook up and down until Central answered sharply. "Quick," he demanded. "This is Inspector Des Moines at headquarters. Where did that call come from just now? Get on the job and find out. $50 in it for you, if you'll find out immediately. Hold the line, please." 30 seconds later, his vigilance was rewarded. "This is the chief operator. The call you inquired about came from booth number 14 at the Biltmore. Send the reward to operator 106, please." To secure a connection with the switchboard operator at the Biltmore required only an instant. "Inspector Des Moines, headquarters, speaking. A man just called me up from booth number 14. There's a 10 in it for you if you'll get a description of him for me inside of a minute. Do you understand? Move fast. You can send the 10 right along, Inspector. The man who used booth number 14 stopped at the desk and gave me a tip as he passed out. He just went through the door a second ago. Fine, fine. His description? Quick. You know him, Inspector. It was Augustus Winters, the millionaire. Chapter 5. Inspector Des Moines was a man of action. While even his best friends did not claim for him the brilliancy of a Sherlock Holmes, a clique of the 40 Faces, an Arsand number 232 Lupin, or any of the other celebrated sleuths of fiction, yet once given the slender thread of a clue, he followed it to the end. The taunting telephone call led him to believe that in Augustus Winters he had the master mind who was directing the crimes in the millionaire's own household. Why Winters would make way with his wife and her maid. For the detective was firmly of the belief that both women had been murdered. He did not attempt to reason out. He only knew that a crime had been committed, and that he, as an officer of the law, was pledged to find the murderer, regardless of who he might be. Just now all straws pointed to Augustus Winters himself. He believed that Winters had overlooked a point in telephoning from a public booth in a hotel where he was so well known that he was likely to recall. His indiscretion and, in an effort to retrieve his lost ground, hasten home in order to provide himself with an alibi the officer believed would be his next move. Consequently, to checkmate that alibi and prove it false from its very inception was the obvious thing to do. He reached for the telephone again and called the number of the millionaire's residence. Not over 3 or 4 minutes had elapsed since Winters, or Lessman, as the inspector believed him to be, had talked to him from the Biltmore. To drive from the hotel to his home would take the better part of an hour, even with a fast car. It would take nearly as long to go from headquarters, and there was always the danger of an accident. Des Moines thought rapidly, then made his decision. The telephone was faster and better than making the trip in person and standing the possible chance of having the aged criminal, and the inspector now had no doubts on that score. Reach there first. A sleepy voice answered his ring. Augustus Winters' residence, it said. Who is this? He demanded. Wilkins, the butler, sir. Has Mr. Winters returned yet? He has not been out, sir. Let me talk to him then. Des Moines chuckled softly to himself as he made the demand. He knew that there was no possibility of the millionaire replying, and the testimony of Wilkins would support his charges when the time came to prove the falsity of the alibi. I'll connect you with his room, sir, answered the butler. A second later, the inspector was astonished to hear the clear, calm voice of Winters at the other end of the wire. It nearly floored him. He was almost too nonplussed to reply, for Winters obviously could not be in 2 places at once. If this was Winters, then the man who had called him up from the Biltmore must necessarily be an impostor. And what manner of man was he who could disguise himself so cleverly that even those who were personally acquainted with the millionaire mistook the counterfeit for the real? Des Moines speaking. When did you get back? He asked casually, making an effort to hide the agitation that he felt. When did I get back? I was not aware that I had been away, answered the other testily. What was it you wanted, Inspector? Must be something important to call up at 2 o'clock in the morning. Have you secured some new information? Or possibly you have the guilty wretch under arrest? Des Moines knew that he was defeated. The least he could do was back out gracefully. It was not necessary to divulge his suspicions. He informed Winters as casually as he was able of the telephone message he had received from the man who would not die, reserving, however, the information that the other had been masquerading as Winters. Then he abruptly hung up the phone. The case was growing more puzzling every minute. Instead of the telephone call clearing up the mystery, he was forced to confess to himself that it only made it darker. Chapter 6. Who was Lessman, the man who termed himself the man who would not die? Was there such a person, or was it an alias? Des Moines, humped up in his chair, chewing his dry cigar, went over the case detail by detail. Figuratively speaking, he held it up to the light and dissected it bit by bit, piece by piece. And when he had completed the process, he was obliged to confess himself as much in the dark as ever. Who was Lessman? Who was the man of iron nerve and diabolical cunning? Could it be Winters? The inspector had been inclined to suspect the aged moneybags, was still disposed to do so. But what was his motive? Was he insane? Had he the ability and the nerve to carry out such a plot? And there, too, was his alibi, cast iron, puncture-proof. If Winters was not Lessman, who was? Could it be Dr. Bennett? The physician admittedly had more opportunity to commit the murders than anyone else. But in his case, too, there was lacking the motive. Could young Johnson, the diamond salesman, be the man? In his case, there was a motive, the theft of the brooch. But on the other hand, there was nothing to show that he had ever visited the Winters home under any pretext. And it was natural to suppose that the person who could cause the death of both the mistress and the maid must have had, sometime at least, entrance number 233 to the millionaire's residence. Des Moines had had both the physician and the salesman investigated. The reports of his men, lying on the desk before him, showed nothing against them. Who had spirited the body of Mrs. Winters from its casket? How could she, a dead woman, be alive? And Johnson, as well as other employees of Harden and Company, swore that she had been. They had seen her, talked with her, nearly 24 hours after her reported death. How had the body of the maid been placed in the casket the mistress had occupied? Who was the disguised man who had so cleverly passed himself off on the employees of the Biltmore as Augustus Winters? It was not until dawn was breaking that Des Moines gave up wrestling with the problem. And when, at last, tired and stiff from his long vigil, he arose and stretched himself, he was forced to admit that he knew no more than when he had first been called into the case. There was nothing to do but wait. Chapter 7. Human nature is peculiar. A circus always advertises a thriller as its chief attraction. People attend in the hope of seeing the performer make the one little miscalculation that will end fatally. The newspapers had heralded the announcement sent them by less man in huge type. Their front pages shrieked forth in colored ink, and huge type the news that at 10 o'clock the mysterious man who in his letter confessed to the murder of Mrs. Winters and her maid would take another life. For miles people came for the purpose of enjoying what promised to be a thrilling spectacle. A score of policemen attempted to stem the tide, but without success. Around 1416 Broadway, the street was packed for blocks in either direction. Even the reserves were called into action. In front of 1416, a knot of policemen, headed by Inspector Des Moines in person, waited stolidly, silently, in a suppressed fever of excitement, like soldiers waiting the signal for an attack. About them the crowd surged and stormed. But bent upon keeping the fiend from carrying out his threat, Des Moines had cleared the street for a space of nearly 100 feet, holding the curiosity seekers back with his cordon of bluecoats. Hundreds of automobiles were caught in the vortex of humanity, their drivers unable to either go forward or to back out. The officers were forced to let well enough alone. To handle the jam was a task beyond the power of the guardians of the law. In one of the machines, Des Moines recognized the pale, haggard face of Augustus Winters. The millionaire, huddled up in the back seat, his every movement showing the mental strain under which he was laboring, caught the inspector's eye and beckoned. Des Moines shouldered his way through the mass of humanity to the side of his automobile. "I've been caught in the crowd, Inspector, and we're unable to get out. Can't you help us? You can understand the awful agony that I am suffering at such a time." Des Moines shook his head. "Don't you realize, Mr. Winters, that if it were humanly possible, I'd have this street cleared and keep it cleared? My men are working in from the outside, but it'll be a job of ours, I'm afraid. But my God, man, you are not going to allow this murder to take place, are you?" Des Moines shrugged his shoulders. "Out of the hundreds of thousands of people packed in this vicinity, Mr. Winters, show me how to pick out the one man, The man I want. My hands are tied. There is nothing for me to do. I must bide my time and wait for the fiend to strike. Suddenly, the aged millionaire clutched the other's shoulder. His eyes dilated. He leaned forward, his muscles twitching, his face ashen and drawn. "Oh God," he shrieked. "It's happening! Look! Look!" His long, skinny forefinger pointed far out over the heads of the crowd. And then he fell in a heap on the bottom of the car in a dead faint. Des Moines leaped upon the running board of the machine and gazed in the direction Winters had pointed. Then, with a yell, he jumped to the ground and, hurling people to the right and left, plunged through the mass of humanity like a maddened bull. For Officer Ryan, a strapping figure of a man, with the muscular figure of an athlete who, a second before, had been in the prime of health, had suddenly thrown his arms in the air. For an instant he wove backwards and forwards, his face twisted, every muscle tensed, as if struggling against the unseen hands that were pulling him down. Then he gave voice to a shrill, hideous, agonized scream, and lurching like a drunken man for a pace or two, crumpled up in a heap on the pavement. A dozen of his brother officers leaped to his assistance. They were hurled back as if by an electric shock. Arising, they fought against the invisible force that held them in its power, but without avail. Open-mouthed, their feet fastened to the pavements as by steel bands, they were forced to stand and watch the torture of their comrade. As Des Moines broke through the edge of the unknown power that held them in check lessened. In a body, they dashed to the stricken man's side and turned him on his back. His eyes were already glazing. His hands were cold and clammy. On his forehead was the sweat of death. He shivered spasmodically. Then his jaw dropped. Lessman had struck. The man who would not die had won another victory. Silence. Tense, nerve-wracking silence. Eyes were peering, heads moving. On all sides excitement was visible on every face, but no one spoke a word. The agony was too great. Boom! High up in a tower a clock was striking. Every eye was turned towards it, but still no word, only the soul-straining, awful silence. Boom! Boom! The clock was striking 10. Lessman had kept his word to the minute. A woman screamed. Her shrill, hysterical shriek broke the spell. Then over the heads of the silent, awe-filled crowd rang a burst of laughter, cold, haunting, diabolical laughter. Weird, mysterious, the gloating of a fiend. Pandemonium broke loose. Those in the front lines, frozen with supernatural terror, turned, white-faced, from the horror that they had witnessed and sought an avenue of escape. None knew but the archfiend might continue. That any moment, others might fall, blasted like a tree after a lightning stroke. Men fought and struggled to flee from the invisible. Who knew? Lessman might be he who stood beside you. Even now, he might be seeking another victim. Nothing could stop him. He was omnipotent. Every man suspected his neighbor. The police labored with club and fist. It was like stemming the ocean's tide with a shovel. It was a panic, a riot in which the stronger trampled the weaker underfoot. There was no mercy, only a desire to escape from the spot. Men and women dropped, fainting, exhausted, dying where they fell, beneath the feet of their maddened fellows. Their dying screams only added to the fright of those who rushed over them. Automobiles, their drivers stricken by the fear that mastered all, dashed madly ahead, slaughtering and crippling. The pavement, covered with dead and wounded, was like a battlefield. It was a miniature hell, an inferno created by the diseased brain of a devil in human form. When the officers had finally completed their task, and the street was cleared, when the last ambulance had departed with its ghastly load, Des Moines looked about him for Winters. He was gone. An officer remembered seeing the millionaire's machine driving away, its owner huddled up in the back seat, shrieking and babbling, his shoulders shaking with hysterical sobs. His face wearing the look of a man who has just escaped from Hades. The inspector stood deep in thought. He said that he'd speak to me, and yet, damn it all, the man never lived who could act such a part. It can't be him. And, with a shake of his head, he returned to his duties. Chapter 8. In a lonely house in one of the outlying districts, a house set down in the midst of great trees and gardens, surrounded by a high stone wall, dwelt a man of extraordinary powers. To his neighbors, he was merely an oriental gentleman of wealth and refinement, who preferred solitude in an alien country to a position of magnificence and power in his own. But to the initiate, that little band of followers selected from every walk of life, he was the ambassador of a tiny group of learned men who, for centuries before Jesus the Christ walked upon this earth, had been striving to bring about the regeneration of the world. Their representatives are to be found in every large center of population, working quietly, unostentatiously, teaching, preaching, gaining an occasional recruit, ever content to bide their time, knowing that years are but seconds in the general scheme of the universe. Muhammad Gunga, the master, as he was known to those who loved and obeyed him, was a truly wonderful man. Taken, when a child, by the holy ones, his life had been dedicated by them to the service of his fellow creatures. Masters of mystery, delving far beyond the comprehension of ordinary humans into the phenomena of life, they had poured their combined wisdom into his open ears. And their task completed, they had sent him out into the world, as they had sent many others before him, to spread the propaganda of the great work to which they had pledged themselves. None knew the limits of his power, none the depths of his great learning. To him all things were possible. To him life's mysteries were but commonplaces. Master of theosophy, philosophy, and the sciences, what, to the novitiate, seemed a savor of the weird, the mysterious, the occult, was to his mighty mind but the working of nature's laws. It was to the shrine of the master that Des Moines always journeyed when confronted by a puzzle past his comprehension. For the clear, reasoning power of the sage untangled riddles which, to the ordinary mind, appeared beyond solution. So, it was to the master that the inspector hurried as rapidly as his high-powered car would carry him after the Broadway horror had shown him the futility of his reasoning. Chapter 9. He found the master walking in the garden, a faraway look in his soft, dreamy eyes, in silent communion with nature. Upon the policeman's arrival, however, his face lighted up, and he shook hands warmly. For Muhammad Gunga had none of the methods of the charlatan. To his friends, his life was an open book to be read by all who cared to take the time. "Greetings, my friend," he smiled. "What new problem brings you here this morning? For I dare not hope that so busy a man as yourself would deign to make a purely social call. Come walk beside me and tell me all about it." He laughed sadly as he continued. "Will you never remember, my friend, that every atom has its master and recognizes his intelligence? Have we not been taught to know that we have, but to seek the way by making the profound obeisance of the soul to the bright star that burns within?" Des Moines fell into step at his side and hastily sketched the events of the past 36 hours. For Muhammad Gunga did not keep in touch with the world. Newspapers never passed his doorway. When the inspector completed his tale, the master turned in his tracks and, placing his hands on the big man's shoulders, said in a voice that quivered with emotion, "Dear friend, you have rendered the cause a greater favor than you realize by bringing your problem to me. For Lessman, in his egotism, has at last unmasked himself. Now we can fight him in the open. But I forget that you do not understand. Sit here on this bench with me and let me explain. Professor Darius Lessman is, without a doubt, the greatest intellect this or any other century has produced. He was employed at one time as teacher of psychology in a small inland college. His great ability soon brought him to the attention of the holy men to whose cause we are all devoted. You know the lengths to which they will go to further the spreading of the great work. They sought him out. He became the favorite pupil of one in whose footsteps even I am not fitted to walk. He was tried in various ways and found not wanting. He was taught all, everything. His wonderful brain grasped in a few years that which others have spent a lifetime in learning. So proficient did he become that plans were made to send him across the waters for final instruction from those, the hem of whose garments you and I may never hope to touch. The Creator of all things never intended that a man should have the brain that was bestowed upon Darius Lessman. The man is an anomaly. The devil must have had a hand in his making, and, when his training was completed, took him for his own. For Lessman, crazed by the power he found was within him, conceived the idea of living forever. He believed that he was greater than the God who created him. For months he practiced in secret, attempting to transfer his soul from one human body to another at the command of his will. Failing, he sought his old master, told him his secret and begged him for help. When the master turned upon him in horror and loathing, he killed the good old man to protect his own devilish secret. Then he fled with a woman he had captivated by means of his diabolical wiles, a pure girl named Meta Veneta, who too had been an humble pupil of the murdered master. She became Lessman's tool, his accomplice. Together, they worked out Lessman's plans in some secret place, spreading death and destruction wherever they went in order to gain the human clay with which to work. We have followed them, tracking them from country to country, yet seldom daring to strike because of our knowledge that he was our superior. For Lessman is a monster, a man who laughs at death, and none has been found strong enough to kill his twisted soul. The cell was never made that could hold him, for he has but to discard his body and seize upon that of another. Many men of our faith have met him. He has killed them all by the power of his will. The brain has not been made that can match his in a duel of wills. Even I am fearful of him, and I am backed by the united intelligence of the holy men who are with me in spirit night and day. His is a mind gone wild, amok, as you would say in the vernacular. For years I have prepared myself for the meeting. Am I fitted for the ordeal? I tell you, my friend, the time has come. We must kill him for the sake of humanity. Not as one man kills another. We must kill his soul, even though we are forced to call upon the holy ones for aid. For the time you must forget that you are the policeman and become the protector of mankind. We must gird ourselves for the battle, trusting God to protect the right. Now, do you understand? Des Moines drew a trembling hand across his brow, from which the sweat was pouring. God, he muttered hoarsely. It's horrible, unbelievable. The master patted his shoulder affectionately. I realize it, my friend. Yet, to a certain extent, you have been trained to see that which, to the ordinary mind, appears obtuse. Multiply that which you know and understand by hundreds, and you comprehend my wisdom. And I am but an infant in intellect compared to Darius Lessman. The man cares for but two things, riches and power. Seek for the man who would profit most by the death of Augustus Winters. And, when you have found him, return to me. Further than that, I can tell you nothing. I must go now, and, in prayer and meditation, prepare myself for the inevitable meeting. Chapter 10. Inspector Des Moines left the home of the master, his head in a whirl. Although his years of experience in grappling with criminality in all of its sickening forms had made him a man far beyond the ordinary in point of intellect, his brain was too well acquainted with the wonder worker he had just left to doubt his veracity. He had seen the terrible power of Lessman in the case of the unfortunate Ryan. The other officers who had battled against the unseen force were unable to add any information to what he already knew. They could only say that, for the instant, a will more powerful than their own had held them in check. What it was, they could not explain, nor could they describe their sensations. Pondering over the matter as he whirled citywards, the inspector could only shake his head. He was face to face with the greatest mystery he had ever tackled, a mystery so big that only the master himself could fathom it. As he came to a cross street, he suddenly changed his mind and directed the chauffeur to drive to the Winters home. He would again study the millionaire at close range. He was unable to reconcile himself to the belief that the slow-witted, hysterical man of money was the enormous intellect described by Mohammed Gunga. Yet, everything fitted in to make a case against Winters, only to tumble to pieces at the next turn. There was the telephone call. His men had investigated. Not only was the operator ready to swear that it had been Winters who called from booth number 14, but the cigar girl as well. The man had stopped at the cigar stand for an instant. He was well known to the girl in charge, who had addressed him by name, as had the clerk on duty at the time. Yet, 3 minutes later, Winters had answered the telephone at his own home 10 miles away. Clearly, a man could not be in two places at the same time, nor was it within the power of any human being, by any modern means of transportation, to transport himself that distance within the time given. Wilkins answered the inspector's ring. His master was in the parlour sitting beside the body of his beloved wife. He would announce the inspector. A second later he returned and ushered Des Moines into the big reception hall. The inspector shook hands with the millionaire. Then, his eyes on the other's face, he plunged immediately into the reason for his call. "Mr. Winters," he said, "I believe that I am on the right track at last. But I need some information which only you can give me. Will you do it?" There was no hesitancy on the part of the man of wealth. "Ask me anything you wish, Inspector. I will answer your question, the best of my ability." Des Moines bored on. "Winters," he said sharply, "who is your heir?" The millionaire started. "Why? I don't understand what you are getting at," he exclaimed. "Just this. If I am correct in my guess, your life is in danger, in view of this morning's happenings. I am at last firmly convinced that Mrs. Winters' death was nothing more or less than a cold-blooded murder. So too was the death of the maid. I will admit that several times I have had my doubts. Now I know." Winters started back aghast. "Horrible, horrible," he cried. "It is hard to believe, yet it must be true. But who could have so hated my poor wife as to take her life?" The inspector continued relentlessly. "With Mrs. Winters out of the way, it is my belief that you will be the next to go. We must protect you. Now, who is going to profit by all this deviltry? Have you made a will?" Winters put his hand to his head. "Surely it cannot be true. You cannot believe that they, mere children. Who are they, man? Speak up." "My nephew, Thomas Depew, and my niece, Cora Dayton, his cousin. Everything I have will go to them. Mrs. Winters had no near relatives. My will has been made for months. Of course, had my wife lived, she would have inherited all. Do they live in the city? They make their home with me. They have lived here since childhood. Both are orphans. I would like to talk with them, question them, without their knowing the reason. Will you kindly summon them? Tell them that I am merely seeking additional data for my report." Winters, white-faced, arose. "I will do as you wish, Inspector," he said slowly. "But you are wrong in suspecting those children. Thomas is but 19 years of age. His cousin is nearly a year younger. Theirs cannot be the brains that planned this horrible outrage." He stepped into the adjoining room, only to reappear an instant later, with the information that both of the young people had driven downtown for the afternoon. Inspector Des Moines left the Winters home feeling that he had made no material progress. Chapter 11. The funeral services for the late Mrs. Winters had been held, and the body tenderly laid away in the family vault in Rose Hill Cemetery. At the SME hour, in another part of the city, amid more humble surroundings, was held the funeral of Dolly Matthews, the maid. Alone in his office, Inspector Des Moines sat scanning the afternoon papers. They were still filled with criticisms of the police administration, nor did the inspector blame them greatly, for he was obliged to confess himself beaten, defeated at every turn of the road. He had attended the funeral of Mrs. Winters in person. Several of his best plainclothes men had mingled with the crowd. Others had been present at the funeral of the maid. Their reports were one and the same. There was nothing, absolutely nothing, to report. Over the telephone, he had given the master the results of his interview with Winters. Mohammed Gunga had advised him to say nothing, do nothing, until Lessman again showed his hand. Lost in reverie, he went over every phase of the case. A stone wall confronted him. There was nothing upon which he could even base a theory. Even though he succeeded in pinning the crimes on Winters, what jury would believe the incredible story? There was not even a motive. He would be laughed out of court. Mohammed Gunga was his only hope. The telephone tinkled jarringly, startling him out of his daydreams. The voice which answered his gruff "Hello" was that of a stranger, agitated, jerky. "Inspector, this is Thomas Depew, Augustus Winters' nephew. For the love of God, come out here quick. Something awful has happened. I don't know what it is. I can't explain. I only know that a stranger called here shortly after we returned from the funeral and inquired for my uncle. Wilkins, the butler, heard him request a private interview. Uncle Gus took him into his study and closed the door. We supposed that he had departed, for later, my uncle left the house for a short stroll, or at least we so imagined. A few minutes ago, Wilkins entered the study. He found the body of the stranger lying on the floor, stone dead. No, there is not a mark of violence on him. The physician, Dr. Bennett, has just completed his examination, and my uncle has not yet returned. Chapter 12. Over the telephone, Des Moines reported the latest angle of the case to Mohammed Gunga. Then he drove to the latter's residence and picked him up on his way to the Winters' home. The white-faced butler admitted them, trembling like a leaf as he ushered them into the presence of young Depew, a slender youth trying hard to appear manly in spite of his agitation. A moment later they were joined by Miss Dayton, the niece, a beautiful girl whose eyes were swollen and red from weeping, although she seemed to hold herself under better control than did the boy. The inspector briefly introduced the master as one of his men versed in subtle poisons, brought along for the purpose of detecting if any such had been used in making away with the stranger found in the study. A hasty examination of the dead man proved the correctness of young Depew's report. He was a rough-appearing individual, evidently a laborer, far from the sort of person a man of Winter's refinement and wealth would be likely to be on intimate terms with. Mohammed Gunga arose from the stooping position over the dead man and turned to Depew. "Darius Lessman," he said, in the conversational tone of one polished gentleman addressing another. "The time for unmasking is at hand. We meet at last. It is your soul or mine. Prepare yourself for the ordeal. Summon, if you are able, the powers of darkness. I warn you that behind me lies all of the great strength of the Holy Ones, and only you know what that means. Are you ready for the trial?" For an instant, there was silence. Then, with a wild shriek, the girl ran screaming from the room. Des Moines stepped back a pace, startled by the sudden accusation. Yet he knew the master too well to doubt the correctness of his charges. Depew's eyes glared angrily. He seemed about to leap at the throat of his accuser. Then, with a shrug of his thin shoulders, he chuckled, a throaty, diabolical, gleeful burst of mirth. "As you wish, my dear Mohammed Gunga, as you wish. I will warn you, as you have warned me. I intend to kill you, damn you. Yes, and the infernal meddler with you too. I'll kill you as I killed the others." He rubbed his hands together gleefully, giving way again to his unholy mirth. "Yes, and, by God, I'll use your carcasses as I used this piece of carrion on the floor there. Think you that you can stop me? That you, in your littleness, can end a career such as mine? I am Lessman, the man who cannot die. I'll be chief of police for a day. Ha, ha. Yes, and I'll wear the robes of the master. Listen, fools. Meta, the woman I love, is she who has just left the room. Together, we killed Mrs. Winters. Blasted her, as we will blast you. Yes, I'll blast you, curse you. I can throw my will across the continent. Think you, then, that you can defeat me? I got Des Moines here to end him, knowing that he would bring you along. With you gone, the world is mine. In the body of Mrs. Winters, Meta left this house. She came here in the body of Dolly Ha. It was a puzzle for the fools of policemen trying to figure out how the body of the maid got into the coffin of the mistress. I love puzzles. I worked it all out to attract your attention, as I knew it eventually would. My dear Mohammed Gunga, you were getting too close to my tracks. You and your hellish gang. With you gone, none will be left on this side of the water who can hope to match their strength with mine. My only regret is that I didn't blast that damned salesman Johnson, who blocked our game when we stole the brooch. I was the chauffeur, as you have already guessed. I grew tender-hearted, fool that I am. When he seized Meta, he forced her to quit the body she was occupying and enter that of the dead woman we had in the machine, ready for just such an emergency. I'll get him yet, though, damn him. I killed Winters, Inspector, the S-Amy night that I telephoned to you. Ha, it was funny. I left his body hidden in a room I keep downtown for just such purposes. Then I threw my soul across the space and into the body I now occupy in time to answer your telephone call. I knew that you would trace the call and seek to trap me. I wanted to puzzle you. It has been a real pleasure for me to play with you, for I give you credit for having more intelligence than the average detective. I knew that sooner or later, though, you would get beyond your depth and call for aid from Mohammed Gunga. Where is Winter's body hidden now? That's my business, fools. It's hidden away where I can use it again if the occasion ever demands. After Meta and I get through using the Winter's millions, possibly. Your policeman? Oh, yes, I killed him. Blasted him from the automobile while I was talking to you. I kept my promise, did I not? And now, both of you prepare to die. I, Lessman, the man who will not die. Will it? Chapter 13. Des Moines felt an icy sensation creep over him. Then came a peculiar numbness. He struggled against it. Clammy fingers seemed to clutch his throat. He was choking. He staggered like a drunken man, seeking an avenue of escape. A veil of darkness seemed to weigh upon his eyes. Tighter and tighter grew the bands about him. And then, screaming like an hysterical woman, he fell to the floor, unconscious. How long he lay there he never knew. Probably only a few seconds. He awakened suddenly. For an instant he imagined himself dead. He opened his eyes. Over him stood the master, calm, self-reliant, facing the monster. Silently the two men, only a few yards apart, waged the greatest battle the world will ever know, the battle of wills, a duel between the powers of darkness and the forces of good. Slowly, 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 Lessman seemed to weaken. Great drops of sweat stood out on his forehead. His breath came in asthmatic pants. He struggled to save himself, to concentrate his powerful will for a final effort, but in vain. Opposed to him was a will greater than his own, the united will of the thousands who had devoted their lives to the work of uplifting mankind, the will of the holy men of India. His legs trembled, his fingers twitched jerkily. Then, as he sank to the floor, he made a final effort to escape. From his body emanated a thin vapor, an aura. It was his soul attempting flight. It spread across the room like a nauseous miasma, smoke-like, cloudy, repellent, hellish. In response to the master's will, it drew itself together. Slowly, oh so slowly, as if fighting to the very last, it drew nearer and nearer to the man to whose mind it acknowledged the mastery. At last, it was but a tiny, smoky, grey ball of vapor. The master held forth his hand, and it hovered over his palm. He pressed his fingers together. When he opened them, a tiny particle of greyish power lay within his hand. Through the house rang the blood-curdling shriek of a woman, a single, despairing wail of anguish. Then, through the door floated another wraith. For a second it hesitated. Then it mingled with the ashes of its lover in the master's hand. Mohammed Gunga blew upon his palm. The powder vanished into nothingness. He extended his hand to Des Moines and assisted him to his feet. That is the end. Only you and I know the truth. Let us depart. The monster is dead. End of The Man Who Would Not Die by Harold Ward.
Murat by Alexander Dumas. 1. Toulon, on the 18th June, 1815, at the very moment when the destiny of Europe was being decided at Waterloo. A man dressed like a beggar was silently following the road from Toulon to Marseille. Arrived at the entrance of the gorge of Allials, he halted on a little eminence from which he could see all the surrounding country. Then, either because he had reached the end of his journey, or because, before attempting that forbidding, sombre pass which is called the Thermopylae of Pravas. He wished to enjoy the magnificent view which spread to the southern horizon a little longer. He went and sat down on the edge of the ditch which bordered the road, turning his back on the mountains which rise like an amphitheatre to the north of the town, and having at his feet a rich plain covered with tropical vegetation, exotics of a conservatory, trees and flowers quite unknown in any other part of France. Beyond this plain, glittering in the last rays of the sun, pale and motionless as a mirror lay the sea, and on the surface of the water glided one brig of war, which, taking advantage of a fresh land breeze, had all sails spread, and was bowling along rapidly, making for Italian seas. The beggar followed it eagerly with his eyes until it disappeared between the Cape of Jean and the first of the islands of Hires. Then, as the white apparition vanished, he sighed deeply, let his head fall into his hands, and remained motionless and absorbed in his reflections until the tramplings of a cavalcade made him start. He looked up, shook back his long black hair, as if he wished to get rid of the gloomy thoughts which were overwhelming him, and, looking at the entrance to the gorge from whence the noise came, he soon saw two riders appear, who were no doubt well known to him, for, drawing himself up to his full height, he let fall the stick he was carrying, and folding his arms he turned towards them. On their side the newcomers had hardly seen him before they halted, and the foremost dismounted, threw his bridle to his companion, and uncovering, though 50 paces from the man in rags, advanced respectfully towards him. The beggar allowed him to approach with an air of sombre dignity and without a single movement. Then, when he was quite near, "Well, Marshal, have you news for me?" said the beggar. "Yes, sire," said the other sadly. "And what are they?" "Such that I could wish it were anyone but myself to announce them to your majesty. So the emperor refuses my services. He forgets the victories of Aboukir, Eylau, and Moscow. No, sire, but he remembers the Treaty of Naples, the taking of Reggio, and the declaration of war of the Viceroy of Italy." The beggar struck his forehead. "Yes, yes, I dare say he thinks I deserve his reproaches, and yet it seems to me that he ought to remember that there are two men in me, the soldier whom he made his brother, and the brother whom he made a king. Yes, as brother I have treated him ill, very ill, but as king, upon my soul, I could not have acted differently. I had to choose between my sword and my crown, and between a regiment and a people. Listen, Brune, you do not know how it all happened. There was an English fleet, the guns of which were growling in the port. There was a Neapolitan population howling in the streets. If I had been alone, I would have passed through the fleet with one boat, through the crowd with my sword alone, but I had a wife and children. Yet I hesitated. The idea of being called traitor and deserter caused me to shed more tears than the loss of my throne, or perhaps the death of those I love best, will ever wring from me. And so he will have nothing more to do with me. He refuses me as general, captain, private. Then what is left for me to do? Sire, your majesty must leave France immediately. And if I don't obey? My orders are to arrest you and deliver you up to a court-martial. Old comrade, you will not do that. I shall do it, praying God to strike me dead in the moment I lay hands on you. That's you all over, Brune. You have been able to remain a good, loyal fellow. He did not give you a kingdom. He did not encircle your brow with a band of iron which men call a crown, and which drives one mad. He did not place you between your conscience and your family. So I must leave France, begin my vagabond life again, and say farewell to Toulon, which recalls so many memories to me. See, Brune, continued Murat, leaning on the arm of the marshal, are not the pines yonder as fine as any at the Villa Pamphili, the palms as imposing as any at Cairo, the mountains as grand as any range in the Tyrol? Look to your left. Is not Cape Jean something like Castellamare and Sorrento, leaving out Vesuvius? And see, St. Mandrier at the farthest point of the gulf. Is it not like my Rock of Capri, which Lamarck juggled away so cleverly from that idiot of a Sir Hudson Lowe? My God, and I must leave all this. Is there no way of remaining on this little corner of French ground? Tell me, Brune. You'll break my heart, sire, answered the marshal. Well, we'll say no more about it. What news? The Emperor has left Paris to join the army. They must be fighting now. Fighting now, and I not there. Oh, I feel I could have been of use to him on this battlefield. How I would have gloried in charging those miserable Prussians and dastardly English. Brune, give me a passport. I'll go at full speed. I'll reach the army. I will make myself known to some colonel. I shall say, give me your regiment. I'll charge at its head, and if the Emperor does not clasp my hand tonight, I'll blow my brains out. I swear I will. Do what I ask, Brune, and however it may end, my eternal gratitude will be yours. I cannot, sire. Well, well, say no more about it. And your Majesty is going to leave France? I don't know. Obey your orders, Marshal, and if you come across me again, have me arrested. That's another way of doing something for me. Life is a heavy burden nowadays. He who will relieve me of it will be welcome. Goodbye, Brune. He held out his hand to the Marshal, who tried to kiss it, but Murat opened his arms. The two old comrades held each other fast for a moment, with swelling hearts and eyes full of tears. Then at last they parted. Brune remounted his horse, Murat picked up his stick again, and the two men went away in opposite directions, one to meet his death by assassination at Avignon, the other to be shot at Pizzo. Meanwhile, like Richard III, Napoleon was bartering his crown against a horse at Waterloo. After the interview that has just been related, Murat took refuge with his nephew, who was called Bonnefou, and who was captain of a frigate. But this retreat could only be temporary, for the relationship would inevitably awake the suspicions of the authorities. In consequence, Bonnefou set about finding a more secret place of refuge for his uncle. He hit on one of his friends, an avocat, a man famed for his integrity, and that very evening Bonnefou went to see him. After chatting on general subjects, he asked his friend if he had not a house at the seaside, and receiving an affirmative answer, he invited himself to breakfast there the next day. The proposal naturally enough was agreed to with pleasure. The next day at the appointed hour, Bonnefou arrived at Bonnet, which was the name of the country house where M. Marouin's wife and daughter were staying. M. Marouin himself was kept by his work at Toulon. After the ordinary greetings, Bonnefou stepped to the window, beckoning to Marouin to rejoin him. "I thought," he said uneasily, "that your house was by the sea. We are hardly 10 minutes' walk from it. But it is not in sight. That hill prevents you from seeing it. May we go for a stroll on the beach before breakfast is served? By all means. Well, your horse is still saddled. I will order mine. I will come back for you." Marouin went out. Bonnefou remained at the window, absorbed in his thoughts. The ladies of the house, occupied in preparations for the meal, did not observe, or did not appear to observe, his preoccupation. In 5 minutes Marouin came back. He was ready to start. The avocat and his friend mounted their horses and rode quickly down to the sea. On the beach the captain slackened his pace, and riding along the shore for about half an hour, he seemed to be examining the bearings of the coast with great attention. Marouin followed without inquiring into his investigations, which seemed natural enough for a naval officer. After about an hour the two men went back to the house. Marouin wished to have the horses unsaddled, but Bonnefou objected, saying that he must go back to Toulon immediately after lunch. Indeed, the coffee was hardly finished before he rose and took leave of his hosts. Marouin, called back to town by his work, mounted his horse too, and the two friends rode back to Toulon together. After riding along for 10 minutes, Bonnefou went close to his companion and touched him on the thigh. "Marouin," he said, "I have an important secret to confide to you. Speak, Captain. After a father confessor, you know there is no one so discreet as a notary, and after a notary an avocat. You can quite understand that I did not come to your country house just for the pleasure of the ride. A more important object, a serious responsibility, preoccupied me. I have chosen you out of all my friends, believing that you were devoted enough to me to render me a great service. You did well, Captain. Let us go straight to the point, as men who respect and trust each other should do. My uncle, King Joachim, is proscribed. He has taken refuge with me, but he cannot remain there, for I am the first person they will suspect. Your house is in an isolated position, and consequently we could not find a better retreat for him. You must put it at our disposal until events enable the king to come to some decision." "It is at your service," said Meruan. "Right. My uncle shall sleep there tonight. But at least give me time to make some preparations worthy of my royal guest. My poor Meruan, you are giving yourself unnecessary trouble, and making a vexatious delay for us. King Joachim is no longer accustomed to palaces and courtiers. He is only too happy nowadays to find a cottage with a friend in it. Besides, I have let him know about it. So sure was I of your answer. He is counting on sleeping at your house tonight, and if I try to change his determination now, he will see a refusal in what is only a postponement, and you will lose all the credit for your generous and noble action. There, it is agreed, tonight at 10 at the Champs de Mars." With these words the captain put his horse to a gallop and disappeared. Meruan turned his horse and went back to his country house to give the necessary orders for the reception of a stranger whose name he did not mention. At 10 o'clock at night, as had been agreed, Meruan was on the Champs de Mars, then covered with Marshal Brune's field artillery. No one had arrived yet. He walked up and down between the gun carriages until a functionary came to ask what he was doing. He was hard put to it to find an answer. A man is hardly likely to be wandering about in an artillery park at 10 o'clock at night for the mere pleasure of the thing. He asked to see the commanding officer. The officer came up. M. Meruan informed him that he was an avocat, attached to the law courts of Toulon, and told him that he had arranged to meet someone on the Champs de Mars, not knowing that it was prohibited, and that he was still waiting for that person. After this explanation, the officer authorized him to remain, and went back to his quarters. The sentinel, a faithful adherent to discipline, continued to pace up and down with his measured step, without troubling any more about the stranger's presence. A few moments later, a group of several persons appeared from the direction of Les Lyces. The night was magnificent, and the moon brilliant. Meruan recognized Bonafou and went up to him. The captain at once took him by the hand and led him to the king, and speaking in turn to each of them, "Sire," he said, "here is the friend I told you of." Then turning to Meruan, "Here," he said, "is the King of Naples, exile and fugitive, whom I confide to your care. I do not speak of the possibility that some day he may get back his crown, that would deprive you of the credit of your fine action. Now, be his guide, we will follow at a distance. March." The king and the lawyer set out at once together. Murat was dressed in a blue coat semi-military, semi-civil, buttoned to the throat. He wore white trousers and top boots with spurs. He had long hair, moustache, and thick whiskers, which would reach round his neck. As they rode along, he questioned his host about the situation of his country house and the facility for reaching the sea in case of a surprise. Towards midnight, the king and Meruan arrived at Bonnet. The royal suite came up in about 10 minutes. It consisted of about 30 individuals. After partaking of some light refreshment, this little troop, the last of the court of the deposed king, retired to disperse in the town and its environs, and Murat remained alone with the women, only keeping one valet named Leblanc. Murat stayed nearly a month in this retirement, spending all his time in answering the newspapers which accused him of treason to the emperor. This accusation was his absorbing idea, a phantom, a spectre to him. Day and night he tried to shake it off, seeking in the difficult position in which he had found himself all the reasons which it might offer him for acting as he had acted. Meanwhile the terrible news of the defeat at Waterloo had spread abroad. The emperor who had exiled him was an exile himself, and he was waiting at Rochefort, like Murat at Toulon, to hear what his enemies would decide against him. No one knows to this day what inward prompting Napoleon obeyed when, rejecting the counsels of General Lallemande and the devotion of Captain Baudin, he preferred England to America, and went like a modern Prometheus to be chained to the rock of St. Helena. We are going to relate the fortuitous circumstance which led Murat to the moat of Pizzo. Then we will leave it to fatalists to draw from this strange story whatever philosophical deduction may please them. We, as humble annalists, can only vouch for the truth of the facts we have already related, and of those which will follow. King Louis XVIII remounted his throne, consequently Muir, had lost all hope of remaining in France. He felt he was bound to go. His nephew Boniface fitted out a frigate for the United States under the name of Prince Rocca-Romana. The whole suite went on board, and they began to carry on to the boat all the valuables which the exile had been able to save from the shipwreck of his kingdom. First a bag of gold weighing nearly 100 pounds, a sword sheath on which were the portraits of the king, the queen, and their children, the deed of the civil estates of his family bound in velvet and adorned with his arms. Murat carried on his person a belt where some precious papers were concealed, with about a score of unmounted diamonds, which he estimated himself to be worth 4 millions. When all these preparations for departing were accomplished, it was agreed that the next day, the 1st of August, at 5 o'clock, a boat should fetch the king to the brig from a little bay, 10 minutes' walk from the house where he was staying. The king spent the night making out a route for M. Merouin by which he could reach the queen, who was then in Austria, I think. It was finished just as it was time to leave, and on crossing the threshold of the hospitable house where he had found refuge, he gave it to his host, slipped into a volume of a pocket edition of Voltaire. Below the story of Micromegas the king had written, "The volume is still in the hands of M. Merouin at Toulon. Reassure yourself, dear Caroline. Although unhappy, I am free. I am departing, but I do not know whither I am bound. Wherever I may be, my heart will be with you and my children. J.M." 10 minutes later, Murat and his host were waiting on the beach at Bonnet for the boat which was to take them out to the ship. They waited until midday, and nothing appeared, and yet on the horizon they could see the brig which was to be his refuge, unable to lie at anchor on account of the depth of water, sailing along the coast at the risk of giving the alarm to the sentinels. At midday the king, worn out with fatigue and the heat of the sun, was lying on the beach, when a servant arrived, bringing various refreshments, which Madame Merouin, being very uneasy, had sent at all hazards to her husband. The king took a glass of wine and water, and ate an orange, and got up for a moment to see whether the boat he was expecting was nowhere visible on the vastness of the sea. There was not a boat in sight, only the brig tossing gracefully on the horizon, impatient to be off, like a horse awaiting its master. The king sighed and lay down again on the sand. The servant went back to Bonnet with a message summoning M. Merouin's brother to the beach. He arrived in a few minutes, and almost immediately afterwards galloped off at full speed to Toulon, in order to find out from M. Boniface why the boat had not been sent to the king. On reaching the captain's house, he found it occupied by an armed force. They were making a search for Murat. The messenger at last made his way through the tumult to the person he was in search of, and he heard that the boat had started at the appointed time, and that it must have gone astray in the creeks of St. Louis and St. Marguerite. This was in fact exactly what had happened. By 5 o'clock M. Merouin had reported the news to his brother and the king. It was bad news. The king had no courage left to defend his life even by flight. He was in a state of prostration which sometimes overwhelms the strongest of men, incapable of making any plan for his own safety, and leaving M. Merouin to do the best he could. Just then a fisherman was coming into harbor singing. Merouin beckoned to him, and he came up. Merouin began by buying all the man's fish. Then, when he had paid him with a few coins, he let some gold glitter before his eyes, and offered him 3 louis if he would take a passenger to the brig which was lying off the Croix des Cygnox. The fisherman agreed to do it. This chance of escape gave back Muir, at all his strength. He got up, embraced Merouin, and begged him to go to the queen with the volume of Voltaire. Then he sprang into the boat, which instantly left the shore. It was already some distance from the land when the king stopped the man who was rowing and signed to Merouin that he had forgotten something. On the beach lay a bag into which Murat had put a magnificent pair of pistols mounted with silver gilt which the queen had given him, and which he set great store on. As soon as he was within hearing, he shouted his reason for returning to his host. Merouin seized the valise, and without waiting for Murat to land, he threw it into the boat. The bag flew open, and one of the pistols fell out. The fisherman only glanced once at the royal weapon, but it was enough to make him notice its richness and to arouse his suspicions. Nevertheless, he went on rowing towards the frigate. Merowan, seeing him disappear in the distance, left his brother on the beach, and bowing once more to the king, returned to the house to calm his wife's anxieties and to take the repose of which he was in much need. 2 hours later he was awakened. His house was to be searched in its turn by soldiers. They searched every nook and corner without finding a trace of the king. Just as they were getting desperate, the brother came in. Maroon smiled at him, believing the king to be safe, but by the newcomer's expression he saw that some fresh misfortune was in the wind. In the first moment's respite given him by his visitors, he went up to his brother. "Well," he said, "I hope the king is on board." "The king is 50 yards away, hidden in the outhouse. Why did he come back?" The fisherman pretended he was afraid of a sudden squall, and refused to take him off to the brig. The scoundrel. The soldiers came in again. They spent the night in fruitless searching about the house and buildings. Several times they passed within a few steps of the king, and he could hear their threats and imprecations. At last, half an hour before dawn, they went away. Merowan watched them go, and when they were out of sight he ran to the king. He found him lying in a corner, a pistol clutched in each hand. The unhappy man had been overcome by fatigue and had fallen asleep. Merowan hesitated a moment to bring him back to his wandering, tormented life, but there was not a minute to lose. He woke him. They went down to the beach at once. A morning mist lay over the sea. They could not see anything 200 yards ahead. They were obliged to wait. At last the first sunbeams began to pierce this nocturnal mist. It slowly dispersed, gliding over the sea as clouds move in the sky. The king's hungry eye roved over the tossing waters before him, but he saw nothing. Yet he could not banish the hope that somewhere behind that moving curtain he would find his refuge. Little by little the horizon came into view. Light wreaths of mist, like smoke, still floated about the surface of the water, and in each of them the king thought he recognized the white sails of his vessel. The last gradually vanished. The sea was revealed in all its immensity. It was deserted. Not daring to delay any longer, the ship had sailed away in the night. "So," said the king, "the die is cast. I will go to Corsica." The same day Marshal Brune was assassinated at Avignon. 2. Corsica. Once more on the same beach at Bonnet, in the same bay where he had awaited the boat in vain, still attended by his band of faithful followers, we find Murat on the 22nd August in the same year. It was no longer by Napoleon that he was threatened. It was by Louis XVIII that he was proscribed. It was no longer the military loyalty of Marshal Brune, who came with tears in his eyes to give notice of the orders he had received, but the ungrateful hatred of M. de Rivière, who had set a price 48,000 francs on the head of the man who had saved his own. Conspiracy of Pichegru. M. de Rivière had indeed written to the ex-king of Naples advising him to abandon himself to the good faith and humanity of the King of France, but his vague invitation had not seemed sufficient guarantee to the outlaw, especially on the part of one who had allowed the assassination almost before his eyes of a man who carried a safe conduct signed by himself. Murat knew of the massacre of the Mamelukes at Marseille, the assassination of Brune at Avignon. He had been warned the day before by the police of Toulon that a formal order for his arrest was out. Thus it was impossible that he should remain any longer in France. Corsica, with its hospitable towns, its friendly mountains, its impenetrable forests, was hardly 50 leagues distant. He must reach Corsica, and wait in its towns, mountains, and forests until the crowned heads of Europe should decide the fate of the man they had called brother for 7 years. At 10 o'clock at night the king went down to the shore. The boat which was to take him across had not reached the rendezvous, but this time there was not the slightest fear that it would fail. The bay had been reconnoitred during the day by 3 men devoted to the fallen fortunes of the king, Messieurs Blancard, Langlade, and Donadieu, all 3 naval officers, men of ability and warm heart, who had sworn by their own lives to convey Murat to Corsica, and who were in fact risking their lives in order to accomplish their promise. Murat saw the deserted shore without uneasiness. Indeed, this delay afforded him a few more moments of patriotic satisfaction. On this little patch of land, this strip of sand, the unhappy exile clung to his mother France. For once his foot touched the vessel which was to carry him away, his separation from France would be long, if not eternal. He started suddenly amidst these thoughts and sighed. He had just perceived a sail gliding over the waves like a phantom through the transparent darkness of the southern night. Then a sailor's song was heard. Murat recognized the appointed signal and answered it by burning the priming of a pistol, and the boat immediately ran inshore. But as she drew 3 feet of water, she was obliged to stop 10 or 12 feet from the beach. 2 men dashed into the water and reached the beach, while a third remained crouching in the stern sheets wrapped in his boat cloak. "Well, my good friends," said the king, going towards Blancard and Langlade until he felt the waves wet his feet, "the moment has come, is it not? The wind is favorable, the sea calm, we must get to sea." "Yes," answered Langlade, "yes, we must start, and yet perhaps it would be wiser to wait till tomorrow." "Why?" asked Murat. Langlade did not answer, but turning towards the west, he raised his hand, and according to the habit of sailors, he whistled to call the wind. "That's no good," said Donadieu, who had remained in the boat. "Here are the first gusts. You will have more than you know what to do with in a minute. Take care, Langlade, take care. Sometimes in calling the wind you wake up a storm." Murat started, for he thought that this warning which rose from the sea had been given him by the spirit of the waters. But the impression was a passing one, and he recovered himself in a moment. "All the better," he said. "The more wind we have, the faster we shall go." "Yes," answered Langlade, "but God knows where it will take us if it goes on shifting like this." "Don't start tonight, sire," said Blancard, adding his voice to those of his 2 companions. "But why not?" "You see that bank of black cloud there, don't you? Well, at sunset it was hardly visible, now it covers a good part of the sky. In an hour there won't be a star to be seen." "Are you afraid?" asked Murat. "Afraid," answered Langlade. "Of what? Of the storm? I might as well ask if your majesty is afraid of a cannon ball. We have demurred solely on your account, sire. Do you think sea-dogs like ourselves would delay on account of the storm? Then let us go," cried Murat with a sigh. "Goodbye, Marouin. God alone can reward you for what you have done for me. I am at your orders, gentlemen." At these words the 2 sailors seized the king and hoisted him on to their shoulders, and carried him into the sea. In another moment he was on board. Langlade and Blancard sprang in behind him. Donadieu remained at the helm. The 2 other officers undertook the management of the boat, and began their work by unfurling the sails. Immediately the pinnace seemed to rouse herself like a horse at touch of the spur. The sailors cast a careless glance back, and Murat, feeling that they were sailing away, turned towards his host and called for a last time, "You have your route as far as Trieste. Do not forget my wife. Goodbye, goodbye. God keep you, sire," murmured Marouin, and for some time, thanks to the white sail which gleamed through the darkness, he could follow with his eyes the boat which was rapidly disappearing. At last it vanished altogether. Marouin lingered on the shore, though he could see nothing. Then he heard a cry, made faint by the distance. It was Murat's last adieu to France. When M. Marouin was telling me these details one evening on the very spot where it all happened, though 20 years had passed, he remembered clearly the slightest incidents of the embarkation that night. From that moment he assured me that a presentiment of misfortune seized him. He could not tear himself away from the shore, and several times he longed to call the king back. But, like a man in a dream, he opened his mouth without being able to utter a sound. He was afraid of being thought foolish, and it was not until 1 o'clock, that is, 2½ hours after the departure of the boat, that he went home with a sad and heavy heart. The adventurous navigators had taken the course from Toulon to Bastia, and at first it seemed to the king that the sailors' predictions were belied. The wind, instead of getting up, fell little by little, and 2 hours after the departure the boat was rocking without moving forward or backward on the waves, which were sinking from moment to moment. Murat sadly watched the phosphorescent furrow trailing behind the little boat. He had nerved himself to face a storm, but not a dead calm, and without even interrogating his companions, of whose uneasiness he took no account. He lay down in the boat, wrapped in his cloak, closing his eyes as if he were asleep, and following the flow of his thoughts, which were far more tumultuous than that of the waters. Soon the two sailors, thinking him asleep, joined the pilot, and sitting down beside the helm, they began to consult together. "You were wrong, Langlade," said Donadieu, "in choosing a craft like this, which is either too small or else too big. In an open boat we can never weather a storm, and without oars we can never make any way in a calm. 'Fore God, I had no choice. I was obliged to take what I could get, and if it had not been the season for tunny fishing, I might not even have got this wretched pinnace, or rather I should have had to go into the harbor to find it, and they keep such a sharp lookout that I might well have gone in without coming out again." "At least it is seaworthy," said Blancard. "Pardieu, you know what nails and planks are when they have been soaked in sea water for 10 years. On any ordinary occasion, a man would rather not go in her from Marseille to the Château d'If, but on an occasion like this one would willingly go round the world in a nutshell." "Hush," said Donadieu. The sailors listened. A distant growl was heard, but it was so faint that only the experienced ear of a sailor could have distinguished it. "Yes, yes," said Langlade. "It is a warning for those who have legs or wings to regain the homes and nests that they ought never to have left." "Are we far from the islands?" asked Donadieu quickly. "About a mile off." "Steer for them." "What for?" asked Murat, looking up. "To put in there, sire, if we can." "No, no," cried Murat. "I will not land except in Corsica. I will not leave France again. Besides, the sea is calm and the wind is getting up again. Down with the sails," shouted Donadieu. Instantly Langlade and Blancard jumped forward to carry out the order. The sail slid down the mast and fell in a heap in the bottom of the boat. "What are you doing?" cried Murat. "Do you forget that I am king and that I command you?" "Sire," said Donadieu, "there is a king more powerful than you, God. There is a voice which drowns yours, the voice of the tempest. Let us save your majesty if possible, and demand nothing more of us." Just then a flash of lightning quivered along the horizon. A clap of thunder nearer than the first one was heard. A light foam appeared on the surface of the water, and the boat trembled like a living thing. Murat began to understand that danger was approaching. Then he got up smiling, threw his hat behind him, shook back his long hair, and breathed in the storm like the smell of powder. The soldier was ready for the battle. "Sire," said Donadieu, "you have seen many a battle, but perhaps you have never watched a storm. If you are curious about it, cling to the mast, for you have a fine opportunity now." "What ought I to do?" said Murat. "Can I not help you in any way?" "No, not just now, sire. Later you will be useful at the pumps." During this dialogue the storm had drawn near. It rushed on the travelers like a war horse, breathing out fire and wind through its nostrils, neighing like thunder, and scattering the foam of the waves beneath its feet. Donadieu turned the rudder. The boat yielded as if it understood the necessity for prompt obedience, and presented the poop to the shock of wind. Then the squall passed, leaving the sea quivering, and everything was calm again. The storm took breath. "Will that gust be all?" asked Murat. "No, your majesty, that was the advance guard only. The body of the army will be up directly." "And are you not going to prepare for it?" asked the king gaily. "What could we do?" said Donadieu. "We have not an inch of canvas to catch the wind, and as long as we do not make too much water, we shall float like a cork. Look out, sire." Indeed, a second hurricane was on its way, bringing rain and lightning. It was swifter than the first. Donadieu endeavored to repeat the same maneuver, but he could not turn before the wind struck the boat. The mast bent like a reed. The boat shipped a wave. "To the pumps," cried Donadieu. "Sire, now is the moment to help us." Blancard, Langlade, and Murat seized their hats and began to bail out the boat. The position of the 4 men was terrible. It lasted 3 hours. At dawn the wind fell, but the sea was still high. They began to feel the need of food. All the provisions had been spoiled by sea water. Only the wine had been preserved from its contact. The king took a bottle and swallowed a little wine first. Then he passed it to his companions, who drank in their turn. Necessity had overcome etiquette. By chance Langlade had on him a few chocolates, which he offered to the king. Murat divided them into 4 equal parts, and forced his companions to take their shares. Then, when the meal was over, they steered for Corsica. But the boat had suffered so much that it was improbable that it would reach Bastia. The whole day passed without making 10 miles. The boat was kept under the jib, as they dared not hoist the mainsail, and the wind was so variable that much time was lost in humoring its caprices. By evening the boat had drawn a considerable amount of water. It penetrated between the boards. The handkerchiefs of the crew served to plug up the leaks, and night, which was descending in mournful gloom, wrapped them a second time in darkness. Prostrated with fatigue, Murat fell asleep. Blancard and Langlade took their places beside Donadieu, and the 3 men, who seemed insensible to the calls of sleep and fatigue, watched over his slumbers. The night was calm enough apparently, but low grumblings were heard now and then. The 3 sailors looked at each other strangely, and then at the king, who was sleeping at the bottom of the boat, his cloak soaked with sea water, sleeping as soundly as he had slept on the sands of Egypt or the snows of Russia. Then one of them got up and went to the other end of the boat, whistling between his teeth a Provencal air. Then, after examining the sky, the waves, and the boat, he went back to his comrades and sat down, muttering, "Impossible. Except by a miracle, we shall never make the land." The night passed through all its phases. At dawn there was a vessel in sight. "A sail," cried Donadieu, "a sail." At this cry the king awoke, and soon a little trading brig hove in sight, going from Corsica to Toulon. Donadieu steered for the brig. Blancard hoisted enough sail to work the boat, and Langlade ran to the prow and held up the king's cloak on the end of a sort of harpoon. Soon the voyagers perceived that they had been sighted. The brig went about to approach them, and in 10 minutes they found themselves within 50 yards of it. The captain appeared in the bows. Then the king hailed him and offered him a substantial reward if he would receive them on board and take them to Corsica. The captain listened to the proposal. Then, immediately turning to the crew, he gave an order in an undertone which Donadieu could not hear, but which he understood probably by the gesture, for he instantly gave Langlade and Blancard the order to make away from the schooner. They obeyed with the unquestioning promptitude of sailors, but the king stamped his foot. "What are you doing, Donadieu? What are you about? Don't you see that she is coming up to us?" "Yes, upon my soul, so she is." "Do as I say, Langlade, ready, Blancard. Yes, she is coming upon us, and perhaps I was too late in seeing this. That's all right, that's all right, my part now." Then he forced over the rudder, giving it so violent a jerk that the boat, forced to change her course suddenly, seemed to rear and plunge like a horse struggling against the curb. Finally she obeyed. A huge wave, raised by the giant bearing down on the pinnace, carried it on like a leaf, and the brig passed within a few feet of the stern. "Ah! Traitor!" cried the king, who had only just begun to realize the intention of the captain. At the same time he pulled a pistol from his belt, crying, "Board her! Board her!" and tried to fire on the brig, but the powder was wet and would not catch. The king was furious, and went on shouting, "Board her! Board her!" "Yes, the wretch, or rather the imbecile," said Donadieu. "He took us for pirates, and wanted to sink us, as if we needed him to do that." Indeed, a single glance at the boat showed that she was beginning to make water. The effort to escape which Donadieu had made had strained the boat terribly, and the water was pouring in by a number of leaks between the planks. They had to begin again bailing out with their hats, and went on at it for 10 hours. Then for the second time Donadieu heard the consoling cry, "A sail! A sail!" The king and his companions immediately left off bailing. They hoisted the sails again, and steered for the vessel which was coming towards them, and neglected to fight against the water, which was rising rapidly. From that time forth it was a question of time, of minutes, of seconds. It was a question of reaching the ship before the boat foundered. The vessel, however, seemed to understand the position of the men imploring help. She was coming up at full speed. Langlade was the first to recognize her. She was a government felucca plying between Toulon and Bastia. Langlade was a friend of the captain, and he called his name with the penetrating voice of desperation, and he was heard. It was high time. The water kept on rising, and the king and his companions were already up to their knees. The boat groaned in its death struggle. It stood still, and began to go round and round. Just then 2 or 3 ropes thrown from the felucca fell upon the boat. The king seized one, sprang forward, and reached the rope ladder. He was saved. Blancard and Langlade immediately followed. Donadieu waited until the last, as was his duty, and as he put his foot on the ladder, he felt the other boat begin to go under. He turned round with all a sailor's calm, and saw the gulf open its jaws beneath him, and then the shattered boat capsized, and immediately disappeared. 5 seconds more, and the 4 men who were saved would have been lost beyond recall. These details are well known to the people of Toulon, and I have heard them myself a score of times during the 2 stays that I made in that town during 1834 and 1835. Some of the people who related them had them first hand from Langlade and Donadieu themselves. Murat had hardly gained the deck before a man came and fell at his feet. It was a Mameluke whom he had taken to Egypt in former years, and had since married at Castelamaire. Business affairs had taken him to Marseille, where by a miracle he had escaped the massacre of his comrades, and in spite of his disguise and fatigue he had recognized his former master. His exclamations of joy prevented the king from keeping up his incognito. Then Senator Casabianca, Captain Oletta, a nephew of Prince Basiaki, a staff paymaster called Barcot, who were themselves fleeing from the massacres of the south, were all on board the vessel, and improvising a little court, they greeted the king with the title of Your Majesty. It had been a sudden embarkation. It brought about a swift change. He was no longer Muir, at the exile. He was Joachim, the king of Naples. The exile's refuge disappeared with the foundered boat. In its place, Naples and its magnificent gulf appeared on the horizon like a marvelous mirage. And no doubt the primary idea of the fatal expedition of Calabria was originated in the first days of exultation which followed those hours of anguish. The king, however, still uncertain of the welcome which awaited him in Corsica, took the name of the Count of Campomel, and it was under this name that he landed at Bastia on the 25th August. But this precaution was useless. 3 days after his arrival, not a soul but knew of his presence in the town. Crowds gathered at once, and cries of "Long live Joachim" were heard, and the king, fearing to disturb the public peace, left Bastia the same evening with his 3 companions and his Mameluke. 2 hours later he arrived at Vescovado, and knocked at the door of General Franchischetti, who had been in his service during his whole reign, and who, leaving Naples at the same time as the king, had gone to Corsica with his wife, to live with his father-in-law, M. Colonna Sicaldi. He was in the middle of supper when a servant told him that a stranger was asking to speak to him. He went out, and found Murat wrapped in a military greatcoat, a sailor's cap drawn down on his head, his beard grown long, and wearing a soldier's trousers, boots, and gaiters. The general stood still in amazement. Murat fixed his great dark eyes on him, and then, folding his arms, "Franchischetti," said he, "have you room at your table for your general, who is hungry? Have you a shelter under your roof for your king, who is in exile?" Franchischetti looked astonished as he recognized Joachim, and could only answer him by falling on his knees and kissing his hand. From that moment the general's house was at Murat's disposal. The news of the king's arrival had hardly been handed about the neighborhood before officers of all ranks hastened to Vescovado, veterans who had fought under him, Corsican hunters who were attracted by his adventurous character. In a few days the general's house was turned into a palace, the village into a royal capital, the island into a kingdom. Strange rumors were heard concerning Murat's intentions. An army of 900 men helped to give them some amount of confirmation. It was then that Blancard, Donadieu, and Langlade took leave of him. Murat wished to keep them, but they had been vowed to the rescue of the exile, not to the fortunes of the king. We have related how Murat had met one of his former Mamelukes, a man called Othello, on board the Bastia mailboat. Othello had followed him to Vescovado, and the ex-king of Naples considered how to make use of him. Family relations recalled him naturally to Castelamaire, and Murat ordered him to return there, entrusting to him letters for persons on whose devotion he could depend. Othello started and reached his father-in-law safely, and thought he could confide in him, but the latter was horror-struck and alarmed the police, who made a descent on Othello one night and seized the letters. The next day each man to whom a letter was addressed was arrested and ordered to answer Murat as if all was well, and to point out Salerno as the best place for disembarking. 5 out of 7 were dastards enough to obey. The 2 remaining, who were 2 Spanish brothers, absolutely refused. They were thrown into a dungeon. However, on the 17th September, Murat left Vescovado. General Franchischetti and several Corsican officers served as escort. He took the road to Ajaccio by Catone, the mountains of Serra and Bosco, Venaco and Vivero, by the gorges of the forest of Vezanovo and Bogognan. He was received and feted like a king everywhere, and at the gates of the towns he was met by deputations who made him speeches and saluted him with the title of Majesty. At last, on the 23rd September, he arrived at Ajaccio. The whole population awaited him outside the walls, and his entry into the town was a triumphal procession. He was taken to the inn which had been fixed upon beforehand by the quartermasters. It was enough to turn the head of a man less impressionable than Murat. As for him, he was intoxicated with it. As he went into the inn he held out his hand to Franchischetti. "You see," he said, "what the Neapolitans will do for me by the way the Corsicans receive me." It was the first mention which had escaped him of his plans for the future, and from that very day he began to give orders for his departure. They collected 10 little felicas, a Maltese named Barbara, former captain of a frigate of the Neapolitan navy, was appointed commander-in-chief of the expedition. 250 men were recruited and ordered to hold themselves in readiness for the first signal. Murat was only waiting for the answers to Othello's letters. They arrived on the afternoon of the 28th. Murat invited all his officers to a grand dinner, and ordered double pay and double rations to the men. The king was at dessert when the arrival of M. Maceroni was announced to him. He was the envoy of the foreign powers who brought Muir, at the answer which he had been awaiting so long at Toulon. Murat left the table and went into another room. M. Maceroni introduced himself as charged with an official mission, and handed the king the Emperor of Austria's ultimatum. It was couched in the following terms. Murat smiled as he finished reading. Then he signed to M. Maceroni to follow him. He led him on to the terrace of the house, which looked over the whole town, and over which a banner floated as it might on a royal castle. From thence they could see Ajaccio all gay and illuminated, the port with its little fleet, and the streets crowded with people, as if it were a fete day. Hardly had the crowd set eyes on Murat before a universal cry arose, "Long live Joachim, brother of Napoleon! Long live the King of Naples!" Murat bowed, and the shouts were redoubled, and the garrison band played the national airs. Maceroni did not know how to believe his own eyes and ears. When the king had enjoyed his astonishment, he invited him to go down to the drawing-room. His staff were there, all in full uniform. One might have been at Cassert or at Capo di Monte. At last, after a moment's hesitation, Maceroni approached Murat. "Sir," he said, "what is my answer to be to His Majesty the Emperor of Austria?" "Sir," answered Murat, with the lofty dignity which sat so well on his fine face, "tell my brother Francis what you have seen and heard, and add that I am setting out this very night to reconquer my kingdom of Naples." 3. Pizzo. The letters which had made Murat resolve to leave Corsica had been brought to him by a Calabrian named Luigi. He had presented himself to the king as the envoy of the Arab, Othello, who had been thrown into prison in Naples, as we have related, as well as the 7 recipients of the letters. The answers, written by the head of the Neapolitan police, indicated the port of Salerno as the best place for Joachim to land. For King Ferdinand had assembled 3,000 Austrian troops at Point, not daring to trust the Neapolitan soldiers, who cherished a brilliant and enthusiastic memory of Murat. Accordingly, the flotilla was directed for the Gulf of Salerno, but within sight of the island of Capri a violent storm broke over it, and drove it as far as Paola, a little seaport situated 10 miles from Cosenza. Consequently, the vessels were anchored for the night of the 5th of October, in a little indentation of the coast not worthy of the name of a roadstead. The king, to remove all suspicion from the coastguards and the Sicilian scorridori, small vessels fitted up as ships of war, ordered that all lights should be extinguished and that the vessels should tack about during the night. But towards 1 o'clock such a violent land wind sprang up that the expedition was driven out to sea, so that on the 6th at dawn the king's vessel was alone. During the morning they overhauled Captain Siccone's felucca, and the 2 ships dropped anchor at 4 o'clock in sight of Santo Lucido. In the evening the king commanded Ottaviani, a staff officer, to go ashore and reconnoitre. Luigi offered to accompany him. Murat accepted his services, so Ottaviani and his guide went ashore, whilst Ciccone and his felucca put out to sea in search of the rest of the fleet. Towards 11 o'clock at night, the lieutenant of the watch descried a man in the waves swimming to the vessel. As soon as he was within hearing, the lieutenant hailed him. The swimmer immediately made himself known. It was Luigi. They put out the boat, and he came on board. Then he told them that Ottaviani had been arrested, and he had only escaped himself by jumping into the sea. Murat's first idea was to go to the rescue of Ottaviani, but Luigi made the king realize the danger and uselessness of such an attempt. Nevertheless, Joachim remained agitated and irresolute until 2 o'clock in the morning. At last he gave the order to put to sea again. During the maneuver which effected this, a sailor fell overboard and disappeared before they had time to help him. Decidedly these were ill omens. On the morning of the 7th 2 vessels were in sight. The king gave the order to prepare for action, but Barbara recognized them as Siccone's felucca and Curran's lugger, which had joined each other and were keeping each other company. They hoisted the necessary signals, and the 2 captains brought up their vessels alongside the admiral's. While they were deliberating as to what route to follow, a boat came up to Murat's vessel. Captain Pernis was on board with a lieutenant. They came to ask the king's permission to board his ship, not wishing to remain on Curran's, for in their opinion he was a traitor. Murat sent to fetch him, and in spite of his protestations he was made to descend into a boat with 50 men, and the boat was moored to the vessel. The order was carried out at once, and the little squadron advanced, coasting along the shores of Calabria without losing sight of them. But at 10 o'clock in the evening, just as they came abreast of the Gulf of Santa Eufemia, Captain Kerr, and cut the rope which moored his boat to the vessel, and rowed away from the fleet. Murat had thrown himself on to his bed without undressing. They brought him the news. He rushed up to the deck, and arrived in time to see the boat, which was fleeing in the direction of Corsica, grow small and vanish in the distance. He remained motionless, not uttering a cry, giving no signs of rage. He only sighed and let his head fall on his breast. It was one more leaf falling from the exhausted tree of his hopes. General Franchischetti profited by this hour of discouragement to advise him not to land in Calabria, and to go direct to Trieste, in order to claim from Austria the refuge which had been offered. The king was going through one of those periods of extreme exhaustion, of mortal depression, when courage quite gives way. He refused flatly at first, and there at last agreed to do it. Just then the general perceived a sailor lying on some coils of ropes, within hearing of all they said. He interrupted himself, and pointed him out to Murat. The latter got up, went to see the man, and recognized Luigi. Overcome with exhaustion, he had fallen asleep on deck. The king satisfied himself that the sleep was genuine, and besides he had full confidence in the man. The conversation, which had been interrupted for a moment, was renewed. It was agreed that without saying anything about the new plans, they would clear Cape Spartivento and enter the Adriatic. Then the king and the general went below again to the lower deck. The next day, the 8th October, they found themselves abreast of Pizzo, when Joachim, questioned by Barbara as to what he proposed to do, gave the order to steer for Messina. Barbara answered that he was ready to obey, but that they were in need of food and water. Consequently, he offered to go on, board Siccone's vessel, and to land with him to get stores. The king agreed. Barbara asked for the passports which he had received from the Allied powers, in order, he said, not to be molested by the local authorities. These documents were too important for Murat to consent to part with them. Perhaps the king was beginning to suspect. He refused. Barbara insisted. Murat ordered him to land without the papers. Barbara flatly refused. The king, accustomed to being obeyed, raised his riding whip to strike the Maltese, but, changing his resolution, he ordered the soldiers to prepare their arms, the officers to put on full uniform. He himself set the example. The disembarkation was decided upon, and Pizzo was to become the Gulf Juan of the new Napoleon. Consequently, the vessels were steered for land. The king got down into a boat with 28 soldiers and 3 servants, amongst whom was Luigi. As they drew near the shore, General Franchischetti made a movement as if to land, but Murat stopped him. "It is for me to land first," he said, and he sprang on shore. He was dressed in a general's coat, white breeches and riding boots, a belt carrying 2 pistols, a gold-embroidered hat with a cockade fastened in with a clasp made of 14 brilliants, and lastly he carried under his arm the banner round which he hoped to rally his partisans. The town clock of Pizzo struck 10. Murat went straight up to the town, from which he was hardly 100 yards distant. He followed the wide stone staircase which led up to it. It was Sunday. Mass was about to be celebrated, and the whole population had assembled in the great square when he arrived. No one recognized him, and everyone gazed with astonishment at the fine officer. Presently he saw amongst the peasants a former sergeant of his, who had served in his guard at Naples. He walked straight up to him and put his hand on the man's shoulder. "Tavella," he said, "don't you recognize me?" But as the man made no answer, "I am Joachim Murat, I am your king," he said, "Yours be the honor to shout 'Long live Joachim' first." Murat's suite instantly made the air ring with acclamations, but the Calabrians remained silent, and not one of his comrades took up the cry for which the king himself had given the signal. On the contrary, a low murmur ran through the crowd. Murat well understood this forerunner of the storm. "Well," he said to Tavella, "if you won't cry 'Long live Joachim,' you can at least fetch me a horse, and from sergeant I will promote you to be captain." Tavella walked away without answering, but instead of carrying out the king's behest, went into his house and did not appear again. In the meantime the people were massing together without evincing any of the sympathy that the king had hoped for. He felt that he was lost if he did not act instantly. "To Monteleone," he cried, springing forward towards the road which led to that town. "To Monteleone," shouted his officers and men as they followed him, and the crowd, persistently silent, opened to let them pass. But they had hardly left the square before a great disturbance broke out. A man named Giorgio Pellegrino came out of his house with a gun and crossed the square, shouting, "To your arms." He knew that Captain Trenta Capelli, commanding the Cosenza garrison, was just then in Pizzo, and he was going to warn him. The cry "To arms" had more effect on the crowd than the cry "Long live Joachim." Every Calabrian possesses a gun, and each one ran to fetch his, and when Trenta Capelli and Giorgio Pellegrino came back to the square, they found nearly 200 armed men there. They placed themselves at the head of the column, and hastened forward in pursuit of the king. They came up with him about 10 minutes from the square, where the bridge is nowadays. Seeing them, Murat stopped and waited for them. Trenta Capelli advanced, sword in hand, towards the king. "Sir," said the latter, "will you exchange your captain's epaulettes for a general's? Cry 'Long live Joachim,' and follow me with these brave fellows to Monteleone." "Sire," said Trenta Capelli, "we are the faithful subjects of King Ferdinand, and we come to fight you, and not to bear you company. Give yourself up, if you would prevent bloodshed." Murat looked at the captain with an expression which it would be impossible to describe. Then, without deigning to answer, he signed to Cagelli to move away, while his other hand went to his pistol. Giorgio Pellegrino perceived the movement. "Down, captain, down," he cried. The captain obeyed. Immediately a bullet whistled over his head and brushed Murat. "Fire," commanded Franchischetti. "Down with your arms," cried Murat. Waving his handkerchief in his right hand, he made a step towards the peasants, but at the same moment a number of shots were fired. An officer and 2 or 3 men fell. In a case like this, when blood has begun to flow, there is no stopping it. Murat knew this fatal truth, and his course of action was rapidly decided on. Before him he had 500 armed men, and behind him a precipice 30 feet high. He sprang from the jagged rock on which he was standing, and alighting on the sand, jumped up safe and sound. General Franchischetti and his aide-de-camp Campana were able to accomplish the jump in the same way, and all 3 went rapidly down to the sea through the little wood which lay within 100 yards of the shore, and which hid them for a few moments from their enemies. As they came out of the wood, a fresh discharge greeted them. Bullets whistled round them, but no one was hit, and the 3 fugitives went on down to the beach. It was only then that the king perceived that the boat which had brought them to land had gone off again. The 3 ships which composed the fleet, far from remaining to guard his landing, were sailing away at full speed into the open sea. The Maltese, Barbara, was going off not only with Murat's fortune, but with his hopes likewise, his salvation, his very life. They could not believe in such treachery, and the king took it for some maneuver of seamanship, and seeing a fishing boat drawn up on the beach on some nets, he called to his 2 companions, "Launch that boat." They all began to push it down to the sea with the energy of despair, the strength of agony. No one had dared to leap from the rock in pursuit of them. Their enemies, forced to make a detour, left them a few moments of liberty. But soon shouts were heard. Giorgio Pellegrino, Trenta Capelli, followed by the whole population of Pizzo, rushed out about 150 paces from where Murat, Franchischetti, and Campana were straining themselves to make the boat glide down the sand. These cries were immediately followed by a volley. Campana fell with a bullet through his heart. The boat, however, was launched. Franchischetti sprang into it. Murat was about to follow, but he had not observed that the spurs of his riding boots had caught in the meshes of the net. The boat, yielding to the push he gave it, glided away, and the king fell head foremost, with his feet on land and his face in the water. Before he had time to pick himself up, the populace had fallen on him. In one instant they had torn away his epaulettes, his banner, and his coat, and would have torn him to bits himself, had not Giorgio Pellegrino and Trenta Capelli taken him under their protection, and giving him an arm on each side, defended him in their turn against the people. Thus he crossed the square as a prisoner where an hour before he had walked as a king. His captors took him to the castle. He was pushed into the common prison, the door was shut upon him, and the king found himself among thieves and murderers, who, not knowing him, took him for a companion in crime, and greeted him with foul language and hoots of derision. A quarter of an hour later the door of the jail opened, and Commander Matte came in. He found Murat standing with head proudly erect and folded arms. There was an expression of indefinable loftiness in this half-naked man, whose face was stained with blood and bespattered with mud. Matte bowed before him. "Commander," said Murat, recognizing his rank by his epaulettes, "look round you and tell me whether this is a prison for a king." Then a strange thing happened. The criminals, who, believing Murat their accomplice, had welcomed him with vociferations and laughter, now bent before his royal majesty, which had not overawed Pellegrino and Trenta Capelli, and retired silently to the depths of their dungeon. Misfortune had invested Murat with a new power. Commander Matte murmured some excuse, and invited Murat to follow him to a room that he had prepared for him. But before going out, Murat put his hand in his pocket and pulled out a handful of gold and let it fall in a shower in the midst of the jail. "See," he said, turning towards the prisoners, "it shall not be said that you have received a visit from a king, prisoner and crownless as he is, without having received largesse." "Long live Joachim," cried the prisoners. Murat smiled bitterly. Those same words repeated by the same number of voices an hour before in the public square, instead of resounding in the prison, would have made him king of Naples. The most important events proceed sometimes from such mere trifles, that it seems as if God and the devil must throw dice for the life or death of men, for the rise or fall of empires. Murat followed Commander Matte. He led him to a little room which the porter had put at his disposal. Mattei was going to retire when Murat called him back. "Commander," he said, "I want a scented bath." "Sire, it will be difficult to obtain." "Here are 50 ducats. Let someone buy all the eau de cologne that can be obtained. Ah, and let some tailors be sent to me." "It will be impossible to find anyone here capable of making anything but a peasant's clothes. Send someone to Monteleone to fetch them from there." The commander bowed and went out. Murat was in his bath when the Lavalier Alcala was announced, a general and governor of the town. He had sent damask coverlets, curtains, and armchairs. Murat was touched by this attention, and it gave him fresh composure. At 2 o'clock the same day General Nunziant arrived from Santa Tropea with 3,000 men. Murat greeted his old acquaintance with pleasure, but at the first word the king perceived that he was before his judge, and that he had not come for the purpose of making a visit, but to make an official inquiry. Murat contented himself with stating that he had been on his way from Corsica to Trieste with a passport from the Emperor of Austria, when stormy weather and lack of provisions had forced him to put into Pizzo. All other questions Murat met with a stubborn silence. Then, at least, wearied by his importunity, "General," he said, "can you lend me some clothes after my bath?" The general understood that he could expect no more information, and, bowing to the king, he went out. 10 minutes later, a complete uniform was brought to Murat. He put it on immediately, asked for a pen and ink, wrote to the commander-in-chief of the Austrian troops at Naples, to the English ambassador, and to his wife, to tell them of his detention at Pizzo. These letters written, he got up and paced his room for some time in evident agitation. At last, needing fresh air, he opened the window. There was a view of the very beach where he had been captured. 2 men were digging a hole in the sand at the foot of the little redoubt. Murat watched them mechanically. When the 2 men had finished, they went into a neighboring house and soon came out, bearing a corpse in their arms. The king searched his memory, and indeed it seemed to him that in the midst of that terrible scene he had seen someone fall, but who it was he no longer remembered. The corpse was quite without covering, but by the long black hair and youthful outlines the king recognized Campana, the aide-de-camp he had always loved best. This scene, watched from a prison window in the twilight, this solitary burial on the shore, in the sand, moved Murat more deeply than his own fate. Great tears filled his eyes and fell silently down the leonine face. At that moment General Nunziant came in and surprised him with outstretched arms and face bathed with tears. Murat heard him enter and turned round, and seeing the old soldier's surprise. "Yes, General," he said, I weep for that boy, just 24, entrusted to me by his parents, whose death I have brought about. I weep for that vast, brilliant future which is buried in an unknown grave in an enemy's country on a hostile shore. Oh, Campana, Campana! If ever I am king again, I will raise you a royal tomb." The general had had dinner served in an adjacent room. Murat followed him and sat down to table, but he could not eat. The sight which he had just witnessed had made him heartbroken, and yet without a line on his brow that man had been through the battles of Aboukir, Eylau, and Moscow. After dinner, Murat went into his room again, gave his various letters to General Nunziant, and begged to be left alone. The general went away. Murat paced round his room several times, walking with long steps, and pausing from time to time before the window, but without opening it. At last he overcame a deep reluctance, put his hand on the bolt and drew the lattice towards him. It was a calm, clear night. One could see the whole shore. He looked for Campana's grave. 2 dogs scratching the sand showed him the spot. The king shut the window violently, and without undressing threw himself onto his bed. At last, fearing that his agitation would be attributed to personal alarm, he undressed and went to bed, to sleep, or seemed to sleep all night. On the morning of the 9th, the tailors whom Murat had asked for arrived. He ordered a great many clothes, taking the trouble to explain all the details suggested by his fastidious taste. He was thus employed when General Nunziant came in. He listened sadly to the king's commands. He had just received telegraphic dispatches ordering him to try the King of Naples by court-martial as a public. But he found the king so confident, so tranquil, almost cheerful indeed, that he had not the heart to announce his trial to him, and took upon himself to delay the opening of operation until he received written instructions. These arrived on the evening of the 12th. They were couched in the following terms. Another dispatch from the minister contained the names of the members of the commission. They were Giuseppe Faschillo, Adjutant, Commander-in-Chief of the Staff, President; Lafelo Scaffaro, Chief of the Legion of Lower Calabria; Latereo Natali, Lieutenant Colonel of the Royal Marines; Gennaro Lanzetta, Lieutenant Colonel of the Engineers; Captain of Artillery; François de Venge, ditto; Francesco Martellari, Lieutenant of Artillery; Francesco Froio, Lieutenant in the 3rd Regiment of the Line; Giovanni Delta Camera, Public Prosecutor to the Criminal Courts of Lower Calabria; Francesco Papavassi, Registrar. The commission assembled that night. On the 13th October, at 6 o'clock in the morning, Captain Strati came into the king's prison. He was sound asleep. Strati was going away again when he stumbled against a chair. The noise awoke Murat. "What do you want with me, Captain?" asked the king. Strati tried to speak, but his voice failed him. "Aha," said Murat, "you must have had news from Naples." "Yes, sire," muttered Strati. "What are they?" said Murat. "Your trial, sire." "And by whose order will sentence be pronounced, if you please? Where will they find peers to judge me? If they consider me as a king, I must have a tribunal of kings. If I am a marshal of France, I must have a court of marshals. If I am a general, and that is the least I can be, I must have a jury of generals." "Sire, you are declared a public enemy, and as such you are liable to be judged by court-martial. That is the law which you instituted yourself for rebels." "That law was made for brigands, and not for crowned heads, sir," said Murat scornfully. "I am ready. Let them butcher me if they like. I did not think King Ferdinand capable of such an action." "Sire, will you not hear the names of your judges?" "Yes, sir, I will. It must be a curious list. Read it. I am listening." Captain Strati read out the names that we have enumerated. Murat listened with a disdainful smile. "Ah," he said as the captain finished, "it seems that every precaution has been taken." "How, sire?" "Yes. Don't you know that all these men, with the exception of Francesco Froio, the reporter, owe their promotion to me? They will be afraid of being accused of sparing me out of gratitude, and save one voice, perhaps, the sentence will be unanimous." "Sire, suppose you were to appear before the court to plead your own cause." "Silence, sir, silence," said Murat. "I could not officially recognize the judges you have named without tearing too many pages of history. Such tribunal is quite incompetent. I should be disgraced if I appeared before it. I know I could not save my life. Let me at least preserve my royal dignity." At this moment Lieutenant Francesco Froio came in to interrogate the prisoner, asking his name, his age, and his nationality. Hearing these questions, Murat rose with an expression of sublime dignity. "I am Joachim Napoleon, King of the Two Sicilies," he answered, "and I order you to leave me." The registrar obeyed. Then Murat partially dressed himself, and asked Strati if he could write a farewell to his wife and children. The captain, no longer able to speak, answered by an affirmative sign. Then Joachim sat down to the table and wrote this letter. "Dear Caroline of my heart, the fatal moment has come. I am to suffer the death penalty. In an hour you will be a widow, our children will be fatherless. Remember me, never forget my memory. I die innocent, my life is taken from me unjustly. Goodbye, Achilles, goodbye, Laetitia. Goodbye, Lucian, goodbye, Louise. Show yourselves worthy of me. I leave you in a world and in a kingdom full of my enemies. Show yourselves superior to adversity, and remember never to think yourselves better than you are, remembering what you have been. Farewell. I bless you all. Never curse my memory. Remember that the worst pang of my agony is in dying far from my children, far from my wife, without a friend to close my eyes. Farewell, my own Caroline. Farewell, my children. I send you my blessing, my most tender tears, my last kisses. Farewell, farewell. Never forget your unhappy father, Pizzo, October 13, 1815. We can guarantee the authenticity of this letter, having copied it ourselves at Pizzo, from the Lavalier Alcala's copy of the original. Then he cut off a lock of his hair and put it in his letter. Just then General Nunziant came in. Murat went to him and held out his hand. "General," he said, "you are a father. You are a husband. One day you will know what it is to part from your wife and sons. Swear to me that this letter shall be delivered." "On my epaulettes," said the general, wiping his eyes. "Madame Murat never received this letter." "Come, come, courage, General," said Murat. "We are soldiers, we know how to face death. One favor, you will let me give the order to fire, will you not?" The general signed acquiescence. Just then the registrar came in with the king's sentence in his hand. Murat guessed what it was. "Read, sir," he said coldly. "I am listening." The registrar obeyed. Murat was right. The sentence of death had been carried with only one dissentient voice. When the reading was finished, the king turned again to Nunziant. "General," he said, "believe that I distinguish in my mind the instrument which strikes me and the hand that wields that instrument. I should never have thought that Ferdinand would have had me shot like a dog. He does not hesitate apparently before such infamy. Very well, we will say no more about it. I have challenged my judges, but not my executioners. What time have you fixed for my execution?" "Will you fix it yourself, sir?" said the general. Murat pulled out a watch on which there was a portrait of his wife. By chance he turned up the portrait, and not the face of the watch. He gazed at it tenderly. "See, General," he said, showing it to Nunziant. "It is a portrait of the Queen. You know her. Is it not like her?" The general turned away his head. Murat sighed and put away the watch. "Well, sire," said the registrar, "what time have you fixed?" "Ah, yes," said Murat, smiling. "I forgot why I took out my watch when I saw Caroline's portrait." Then he looked at his watch again, but this time at its face. "Well, it shall be at 4 o'clock, if you like. It is past 3 o'clock. I ask for 50 minutes. Is that too much, sir?" The registrar bowed and went out. The general was about to follow him. "Shall I never see you again, Nunziant?" said Murat. "My orders are to be present at your death, sire, but I cannot do it." "Very well, General. I will dispense with your presence at the last moment, but I should like to say farewell once more and to embrace you." "I will be near, sire." "Thank you. Now leave me alone." "Sire, there are 2 priests here." Murat made an impatient movement. "Will you receive them?" continued the general. "Yes, bring them in." The general went out. A moment later, 2 priests appeared in the doorway. One of them was called Francesco Pellegrino, uncle of the man who had caused the king's death. The other was Don Antonio Mastia. "What do you want here?" asked Murat. "We come to ask you if you are dying a Christian." "I am dying as a soldier. Leave me." Don Francesco Pellegrino retired. No doubt he felt ill at ease before Joachim, but Antonio Mastia remained at the door. "Did you not hear me?" asked the king. "Yes, indeed," answered the old man, "but permit me, sire, to hope that it was not your last word to me. It is not the first time that I see you or beg something of you. I have already had occasion to ask a favor of you." "What was that?" "When your Majesty came to Pizzo in 1810, I asked you for 25,000 francs to enable us to finish our church. Your Majesty sent me 40,000 francs. I must have foreseen that I should be buried there," said Murat, smiling. "Ah, sire, I should like to think that you did not refuse my second boon any more than my first. Sire, I entreat you on my knees." The old man fell at Murat's feet. "Die as a Christian. That would give you pleasure, then, would it?" said the king. "Sire, I would give the few short days remaining to me if God would grant that His Holy Spirit should fall upon you in your last hour." "Well," said Murat, "hear my confession. I accuse myself of having been disobedient to my parents as a child. Since I reached manhood, I have done nothing to reproach myself with. Sire, will you give me an attestation that you die in the Christian faith?" "Certainly," said Murat, and he took a pen and wrote, "I, Joachim Murat, die a Christian, believing in the Holy Catholic Church, Apostolic and Roman." He signed it. "Now, father," continued the king, "if you have a third favor to ask of me, make it, for in half an hour it will be too late." Indeed, the castle clock was striking 3:30. The priest signed that he had finished. "Then leave me alone," said Murat, and the old man went out. Murat paced his room for a few moments. Then he sat down on his bed and let his head fall into his hands. Doubtless, during the quarter of an hour he remained thus absorbed in his thoughts, he saw his whole life pass before him, from the inn where he had started to the palace he had reached. No doubt his adventurous career unrolled itself before him like some golden dream, some brilliant fiction, some tale from the Arabian Nights. His life gleamed athwart the storm like a rainbow, and like a rainbow's, its two extremities were lost in clouds, the clouds of birth and death. At last he roused himself from this inward contemplation, and lifted a pale but tranquil face. Then he went to the glass and arranged his hair. His strange characteristics never left him. The affianced of death, he was adorning himself to meet his bride. 4 o'clock struck. Murat went to the door himself and opened it. General Nunziant was waiting for him. "Thank you, General," said Murat. "You have kept your word. Kiss me, and go at once, if you like." The general threw himself into the king's arms, weeping and utterly unable to speak. "Courage," said Murat. "You see I am calm." It was this very calmness which broke the general's heart. He dashed out of the corridor and left the castle, running like a madman. Then the king walked out into the courtyard. Everything was ready for the execution. 9 men and a corporal were ranged before the door of the council chamber. Opposite them was a wall 12 feet high. 3 feet away from the wall was a stone block. Murat mounted it, thus raising himself about a foot above the soldiers who were to execute him. Then he took out his watch. Madame Murat recovered this watch at the price of 20 louis, kissed his wife's portrait, and fixing his eyes on it, gave the order to fire. At the word of command, 5 out of the 9 men fired. Murat remained standing. The soldiers had been ashamed to fire on their king, and had aimed over his head. That moment perhaps displayed most gloriously the lion-like courage which was Murat's special attribute. His face never changed. He did not move a muscle. Only gazing at the soldiers with an expression of mingled bitterness and gratitude, he said, "Thank you, my friends. Since sooner or later you will be obliged to aim true, do not prolong my death agonies. All I ask you is to aim at the heart and spare the face." Now, with the same voice, the same calm, the same expression, he repeated the fatal words one after another, without lagging, without hastening, as if he were giving an accustomed command. But this time, happier than the first, at the word "fire." He fell pierced by 8 bullets, without a sigh, without a movement, still holding the watch in his left hand. The soldiers took up the body and laid it on the bed where 10 minutes before he had been sitting, and the captain put a guard at the door. In the evening a man presented himself, asking to go into the death chamber. The sentinel refused to let him in, and he demanded an interview with the governor of the prison. Led before him, he produced an order. The commander read it with surprise and disgust, but after reading it he led the man to the door where he had been refused entrance. "Pass the Signor Luigi," he said to the sentinel. 10 minutes had hardly elapsed before he came out again, holding a blood-stained handkerchief containing something to which the sentinel could not give a name. An hour later, the carpenter brought the coffin which was to contain the king's remains. The workman entered the room, but instantly called the sentinel in a voice of indescribable terror. The sentinel half opened the door to see what had caused the man's panic. The carpenter pointed to a headless corpse. At the death of King Ferdinand, that head, preserved in spirits of wine, was found in a secret cupboard in his bedroom. A week after the execution of Pizzo, everyone had received his reward. Trentacapelli was made a colonel, General Nunziant a marquis, and Luigi died from the effects of poison. End of Murat by Alexander Dumas.
The Yellow Dog by Eric Darling. First published Black Musk, September 1920. Chapter 1. The moment for which Hankinson had made such anxious and careful preparation during 3 weary weeks of watching and waiting had come at last. There, within a yard of him, was the old jeweller whom he meant to stun and to rob. There, in Hankinson's hand, was the sandbag with which he intended to strike him down. And all about the two men, the one unsuspecting, the other quivering with intent, hung the heavy silence of midnight, broken only by the metallic tinkle of the valuables which the old man was slowly transferring from counter to safe. Hankinson, thief and criminal from his youth upward, had at that time been out of prison for precisely a month. He had no particular desire to return to prison, but on the other hand, he had no leanings toward the path of rectitude. Upon emerging from durance, he had possessed himself of a small stock of money, which he had safely hidden in view of emergencies. When it was in his pocket, he had left his usual haunts in North London and betaken himself to new ones in the purlieus of the Mile End Road. He took a cheap lodging there and began to look around him in Whitechapel and its neighbourhood. And in time he saw what he considered to be a good chance. Lurking about in the busy streets, always with alert eyes, he saw at last a prospect of replenishing the gradually emptying purse. Thereafter he gave all his thought and attention to that prospect. The prospect quickly became a scheme. There was an old-fashioned, dingy jeweller's shop in a small side street off Houndsditch. It was also a pawnbroking establishment. 3 gilded balls overhung a passage entrance at the side. In that passage there was a sort of sentry box in which the shutters of the front window were kept. A curly-headed, hooked-nosed boy put up those shutters every night before going home. He was utterly indifferent to the shutters, that boy, when he had once put them up, but when he had gone away, whistling, Hankinson, under cover of the dusk, took a mighty interest in them. For long years of trained observation had made Hankinson's eyes unusually sharp, and it had not taken him more than one glance to see that in one of those shutters there was a noticeable, an appreciable crack. You could see the light in the shop through it. Therefore, through it you could see into the shop. Hankinson contrived to see into the shop through that slit a good many times. It was always at night that he made these observations, and he made them with delicacy and with speed. But within a week he learnt a good deal. Much of what he learnt was obvious in other ways. Namely, that the shop was closed on Saturdays all day long, that from Monday to Thursday it was closed at 9 o'clock in the evening, that on Friday nights it was kept open until 11. But his observations through the crack in the shutter informed him that every night after closing hours, whether at 9 o'clock or at 11, Isidore Markovitch, the old proprietor, a grey-haired, stooping-figured Hebrew, busied himself, alone, unaided, in transferring his most valuable wares from his window and counter to a large safe which stood in the rear of the shop. And dingy and old-fashioned as the shop was, there were valuables in it which made Hankinson covetous. Hankinson made his preparations carefully. First of all, he convinced himself that this hiding away of goods was a nightly performance. Secondly, he made sure that the old man was always alone when the performance was gone through. Thirdly, he came to know that the only other occupant of the house was a girl, quite a young girl, presumably Markovitch's granddaughter, who appeared to live in the upper regions. Hankinson formed the opinion, on good grounds, that this young woman retired to bed long before closing hours on Friday nights. At any rate, there was a window in the very upper room in which a light shone for a while every night at 9:30. He grew to be positively certain that, beyond this girl, there was nobody on the premises save Markovitch himself, and that Markovitch was the only waking thing in the house when he put his goods in the safe on Friday evenings. Obviously then, Friday was the day of excellent choice, but Hankinson did not content himself with outside observation only. He felt it necessary to see the inside of that shop at close quarters. Therefore, he invented a good excuse for visiting it twice, by taking something to mend and calling for the mended article a few days later. On these occasions, he inspected this new hunting ground with due care. After the second inspection, he told himself that it was all right. The big safe in which old Markovitch stowed his best things stood detached from the wall. Between the wall and it there was a space in which a man could easily bestow himself unnoticed. The only difficulty was to secure an unobserved entrance to the shop. For long, vigilant observation had shown Hankinson that when Markovich was not behind his counter, the curly-headed boy invariably was. Hankinson watched for his opportunity on 2 successive Friday evenings. At 10 minutes to 11 on the second opportunity came. For some reason or other, the old jeweler sent the lad out of the shop. A moment later, he himself quitted the counter and disappeared into the rear premises. And thereupon Hankinson slipped in, and an instant later had hidden himself between the safe and the wall. There were old coats and cloaks, dusty and musty, hanging there, and they made good cover. If Markovich, when he came back, had narrowly inspected these ancient garments, he might have found Hankinson's nose protruding at one place and his feet at another. But Markovich suspected nothing, and Hankinson was well skilled in holding his breath. The usual routine of the establishment went on placidly. The curly-headed boy presently put up the shutters and went away, pocketing his wages. Markovich locked, chained and bolted his door. He disappeared into the pawnbroking part of his shop. Hankinson heard more bolting and barring. Then, from some inner part of the premises, he heard the sound of a withdrawn cork and a little gurgling and splashing. The old man, said Hankinson to himself, was about to refresh himself with a drink. Then came the scent of a strong, pungent cigar, and presently Markovich returned into view, a cigar in one corner of his bearded lips, a steaming tumbler in his hand. An odour of rum, strong, insidious, penetrated to Hankinson and overcame the musty smell of the old garments. Because of his previous vigils, Hankinson was well acquainted with the accustomed routine. Old Markovich began by unlocking the safe. Then he took out certain goods from the locked showcases on his counter. Better things came from a sort of wired-in enclosure which filled the centre of the window, an enclosure of stout wire, closely meshed and clamped. There were trays in that which contained rings and necklaces and ornaments set with diamonds and pearls. Some of these things were ticketed, some were not, but Hankinson, having often glued his nose to the thick plate glass window, had a good idea that he could easily stow away a few hundreds of pounds worth of stuff out of those trays in one of his pockets. Good stuff, he said to himself, lies in little room. It was Hankinson's notion to hit Markovich when the trays from the window and the counter cases had been laid on the counter previous to transferring them to the safe. He had everything ready for the attack. The sandbag was already grasped in his right hand. In a left-hand pocket, he had a gag all ready to insert in the old man's jaws. In another pocket, a length of cord wherewith to secure Markovich's wrists. And the moment was drawing near, was almost there, when Markovich turned from his trays to the safe, took out of a drawer a small packet done up in brown paper with a tissue paper lining, and, with a low chuckle of delight, shook out on the counter a quantity of loose diamonds. Hankinson grew hot and cold, and hot again as the light fell on those sparkling stones. Here indeed was luck, such luck as he had never expected. He was not versed in the lore of precious stones, but he knew diamonds from paste. And he had no doubt that these sparkling things were genuine products of the South African diamond fields. And there was pretty nearly a handful of them. They must be good, for nothing but the thought of their extreme goodness would account for the self-satisfied way in which the old Jew chuckled as he bent over them, turning their shining facets over with his claw-like finger. And now was the time. Hankinson glided out of his cover and brought the sandbag crashing down on Markovich's bald head. Markovich instinctively, spasmodically threw up his hands. He emitted one groan, reeled and was falling over on his side when Hankinson caught him. It was not part of Hankinson's game that Markovich should fall heavily on the floor. He let the old man slide gently down. In 2 minutes he had securely gagged him. In 2 more minutes he had drawn his hands behind his back and fastened his wrists together. And it was as he rose from the accomplishment of these things that he suddenly heard a strange sound, the sound of something alive, drawing in its breath in a queer, sniffling, snuffling fashion somewhere close at hand. Instantly Hankinson recognized that sound. It was the sound made by an imprisoned animal which snuffs at the crack of its prison door. "Lummy," whispered Hankinson to himself. "A blinkin' dog." He lost no time after that, and as he transferred the most valuable things to his pockets, diamonds here, gold there, He wondered how it was that he had never seen any dog about Markovich's premises. Presently the sniffling sound died away. All became quiet again. And without as much as a glance at the fallen man, Hankinson made round the counter to the door. In his opinion, the man who has done his work effectually should go away as soon as his job is done. But going, he took care to turn out the gas. Hankinson had manipulated the key, the chain and the bar, and was about to open the door in gingerly fashion when he heard a sound at the rear of the shop. He turned, muttering a curse. A door had noiselessly opened, and there, holding a lamp above her head, stood Markovich's granddaughter. She was in her nightgown. Her hair, long, black, lustrous, fell far below her waist. Her great eyes, dilated with alarm, shone like stars. And at her side, nuzzling against her knees, was the strangest, ugliest-looking beast of a dog that Hankinson had ever set eyes on. It was queerly shaped. It was of no known breed. It was a vile yellow in colour, and it had only one eye. It was borne in upon Hankinson, amidst the rush of thoughts which this new situation forced on his consciousness, that he would have bad dreams about that dog, and he cursed it without knowing that he was even thinking of it. There were other things to think of just then. Hankinson realized his danger. He made a sudden dash back at the girl. The girl set up a loud scream, dashed the lamp in his face, drew back with the agility of a snake, and locked the door behind her. Hankinson went too, then. He groped his way to the street door and let himself out. As he crossed the threshold, he had an unpleasant feeling of a sinuous, wiry body that cannoned against his legs, and he kicked out at it in sheer frenzy of hatred. But when he reached the pavement and looked round him, there was no dog there. And with another oath, he made off. There was nobody about just at that point, but there were people 20 yards away on either hand, and Hankinson's chief desire was to mingle with and get beyond them. He turned to the right and sped swiftly away, and just then the Jewess darted out into the street from the side entrance and let out a yell that startled every midnight stroller within the eighth of a mile. Murder! Hankinson shot into the nearest entry. It was light where he entered it. It was black where he traversed it. It was light again where he left it. And flinging a glance over his shoulder as he turned at the end of it, he saw figures dart after him. Also he heard a queer padding sound not so far away from his heels. He knew then that here was a serious business, and he set his teeth and ran. There was a network of alleys and courts and queer places thereabouts. Hankinson dodged from one to the other as a rabbit dodges about in its warren when the ferrets are after it. But wherever he went he heard the queer padding sound, and he cursed that one-eyed yellow dog to the depths of a dog's hell. And yet once, twice, thrice, he looked round, at least once with his revolver in his hand, and never saw any dog at all, not even when there were patches of light which the pursuit, brute or human, must cross. Eventually Hankinson spent a breath, made 2 or 3 desperate twistings and twinings and darted into a dark court. The next minute something seemed to catch him by the ankle. He made a violent plunge forward, dashed his head against a wall, saw thousands of stars flash and coruscate before his eyes, and felt a great buzzing and humming rise up somewhere behind his ears. And immediately after that Hankinson, for the time being, felt and saw nothing more. Chapter 2. When Hankinson came back to consciousness, he gradually realized that he was in surroundings of an undeniably strange sort. Save for a dull aching in his head, occasionally varied by a sharp stab of pain, he was not uncomfortable. He was lying on something very soft and warm. His head was properly pillowed. He felt that some hand had carefully tucked a covering around his limbs. He judged from these things that he was not, at any rate, in the detention cells of a police station. Experience had taught him that in these places small consideration was shown to visitors. But it was no use opening his eyes, for he was in a queer sort of darkness. Not an absolutely black darkness, but a sort of deep, misty blue darkness, in the midst of which, high above him, was a faint spot of ruby-colored light. He could make that out, and he could tell that the darkness was blue and not black. More than that it was impossible to say. But if Hankinson's eyes could do little, His nose was able to do more. His nostrils began to expand and to titillate under unfamiliar odors. There was a queer, clinging, permeating scent all around and about, a scent of saffron and musk and sandalwood. It was heavy, thick, almost oppressive. It made him cough. There had been an unearthly silence about that place until then. Hankinson's cough sounded like the report of a revolver let off in a vault. And when it died away and silence fell once more, Hankinson heard the sniffling and snuffling of a dog somewhere close by. Then he remembered everything, and a cold sweat broke out all over him. And at that instant a flood of light was turned on, silently, and Hankinson, blinking upward, saw standing at his side a gigantic Chinaman clad in the costume of his own country, who looked down upon him with an expression which would have sat well on the face of a sphinx. This extraordinary vision so frightened Hankinson that he immediately closed his eyes and shut it out. Then he felt a cool hand laid on his forehead and heard a voice speaking in perfect English and soft, mellifluous tones. "How do you feel now?" asked the voice. Hankinson made so bold as to open his eyes again. He took another, a longer, look at the Chinaman. The Oriental wore spectacles, and it was impossible to see his eyes clearly, but his tones were propitiating, and Hankinson's spirits revived. "Bloomin' queer," he answered. He tried to move and for some reason found movement difficult. "Ow," he continued. "How did I come, governor?" "I carried you into my house," said the Chinaman quietly. "I was taking the air at my door when you darted past me, followed by a dog. The dog suddenly caught you by the ankle, and you stumbled and fell and dashed your head against the wall. That," he added, laying a delicate fingertip on a lump of wet lint which decorated Hankinson's right temple, "that is where your head came into contact with something harder. It is well for you, my friend, that your frontal bones are of more than usual strength." Hankinson stared. Then he referred to the only part of the speech which seemed to him to be really pertinent. "That there dog now?" he asked anxiously. "What about him, governor?" The Chinaman pointed to a door at the foot of the couch on which Hankinson was lying. "The dog," he replied, "is safely bestowed in there. He followed us in, and I took good care that he should not go out. He appears to be an animal of undoubted sagacity." Hankinson moved again, and again found that movement was difficult, if not impossible. "I'm obliged to you, governor," he said. I'll be moving now, if you ain't got no objections." The Chinaman shook his head gravely. "Not yet," he said. "It will not be well for you to move just yet. Let me advise you to rest quietly where you are." "And why?" demanded Hankinson suspiciously. "There ain't nothing serious, is there, governor? A crack on the head now. That ain't nothing. I got business, you see, and there are those who have business with you," remarked the Chinaman. "The police." Hankinson felt cold again, but he managed to look surprised. "Police?" he exclaimed. "What about the police, then?" "I ain't." The Chinaman stretched out an arm and pulled a small wheeled table from behind Hankinson's head. He silently directed Hankinson's eyes to it. "Heathens," muttered Hankinson. The surface of the table was covered with an array of objects pleasing enough in themselves, but not welcome to Hankinson under present circumstances. These objects were laid out in order, neatly and systematically. There was a row of gold watches, there was another row of gold chains, good and solid. There were pendants, ornaments, bracelets, all of gold, for Hankinson had scorned anything of less value. And there were precious stones, some fine pearls, some excellent rubies, and in the center of everything, on a rag of blue velvet, lay the diamonds over which the old jeweler had chuckled. Also, in one corner of the table lay Hankinson's revolver. Hankinson felt very sick as he looked at these things. Yet, it was about what he had expected, and all he could do was to glare resentfully at the bland features of the spectacled face. The Chinaman, however, remained unmoved. "That," he said, again indicating the table, "will explain much. If you wish for further explanation, Mr. Markovich is—" Hankinson jumped, as much as that curious inertia would permit. "Gone," he said in a low voice. "Yeah, don't mean it. It can't be, governor. Oui, Ioni. He was quite dead when the police entered his shop," said the Chinaman. You hit him too hard. And perhaps you are not very experienced in the use of the gag. However, he is dead, and the police are in pursuit of you." Hankinson began to whimper. "Ye've trapped me," he whined. "Ye're meanin' to 'un me over. Ye'd a deal better ave let me lie where I was. And ye've done something to me and all. I can't move." "That," replied the Chinaman, "is the effect of a medicine with which I have treated you. Rest a while, and the effect will pass off. I am not going to hand you over to the police. You are quite safe. Quite safe, I repeat, so long as you do what I tell you." Hankinson stared. He was suspicious as ever, but there was a calm, confident assurance about the Chinaman which went far to allay suspicion, and suddenly his eyes brightened, and his voice lost its whine and became almost cheery. "You see me right, Governor, and I'll make it all right with you," he said insinuatingly. "'Struth, I hadn't no intentions o' finishing the old man, and whatever you likes out of that little lot, it's yours." The Chinaman pushed the table out of sight again. "We can discuss that matter later on," he said. "At present you must take some food, and after that you must sleep until evening, and then we will see about getting you away." Hankinson's small eyes looked a sharp inquiry. "Straight?" he asked. "No fetching the police in while I'm here?" "You can trust me," answered the Chinaman. "It would not suit me to have police in my house. I have my own affairs." That reassured Hankinson. He set down his host as being one of his own kidney, and presently he ate the soup. Good, rich soup with strength in it, which the Chinaman brought him, and after that he went to sleep quite calmly. Chapter 3. When Hankinson woke again, there were 2 Chinamen in the room with him. One was the big man of the previous interview. The other, also garbed in Chinese dress, was a younger man of about his own size and weight. An almond-eyed, stolid-faced fellow who was regarding Hankinson with an inscrutable expression on his immobile features. The big man was talking to the small one in gibberish, which Hankinson did not understand. Catching sight of Hankinson's opening eyes, he broke off the conversation. "You are quite better now," he said, not questioningly, but in positive assertion. Now you may get up. There is food and drink ready for you in the next room. Come this way." Hankinson got up and stretched himself. Certainly he was all right then. Not a trace of injury remained in him. And with this realization of recovery, a desire for action came upon him. He wanted to be out of that. Instinctively he looked round for the little table on which his loot had been laid out. But the little table was not there. "In the next room?" said the big Chinaman with a grin. "Come." Hankinson followed the 2 men into a plainly furnished apartment, which evidently did duty as living room and kitchen. There was a table set out in English fashion. Hankinson was motioned to seat himself. The smaller Chinaman sat down in a corner and stared at him. The big one served him with hot roast fowl. Never had Hankinson eaten such tender food in his life, and he gave him bottled stout to drink. It seemed to Hankinson that he had never tasted such nectar. He stuffed himself, he guzzled freely, wondering all the time what it all meant. And when at last he could eat and drink no longer, he shoved away his plate and looked his host full in the face with half-impudent inquiry. For Hankinson was very sure that the big Chinaman was not playing the Good Samaritan for nothing. He would want his fee like everybody else. "And now what, Governor?" asked Hankinson familiarly. "If it's all the same to you, know, I should like to op it. I say it's all right, but this neighborhood ain't what you'd call healthy, is it now?" The big Chinaman, who had taken a seat by his compatriot during the final stages of Hankinson's repast, produced an evening newspaper and laid it before the guest. His long, tapering fingers indicated bold headlines and other uncomfortable things about midnight murder and burglary. Hankinson's pale cheeks grew paler as he read. "Yer said as 'ow yer could get me away," he muttered at last. "And I said as 'ow yer was welcome to what yer like to take out. Oh, what I got, eh?" "How's it to be, Governor?" "I can get you away," answered the Chinaman, "but it will have to be out of England." "Out of England?" exclaimed Hankinson. "'Struth, I ain't never been out of England." I don't know no lingo but English. Where would it be now, Governor? Not to where you come from, would it? 'Cause I understand that's a longish way off. The big Chinaman leaned forward as if to attract strict attention. Now listen, he said. There is a Chinese ship in the river, lying off Wapping, which sails tonight for Amsterdam. Her captain will take you, on my recommendation, to Amsterdam. And in Amsterdam, you can sell your diamonds. When you have sold your diamonds, you can take ship to America, or wherever you please to go. Hankinson silently ran over his inventory of the stolen goods. Diamonds, eh? He said musingly. There ain't other things than diamonds, yeah, no. I have estimated the value of what was on you, said the Chinaman gravely. The diamonds are worth about £2,000. You will get 1/3 of their value in Amsterdam. The other things are worth about £400 or £500. You can leave those with me, my share. Done, exclaimed Hankinson. But how am I to get down to that there ship? He asked anxiously. Seems to me as how there'll be a pretty sharp lookout for me, Governor, and no error, how's it to be done? The big Chinaman motioned to the smaller one. This gentleman, he said, will lend you some garments. You will go down dressed as a Chinaman after dark. I will prepare you, make you up with a little paint and other matters, and we will begin now. Time presses. Hankinson cheerfully submitted to the proposed transformation. He stripped to his underclothing. He put on Chinese trousers and soft-soled Chinese boots. He was fitted with upper garments which amused him by their strangeness and comforted him with their silky feeling. And then he sat down, and the big Chinaman produced a box of coloured pigments and delicate brushes, and set to work on Hankinson's head and face. He worked with the zest of a true artist, and the other Chinaman stood by and admired without moving a muscle of his features. At the end of half an hour, Hankinson was bidden to look in a mirror, and he stood up and looked and stared. It did not amaze him that he did not know himself. What astonished him was that the craftsman's cunning had transformed him into the double of the other Chinaman. The big man, with a sly smile, had twisted his compatriot round so that he stood side by side with Hankinson, facing the mirror, and Hankinson gasped as he gazed at the two yellow faces. "Gord," he said. "Why, it's 'im." The big Chinaman allowed himself to laugh. He put a few finishing touches to his work, adjusted the cap and false pigtail, finally produced a truly Chinese umbrella. And then, in short, plain fashion, he gave Hankinson his instructions. He was to make his way to a certain wharf in the neighbourhood of London docks. There he would be met by a boat's crew and taken on board the Chinese vessel. In his progress through the streets, he was to preserve a sober, grave demeanour. Above everything, he was not to hold converse with anyone, especially a policeman. If anybody accosted him, he was to smile blandly and shake his head. "Right, Governor," said Hankinson. "I'm on. Mum's the word, now them shiners." The big man produced a small bag, open at the mouth. Within it, Hankinson saw gleams of sparkling fire. He made haste to stow it away in the pocket, wherein he had already put his money. Then he gave the big man a firm look. "There's another thing," he said. "I'm going into strange parts and amongst strange folks. And I ain't to go and wive out my revolver. Hand it over, Governor, as it was mined." The Chinaman produced the revolver, showed Hankinson that it was fully loaded, and calmly dropped it into his own pocket. "I will hand that to you in the street," he said. "I'm going to walk a little way with you. Now let us go." And he led Hankinson out of the house into the night. As they passed out, the younger Chinaman hastened to a window which commanded the way by which they went. He saw them pass in and out of the lights of the lamps, and suddenly he saw a couple of vague, shadowy figures emerge from a dark place and steal after them. In his eagerness and excitement to see that part of the proceedings, he threw up the sash of the window and leaned out. And in that instant the yellow dog, which had been tied up in that room, completed its day's task of eating through the stout cord that had prisoned it. The young Chinaman, leaning through the window, was conscious for a second of a sinuous body hurling itself past him. Before he had time to comprehend matters, he saw that body vanishing round the corner. He shut the window then, and retired to resume his usual sphinx-like demeanour. Presently the big man came back and grinned at his compatriot. "They are after him," he said briefly. "I saw them," replied the other. The big man grinned again. "It is fortunate that this fellow fell at my door," he said. "He has served us well. Certainly he will never fall there again. We benefit very well. We have what he brought in, and he has some worthless bits of paste. It is good." The younger man made no answer to this, nor did he mention that the dog had escaped. "It is time that I go now," he observed, and without further remark he proceeded to divest himself of his oriental garments and to put on the inconspicuous suit of grey tweed which Hankinson had recently taken off. Chapter 4. 10 minutes later, a figure dressed in Hankinson's clothes, much muffled about the neck and face, and having Hankinson's cap pulled down over its nose, slipped out of that quiet house and went away by devious paths to other and safer parts. No figure followed it. The two figures that had lurked in waiting for it since dark were following Hankinson. And Hankinson went on, knowing nothing. He was beginning to feel himself safe, and he did not care how much people stared at him as he walked in the glare of the gas. He had what he believed to be diamonds in his pocket. It had never even occurred to him that the big Chinaman might or would substitute paste for the genuine article. He had a prospect of selling them to advantage. And he had his revolver. Therefore, being a bit of an actor, he went onward, always smiling blandly. Hankinson knew the nearest way to the wharf of which the big Chinaman had spoken, and it took him little time to get down there. All his thoughts were of his own business, and he had no idea that two yellow-faced, slit-eyed fellows, clad in slop suits of blue serge, were dogging his every footstep. Nor did he know that an ugly, uncanny-looking, one-eyed mongrel was slinking behind him, keeping close to walls and to the fronts of shops, that one eye perpetually fixed on its object of pursuit. Hankinson never saw that dog until he had walked on to the wharf, a deserted, desolate, cold expanse of timber, on which there was no business doing at that hour of the evening. There was a pale gleam of yellow from the window of a waterside inn at the other end of the wharf. A half-moon was far up in the cloudy sky. Here and there a faint gas flame burned. In this poor light Hankinson suddenly saw the yellow dog's one eye, baleful, malevolent. It turned him hot and cold, and he could do nothing but stare at it. He saw nothing of a boat putting off from any vessel. Thereabouts, indeed, nothing of any sort seemed to be doing. There was, in fact, no sign of life on the wharf but in his own and the dog's presence, and the dog had sat down now and did nothing but watch him. When the clouds cleared off the moon, Hankinson saw the dog's one eye, and he cursed it under his breath in plain Cockney English. It was in the midst of these muttering curses that the two slinking figures suddenly leapt out on Hankinson as he passed the stack of timber. There was a flashing of steel in the moonlight, and two knives went swiftly in and out of the soft silks in which Hankinson was masquerading. He fell over on his back as the knives were withdrawn, and convulsively twisted up and on to his side. He knew that blood was running from him like the spurts from a suddenly pricked wineskin, but his brain was clear enough yet, and he mechanically snatched at his revolver and fired, left and right, at the two figures which were drawing back from him. And as his own eyes began to glaze, he saw the two figures sway and fall in the unmistakable fashion. "Law!" gasped Hankinson as his head dropped. "Got 'em both?" Then Hankinson died, and the yellow dog came near and looked at him. When you find the bodies of 3 dead men lying in the moonlight on a Thames-side wharf, one of them an Englishman dressed in Chinese garb, 2 of them Chinese men attired in reach-me-down slop suits, the Englishman stabbed, the Chinese shot, the Englishman with a collection of paste diamonds on him, the Chinese with next to nothing, and all 3 watched by a miserable one-eyed yellow dog. You have greater than all the elements of a first-class mystery. There were 2 Orientals in different places who could have solved that mystery, but your true Oriental knows how to keep a still tongue. And the yellow clog, unfortunately, was unable to make humans comprehend him. End of The Yellow Dog by Eric Darling. Mike or Alec or Rufus. By Dashiell Hammett. First published Black Mask, January 1925. This story features the Continental Op. Mr. Hammett and his hard-boiled sleuth are too well known to Black Mask readers to need much of an introduction. That the following story is as interesting and surprising as any which Mr. Hammett has yet written is all we need to say to arouse your interest. I don't know whether Jacob Coplin was tall or short. All of him I ever got a look at was his round head, naked scalp and wrinkled face, both of them the color and texture of manila paper, propped up on white pillows in a big four-poster bed. The rest of him was buried under a thick pile of bedding. Besides he and I in the room that first time, there were his wife, a roly-poly woman with lines in a plump white face like scratches in ivory, his daughter Phyllis, a smart little Jewess of the popular member of the younger set type, and the maid who had opened the door for me, a big-boned blonde girl in apron and cap. I had introduced myself as a representative of the North American Casualty Company's San Francisco office, which I was, in a way. There was no immediate profit in admitting I was a Continental Detective Agency sleuth, just now in the Casualty Company's hire, so I held back that part. "I want a list of the stuff you lost," I told Coplin. "But first—" "Stuff?" Coplin's yellow sphere of a skull bobbed off the pillows, and he wailed to the ceiling, $100,000 if a nickel. And he calls it stuff. Mrs. Coplin pushed her husband's head down on the pillows again with a short-fingered fat hand. "Now, Jakey, don't get excited," she soothed him. Phyllis Coplin's dark eyes twinkled, and she winked one of them at me. The man in bed turned his face to me again, smiled a bit shamefacedly and chuckled. "Well, if you people want to call your $75,000 lost stuff, I guess I can stand it for $25,000. So it adds up to $100,000, I asked. "Yes. None of them were insured to their full value, and some weren't insured at all. That was very usual. I don't remember ever having anybody admit that anything stolen from them was insured to the hilt. Always it was half, or at most, 3/4 covered by the policy. "Suppose you tell me exactly what happened," I suggested, and added, to head off another speech that usually comes, "I know you've already told the police the whole thing, but I'll have to have it from you." "Well, we were getting dressed to go to the Bowers last night. I brought my wife's and daughter's jewelry, the valuable pieces, home with me from the safe deposit box. I had just got my coat on, and had called to them to hurry up with their dressing when the doorbell rang." "What time was this?" "Just about 8:30. I went out of this room into the sitting room across the passageway, and was putting some cigars in my case, when Hilda, nodding at the blonde maid, came walking into the room backwards. I started to ask her if she had gone crazy, walking around backwards, when I saw the robber. Just a moment. I turned to the maid. "What happened when you answered the bell?" "Why, I opened the door, of course, and this man was standing there, and he had a revolver in his hand, and he stuck it against my stomach, and pushed me back into the room where Mr. Coplin was, and he shot Mr. Coplin. And when I saw him and the revolver in his hand, Coplin took the story away from his servant. It gave me a fright, sort of, and I let my cigar case slip out of my hand, trying to catch it again. No sense in ruining good cigars even if you are being robbed. He must have thought I was trying to get a gun or something. Anyway, he shot me in the leg. My wife and Phyllis came running in when they heard the shot, and he pointed the revolver at them, took all their jewels and had them empty my pockets. Then he made them drag me back into Phyllis's room, into the closet, and he locked us all in there. And, mind you, he don't say a word all this time. Not a word, just makes motions with his gun in his left hand. How bad did he bang your leg? Depends on whether you want to believe me or the doctor. He says it's nothing much. Just a scratch, he says, but it's my leg that's shot, not his. "Did he say anything when you opened the door?" I asked the maid. "No, sir." "Did any of you hear him say anything while he was here?" None of them had. "What happened after he locked you in the closet?" Nothing that we knew about, Coplin said, until McBurney and a policeman came and let us out. Who's McBurney? The janitor. How'd he happen, along with a policeman? He heard the shot and came upstairs just as the robber was starting down after leaving here. The robber turned around and ran upstairs, then into an apartment on the 7th floor, and stayed there, keeping the woman who lives there, a Miss Eveleth, quiet with his revolver, until he got a chance to sneak out and get away. He knocked her unconscious before he left. And that's all. McBurney called the police right after he saw the robber, but they got here too late to be any good. How long were you in the closet? 10 minutes, maybe 15. What sort of looking man was the robber? Short and thin, and how short? About your height, or maybe shorter, about 5 feet 5 or 6, say. What would he weigh? Oh, I don't know, maybe 115 or 20. He was kind of puny. How old? Not more than 22 or 3. Oh, Papa, Phyllis objected. He was 30 or near it. What do you think? I asked Mrs. Coplin. 25, I'll say. And you? To the maid. I don't know exactly, sir, but he wasn't very old. Light or dark? He was light, Coplin said. He needed a shave and his beard was yellowish. More of a light brown, Phyllis amended. Maybe, but it was light. What color eyes? I don't know. He had a cap pulled down over them. They looked dark, but that might have been because they were in the shadow. How would you describe the part of his face you could see? Pale and kind of weak-looking, small chin, but you couldn't see much of his face. He had his coat collar turned up and his cap pulled down. How was he dressed? A blue cap pulled down over his eyes, a blue suit, black shoes and black gloves, silk ones. Shabby or neat? Kind of cheap-looking clothes needing pressing, awfully wrinkled. What sort of gun? Phyllis Coplin put in her word ahead of her father. Papa and Hilda keep calling it a revolver, but it was an automatic, A38. Would you folks know him if you saw him again? Yes, they agreed. I cleared a space on the bedside table and got out a pencil and sheet of paper. I want a list of what he got, with as thorough a description of each piece as possible, and the price you paid for it, where you bought it, and when. I got the list half an hour later. Do you know the number of Miss Eveleth's apartment? I asked as I reached for my hat. 702, 2 floors above. I went up there and rang the bell. The door was opened by a girl of 20-something, whose nose was hidden under adhesive tape. She had nice, clear hazel eyes, dark hair, and outdoor athletics written all over her. Miss Eveleth? Yes. I'm from the insurance company that insured the Coplins' jewelry, and I'm looking for information about the robbery. She touched her bandaged nose and smiled ruefully. This is some of my information. How did it happen? A penalty of femininity. I forgot to mind my own business, but what you want, I suppose, is what I know about the scoundrel. The doorbell rang a few minutes before 9 last night, and when I opened the door, he was here. As soon as I got the door open, he jabbed a pistol at me and said, "Inside, kid." I let him in with no hesitancy at all. I was quite instantaneous about it, and he kicked the door to behind him. "Where's the fire escape?" he asked. The fire escape doesn't come to any of my windows, and I told him so, but he wouldn't take my word for it. He drove me ahead of him to each off the windows, but of course he didn't find his fire escape, and he got peevish about it, as if it were my fault. I didn't like some of the things he called me, and he was such a little half-portion of a man, so I tried to take him in hand. But, well, man is still the dominant male so far as I'm concerned. In plain American, he busted me in the nose and left me where I fell. I was dazed, though not quite all the way out, and when I got up, he had gone. I ran out into the corridor then and found some policemen on the stairs. I sobbed out my pathetic little tale to them, and they told me of the Coplin robbery. 2 of them came back here with me and searched the apartment. I hadn't seen him actually leave, and they thought he might be foxy enough or desperate enough to jump into a closet and stay there until the coast was clear. But they didn't find him here. How long do you think it was after he knocked you down that you ran out into the corridor? Oh, it couldn't have been 5 minutes. Perhaps only half that time. What did Mr. Robber look like? Small, not quite so large as I, with a couple of days' growth of light hair on his face, dressed in shabby blue clothes with black cloth gloves. How old? Not very. His beard was thin, patchy, and he had a boyish face. Notice his eyes? Blue. His hair, where it showed under the edge of his cap, was a very light yellow, almost white. What sort of voice? Very deep bass, though he may have been putting that on. Know him if you'd see him again? Yes, indeed. She put a gentle finger on her bandaged nose. My nose would know, as the ads say, anyway. From Miss Eveleth's apartment, I went down to the office on the first floor, where I found McBurney, the janitor, and his wife, who managed the apartment building. She was a scrawny little woman, with the angular mouth and nose of a nagger. He was big, broad-shouldered, with sandy hair and moustache, good-humoured, shiftless red face, and genial eyes of a pale and watery blue. He drawled out what he knew of the looting. I was a-fixin' a spigot on the 4th floor when I heard the shot. I went up to see what was the matter, and just as I got far enough up the front stairs to see the Coplins' door, the fella came out. We seen each other at the same time, and he aims his gun at me. There's a lot o' things I might have done, but what I did do was to duck down and get my head out o' range. I heard him run upstairs, and I got up just in time to see him make the turn between the 5th and 6th floors. I didn't go after him. I didn't have a gun or nothing, and I figured we had him cooped. A man could get out of this building to the roof of the next from the 4th floor, and maybe from the 5th, but not from any above that. And the Coplins' apartment is on the 5th. I figured we had this fella. I could stand in front of the elevator and watch both the front and back stairs, and I rang for the elevator and told Ambrose, the elevator boy, to give the alarm and run outside and keep his eye on the fire escape until the police came. The missus came up with my gun in a minute or two and told me that Martinez, Ambrose's brother, who takes care of the switchboard and the front door, was calling the police. I could see both stairs plain, and the fella didn't come down them, and it wasn't more'n a few minutes before the police, a whole pack of 'em, came from the Richmond station. Then we let the Coplins out of the closet where they were and started to search the building. And then Miss Eveleth came running down the stairs, her face and dress all bloody, and told about him being in her apartment, so we were pretty sure we'd land him. But we didn't. We searched every apartment in the building, but didn't find hide nor hair of him. Of course you didn't, Mrs. McBurney said unpleasantly. But if you had— I know, the janitor said with the indulgent air of one who has learned to take his pannings as an ordinary part of married life. If I'd been a hero and grabbed him and got myself all mussed up, well, I ain't foolish like old man Coplin getting himself plugged in the foot, or Blanche Eveleth getting her nose busted. I'm a sensible man that knows when he's licked, and I ain't jumping at no guns. No, you're not doing anything that. Mr. and Mrs. stuff wasn't getting me anywhere. So I cut in with a question to the woman. Who is the newest tenant you have? Mr. and Mrs. Gerald. They came the day before yesterday. What apartment? 704, next door to Miss Eveleth. Who are these Geralds? They come from Boston. He told me he came out here to open a branch of a manufacturing company. He's a man o' at least 50, thin and dyspeptic looking. Just him and his wife? Yes. She's poorly too. Been in a sanatorium for a year or two. Who's the next newest tenant? Mr. Heaton in 535. He's been here a couple of weeks, but he's down in Los Angeles right now. He went away 3 days ago and said he would be gone for 10 or 12 days. What does he look like and what does she do? He's with a theatrical agency, and he's kind of fat and red-faced. Who's the next newest? Miss Eveleth. She's been here about a month. And the next? The Waginers in 923. They've been here going on 2 months. What are they? He's a retired real estate agent. The others are his wife and son Jack, a boy of maybe 19. I see him with Phyllis Coplin a lot. How long have the Coplins been here? It'll be 2 years next month. I turned from Mrs. McBurney to her husband. Did the police search all these people's apartments? "Yeah," he said. "We went into every room, every alcove and every closet from cellar to roof." "Did you get a good look at the robber?" "Yeah. There's a light in the hall outside of the Coplin's door, and it was shining full on his face when I saw him." "Could he have been one of your tenants?" "No, he couldn't." "Know him if you saw him again?" "You bet." "What did he look like?" "A little runt, a light-complected youngster of 23 or 4 in an old blue suit." "Can I get hold of Ambrose and Martinez, the elevator and door boys who were on duty last night, now?" The janitor looked at his watch. "Yeah, they ought to be on the job now. They come on at 2. I went out into the lobby and found them together, matching nickels. They were brothers, slim, bright-eyed Filipino boys. They didn't add much to my dope. Ambrose had come down to the lobby and told his brother to call the police as soon as McBurney had given him his orders. And then he had beat it out the back door to take a plant on the fire escapes. The fire escapes ran down the back and one side wall. By standing a little off from the corner of those walls, the Filipino had been able to keep his eyes on both of them, as well as on the back door. There was plenty of illumination, he said, and he could see both fire escapes all the way to the roof, and he had seen nobody on them. Martinez had given the police a rap on the phone, and had then watched the front door and the foot of the front stairs. He had seen nothing. Neither of them had seen anyone in the building, either before or after the Coplins were turned for their jewels who fit the robber's description. I had just finished questioning the Filipinos when the street door opened and 2 men came in. I knew one of them, Bill Garron, a police detective on the pawnshop detail. The other was a small blonde youth, all flossy in pleated pants, short, square-shouldered coat, and patent leather shoes with fawn spats to match his hat and gloves. His face wore a sullen pout. He didn't seem to like being with Garron. "What are you up to around here?" The detective hailed me. "The Coplin doings for the insurance company," I explained. "Getting anywhere?" he wanted to know. "About ready to make a pinch," I said, not altogether in earnest and not altogether joking, the more the merrier. He grinned. "I've already made mine," nodding at the dressy youth. "Come on upstairs with us." The 3 of us got into the elevator, and Ambrose carried us to the 5th floor. Before pressing the Coplin's bell, Garron gave me what he had. "This lad tried to soak a ring in a 3rd Street shop a little while ago. An emerald and diamond ring that looks like one of the Coplin lot. He's doing the clam now. He hasn't said a word. Yet. I'm going to show him to these people. Then I'm going to take him down to the Hall of Justice and get words out of him. Words that fit together in nice sentences and everything." The prisoner looked sullenly at the floor and paid no attention to this threat. Garron rang the bell, and the maid Hilda opened the door. Her eyes widened when she saw the dressy boy, but she didn't say anything as she led us into the sitting room, where Mrs. Coplin and her daughter were. They looked up at us. "Hello, Jack," Phyllis greeted the prisoner. "Lo, Phil," he mumbled, "not looking at her among friends, huh? Well, what's the answer?" Garron demanded of the girl. She put her chin in the air, and although her face turned red, she looked haughtily at the police detective. "Would you mind removing your hat?" she asked. "Bill isn't a bad bimbo, but he hasn't any meekness." He answered her by tilting his hat over one eye and turning to her mother. "Ever see this lad before?" "Why, certainly," Mrs. Coplin exclaimed. "Thad's Mr. Wagner, who lives upstairs." "Well," said Bill, "Mr. Wagner was picked up in a hock shop trying to get rid of this ring." He fished a gaudy green and white ring from his pocket. "Know it?" "Certainly," Mrs. Coplin said, looking at the ring. "It belongs to my Phyllis." And the robber. Her mouth dropped open as she began to understand. "How could Mr. Wagner?" "Yes, how?" Bill repeated. The girl stepped between Garron and me, turning her back on him to face me. "I can explain everything," she announced. That sounded too much like a movie subtitle to be very promising, but "Go ahead," I encouraged her. "I found that ring in the passageway near the front door after the excitement was over. The robber must have... I didn't say anything to Papa and Mama about it, because I thought nobody would ever know the difference, and it was insured, so I thought I might as well sell it and be that much money in. I asked Jack last night if he could sell it for me, and he said he knew just how to go about it. He didn't have anything to do with it outside of that, but I did think he'd have sense enough not to try to pawn it right away. She looked scornfully at her accomplice. "See what you've done," she accused him. He fidgeted and pouted at his feet. "Ha, ha, ha," Bill Garron said sourly. "That's a nifty. Did you ever hear the one about the 2 Irishmen that got in the YWCA by mistake?" She didn't say whether she had heard it or not. "Mrs. Coplin?" I asked, making allowances for the different clothes and the unshaven face. "Could this lad have been the robber?" She shook her head with emphasis. "No, he could not be ID." "Set your prize down, Bill," I suggested, "and let's go over in a corner and whisper things at each other." "Right." He dragged a heavy chair to the center of the floor, sat Wagoner on it, anchored him there with handcuffs. Not exactly necessary, but Bill was grouchy at not getting his prisoner identified as the robber. And then he and I stepped out into the passageway. We could keep an eye on the sitting room from there without having our low-voiced conversation overheard. "This is simple," I whispered into his big red ear. "There are only 5 ways to figure the lay. First, Wagoner stole the stuff for the Coplins. Second, the Coplins framed the robbery themselves and got Wagoner to peddle it. Third, Wagoner and the girl engineered the deal without the old folks being in on it. Fourth, Wagoner pulled it on his own hook, and the girl is covering him up. Fifth, she told us the truth. None of them explain why your little playmate should have been dumb enough to flash the ring downtown this morning, but that can't be explained by any system. Which of the 5 do you favor?" "I like 'em all," he grumbled, "but what I like most is that I've got this baby right. Got him trying to pass a hot ring. That suits me fine. You do the guessing. I don't ask for any more than I've got." That wasn't so foolish. "It doesn't irritate me any either," I agreed. "The way it stands, the insurance company can welch on the policies, but I'd like to smoke it out a little further, far enough to put away anybody who has been trying to run a hooligan on the North American. We'll clean up all we can on this kid, stow him in the can, and then see what further damage we can do." "All right," Garron said. "Suppose you get hold of the janitor and that Eveleth woman while I'm showing the boy to old man Coplin and getting the maid's opinion." I nodded and went out into the corridor, leaving the door unlocked behind me. I took the elevator to the 7th floor and told Ambrose to get hold of McBurney and send him to the Coplins' apartment. Then I rang Blanche Eveleth's bell. "Can you come downstairs for a minute or two?" I asked her. "We've a prize who might be your friend of last night." "Will I?" She started toward the stairs with me. "And if he's the right one, can I pay him back for my battered beauty?" "You can," I promised. "Go as far as you like, so you don't maul him too badly to stand trial." I took her into the Coplins' apartment without ringing the bell and found everybody in Jacob Coplin's bedroom. A look at Garron's glum face told me that neither the old man nor the maid had given him a nod on the prisoner. I put the finger on Jack Wagoner. Disappointment came into Blanche Eveleth's eyes. "You're wrong," she said. "That's not he." Garron scowled at her. It was a pipe that if the Coplins were tied up with young Wagoner, they wouldn't identify him as the robber. Bill had been counting on that identification coming from the 2 outsiders, Blanche Eveleth and the janitor, and now one of them had flopped. The other one rang the bell just then, and the maid brought him into the room. I pointed at Jack Wagoner, who stood beside Garron, staring sullenly at the floor. "Know him, McBurney?" "Yeah, Mr. Wagoner's son, Jack." "Is he the man who shooed you away with a gun last night?" McBurney's watery eyes popped in surprise. "No," he said with decision, and began to look doubtful. "In an old suit, cap pulled down, needing a shave. Could it have been him?" "No, the janitor drawled. "I don't think so, though you know, now that I come to think about it, there was something familiar about that fella, and maybe, by cracky, I think maybe you're right, though I couldn't exactly say for sure." "That'll do," Garin grunted in disgust. An identification of the sort the janitor was giving isn't worth a damn one way or the other. Even positive and immediate identifications aren't always the goods. A lot of people who don't know any better, and some who do, or should, have given circumstantial evidence a bad name. It is misleading sometimes, but for genuine, undiluted, pre-war untrustworthiness, it can't come within gunshot of human testimony. Take any man you like, unless he is the one in 100,000 with a mind trained to keep things straight, and not always even then. Get him excited, show him something, give him a few hours to think it over and talk it over, and then ask him about it. It's dollars to marks that you'll have a hard time finding any connection between what he saw and what he says he saw. Like this McBurney, another hour, and he'd be ready to gamble his life on Jack Wagner's being the robber. Garin wrapped his fingers around the boy's arm and started for the door. "Where to, Bill?" I asked. "Up to talk to his people. Coming along?" "Stick around a while," I invited. "I'm going to put on a party. But first tell me, did the coppers who came here when the alarm was turned in do a good job?" "I didn't see it," the police detective said. "I didn't get here until the fireworks were pretty well over. But I understand the boys did all that could be expected of them." I turned to Jacob Coplin. I did my talking to him chiefly because we, his wife and daughter, the maid, the janitor, Blanche Eveleth, Garin and his prisoner, and I, were grouped around the old man's bed, and by looking at him I could get at least a one-eyed view of everybody else. "Somebody has been kidding me somewhere," I began my speech. "If all the things I've been told about this job are right, then so is Prohibition. Your stories don't fit together, not even almost. Take the bird who stuck you up. He seems to have been pretty well acquainted with your affairs. It might be luck that he hit your apartment at a time when all of your jewelry was on hand, instead of another apartment, or your apartment at another time. But I don't like luck. I'd rather figure that he knew what he was doing. He nicked you for your pretties, and then he galloped up to Miss Eveleth's apartment. He may have been about to go downstairs when he ran into McBurney, or he may not. Anyway, he went upstairs into Miss Eveleth's apartment, looking for a fire escape. Funny, huh? He knew enough about the place to make a pushover out of the stick-up, but he didn't know there were no fire escapes on Miss Eveleth's side of the building. He didn't speak to you or to McBurney, but he talked to Miss Eveleth in a bass voice. A very, very deep voice. Funny, huh? From Miss Eveleth's apartment he vanished with every exit watched. The police must have been here before he left her apartment, and they would have blocked the outlets first thing. Whether McBurney and Ambrose had already done that or not, but he got away. Funny, huh? He wore a wrinkled suit, which might have been taken from a bundle just before he went to work, and he was a small man. Miss Eveleth isn't a small woman, but she would be a small man. A guy with a suspicious disposition would almost think Blanche Eveleth was the robber. Jacob Coplin, his wife, young Wagoner, the janitor and the maid were gaping at me. Garin was sizing up the Eveleth girl with narrowed eyes, while she glared white-hot at me. Phyllis Coplin was looking at me with a contemptuous sort of pity for my feeble-mindedness. Bill Garin finished his inspection of the girl and nodded slowly. She could get away with it, he gave his opinion. Indoors, and if she kept her mouth shut. Exactly, I said. Exactly my eye. Phyllis Coplin exploded. Do you two correspondence school detectives think we wouldn't know the difference between a man and a woman dressed in man's clothes? He had a day or two's growth of hair on his face. Real hair, if you know what I mean. Do you think he could have fooled us with false whiskers? This happened, you know, it's not in a play. The others stopped gaping and heads bobbed up and down. Phyllis is right, Jacob Coplin backed up his offspring. He was a man, knew him and dressed like one. His wife, the maid, and the janitor nodded vigorous endorsements. But I'm a bull-headed sort of bird when it comes to going where the evidence leads. I spun to face Blanche. Can you add anything to the occasion? I asked her. She smiled very sweetly at me and shook her head. "All right, bum," I said. "You're pinched. Let's go." Then it seemed she could add something to the occasion. She had something to say, quite a few things to say, and they were all about me. They weren't nice things. In anger, her voice was shrill, and just now, she was madder than you'd think anybody could get on short notice. I was sorry for that. This job had run along peacefully and gently so far, hadn't been marred by any rough stuff, had been almost ladylike in every particular, and I had hoped it would go that way to the end. But the more she screamed at me, the nastier she got. She didn't have any words I hadn't heard before, but she fitted them together in combinations that were new to me. I stood as much of it as I could. Then I knocked her over with a punch in the mouth. "Here, here," Bill Garron yelled, grabbing my arm. "Save your strength, Bill," I advised him, shaking his hand off and going over to yank the Eveleth person up from the floor. "Your gallantry does you credit, and all the like of that. But I think you'll find Blanche's real name is Mike or Alec or Rufus." I hauled her or him, whichever you like, to his or her feet, and asked it, "Feel like telling us about it?" For answer I got a snarl. "All right," I said to the others. "In the absence of authoritative information, I'll give you my dope. If Blanche Eveleth could have been the robber, except for the beard and the difficulty of a woman passing for a man, why couldn't the robber have been Blanche Eveleth before and after the robbery by using a, strong depilatory on his face and a wig? It's hard for a woman to masquerade as a man, but there are lots of men who can get away with the feminine role. Couldn't this bird, after renting his apartment as Blanche Eveleth and getting everything lined up, have stayed in his apartment for a couple of days letting his beard grow, come down and knock the job over, beat it upstairs, get the hair off his face, and get into his female rig in, say, 15 minutes? My guess is Thath could. And he had 15 minutes. I don't know about the smashed nose. Maybe he stumbled going up the stairs and had to twist his plans to account for it, or maybe he smacked himself intentionally. My guesses weren't far off, though his name was Frederick Agnew Rudd. He was known in Toronto, having done a stretch in the Ontario Reformatory as a boy of 19, caught shoplifting in his she-makeup. He wouldn't come through, and we never turned up his gun or the blue suit, cap and black gloves, although we found a cavity in his mattress where he had stuffed them out of the police's sight until later that night. When he could get rid of them, the Coplin sparklers came to light piece by piece when we had plumbers take apart the drains and radiators in apartment 702. End of Mike or Alec or Rufus by Dashiell Hammett.
Call Him Nemesis by Donald E. Westlake. Worlds of If Science Fiction, September 1961. Criminals beware. The scorpion is on your trail. Hoodlums fear his fury, and for that matter, so do the cops. The man with the handkerchief mask said, "All right, everybody, keep tight. This is a holdup." There were 12 people in the bank. There was Mr. Featherhall at his desk, refusing to okay a personal check from a perfect stranger. There was the perfect stranger, an itinerant garage mechanic named Rodney Rod Strom, like the check said. There were Miss English and Miss Filikoff, the girls in the gilded teller cages. There was Mr. Anderson, the guard, dozing by the door in his brown uniform. There was Mrs. Elizabeth Clayhorn, depositing her husband's pay check in their joint checking account, and with her was her 10-year-old son Edward Eddie Clayhorn, Jr. There was Charlie Casale, getting $10 dimes, $6 nickels, and $4 pennies for his father in the grocery store down the street. There was Mrs. Dolly Daniels, withdrawing money from her savings account again. And there were 3 bank robbers. The 3 bank robbers looked like triplets. From the ground up, they all wore scuffy black shoes, baggy-kneed and unpressed khaki trousers, brown cracked leather jackets over flannel shirts, white handkerchiefs over the lower half of their faces, and gray and white check caps pulled low over their eyes. The eyes themselves looked dangerous. The man who had spoken withdrew a small but mean-looking .32 caliber pistol from his jacket pocket. He waved it menacingly. One of the others took the pistol away from Mr. Anderson, the guard, and said to him in a low voice, "Think about retirement, my friend." The third one, who carried a black satchel like a doctor's bag, walked quickly around behind the teller's counter and started filling it with money. It was just like the movies. The man who had first spoken herded the tellers, Mr. Featherhall, and the customers all over against the back wall, while the second man stayed next to Mr. Anderson and the door. The third man stuffed money into the black satchel. The man by the door said, "Hurry up." The man with the satchel said, "One more drawer." The man with the gun turned to say to the man at the door, "Keep your shirt on." That was all Miss English needed. She kicked off her shoes and ran pelting in her stocking feet for the door. The man by the door spread his arms out and shouted, "Hey!" The man with the gun swung violently back, cursing, and fired the gun. But he'd been moving too fast, and so had Miss English, and all he hit was the brass plate on Mr. Featherhall's desk. The man by the door caught Miss English in a bear hug. She promptly did her best to scratch his eyes out. Meanwhile, Mr. Anderson went scooting out the front door and running down the street toward the police station in the next block, shouting, "Help! Help! Robbery!" The man with the gun cursed some more. The man with the satchel came running around from behind the counter, and the man by the door tried to keep Miss English from scratching his eyes out. Then the man with the gun hit Miss English on the head. She fell unconscious to the floor, and all three of them ran out of the bank to the car out front, in which sat a very nervous-looking fourth man, gunning the engine. Everyone except Miss English ran out after the bandits to watch. Things got very fast and very confused then. 2 police cars came driving down the block and a half from the precinct house to the bank, and the car with the 4 robbers in it lurched away from the curb and drove straight down the street toward the police station. The police cars and the getaway car passed one another, with everybody shooting like the ships in pirate movies. There was so much confusion that it looked as though the bank robbers were going to get away after all. The police cars were aiming the wrong way, and as they'd come down with sirens wailing, there was a clear path behind them. Then, after the getaway car had gone more than 2 blocks, it suddenly started jouncing around. It smacked into a parked car and stopped, and all the police went running down there to clap handcuffs on the robbers when they crawled dazedly out of their car. "Hey," said Eddie Clayhorn, 10 years old. "Hey, that was something, huh, Mom? Come along home," said his mother, grabbing his hand. "We don't want to be involved." "It was the nuttiest thing," said Detective Sergeant Stevenson. "An operation planned that well, you'd think they'd pay attention to their getaway car. You know what I mean." Detective Sergeant Pauling shrugged. "They always slip up," he said. "Sooner or later, on some minor detail, they always slip up." "Yes, but their tires." "Well," said Pauling, "it was a stolen car. I suppose they just grabbed whatever was handiest." "What I can't figure out," said Stevenson, "is exactly what made those tires do that. I mean, it was a hot day and all, but it wasn't that hot, and they weren't going that fast. I don't think you could go fast enough to melt your tires down." Pauling shrugged again. "We got them. That's the important thing. Still and all, it's nutty. They're free and clear, barreling out Rockaway toward the belt, and all at once their tires melt, the tubes blow out, and there they are." Stevenson shook his head. "I can't figure it." "Don't look a gift horse in the mouth," suggested Pauling. "They picked the wrong car to steal." "And that doesn't make sense either," said Stevenson. "Why steal a car that could be identified as easily as that one? Why? What was it, a foreign make?" "No, it was a Chevy, 2-tone, 3 years old. Looked just like half the cars on the streets. Except that in the trunk lid the owner had burned in the scorpion in big black letters you could see half a block away." "Maybe they didn't notice it when they stole the car," said Pauling. "For a well-planned operation like this one," said Stevenson, "they made a couple of really idiotic boners. It doesn't make any sense." "What do they have to say about it?" Pauling demanded. "Nothing. What do you expect? They'll make no statement at all." The squad room door opened, and a uniformed patrolman stuck his head in. "The owner of that Chevy's here," he said. "Right," said Stevenson. He followed the patrolman down the hall to the front desk. The owner of the Chevy was an angry-looking man of middle age. The bank robbers were captured. The Scorpion fights crime. Crooks and robbers are not safe from the avenging Scorpion. Warn your readers. Sincerely yours, the Scorpion. The warning was duly noted, and the letter filed in the wastebasket. It didn't rate a line in the paper. 2. The bank robbery occurred in late June. Early in August, a Brooklyn man went berserk. It happened in Canarsie, a section in southeast Brooklyn near Jamaica Bay. This particular area of Canarsie was a residential neighborhood, composed of 1- and 2-family houses. The man who went berserk was a motor vehicle bureau clerk named Jerome Higgins. 2 days before, he had flunked a civil service examination for the 3rd time. He reported himself sick and spent the 2 days at home, brooding, a bottle of blended whiskey at all times in his hand. As the police reconstructed it later, Mrs. Higgins had attempted to awaken him on the 3rd morning at 7:30, suggesting that he really ought to stop being so foolish and go back to work. He then allegedly poked her in the eye and locked her out of the bedroom. Mrs. Higgins then apparently called her sister-in-law, a Mrs. Thelma Stodbetter, who was Mr. Higgins' sister. Mrs. Stodbetter arrived at the house at 9 o'clock and spent some time tapping at the still-locked bedroom door, apparently requesting Mr. Higgins to unlock the door and stop acting like a child. Neighbors reported to the police that they heard Mr. Higgins shout a number of times, "Go away. Can't you let a man sleep?" At about 10:15, neighbors heard shots from the Higgins residence, a 2-story, 1-family pink stucco affair in the middle of a block of similar homes. Mr. Higgins, it was learned later, had suddenly erupted from his bedroom, brandishing a .30 hunting rifle, and, being annoyed at the shrieks of his wife and sister, had fired 7 shells at them, killing his wife on the spot and wounding his sister in the hand and shoulder. Mrs. Stodbetter, wounded and scared out of her wits, raced screaming out the front door of the house, crying for the police and shouting, "Murder! Murder!" At this point, neighbors called the police. One neighbor additionally phoned 3 newspapers and 2 television stations, thereby earning $40 in news tips and rewards. By chance, a mobile television unit was at that moment on the Belt Parkway, returning from having seen off a prime minister at Idlewild Airport. This unit was at once diverted to Canarsie, where it took up a position across the street from the scene of carnage and went to work with a zoomer lens. In the meantime, Mr. Higgins had barricaded himself in his house, firing at anything that moved. The 2 cameramen in the mobile unit worked their hearts out. One concentrated on the movements of the police and firemen and neighbors and ambulance attendants, while the other used the zoomer lens to search for Mr. Higgins. He found him occasionally, offering the at-home audience brief glimpses of a stocky balding man in brown trousers and undershirt, stalking from window to window on the 2nd floor of the house. The show lasted for nearly an hour. There were policemen everywhere and firemen everywhere, and neighbors milling around down at the corner, where the police had roped the block off, and occasionally Mr. Higgins would stick his rifle out a window and shoot at somebody. The police used loudspeakers to tell Higgins he might as well give up. They had the place surrounded and could eventually starve him out anyway. Higgins used his own good lungs to shout obscenities back and challenge anyone present to hand-to-hand combat. The police fired tear gas shells at the house, but it was a windy day, and all the windows in the Higgins house were either open or broken. Higgins was able to throw all the shells back out of the house again. The show lasted for nearly an hour. Then it ended, suddenly and dramatically. Higgins had showed himself to the zoomer lens again, for the purpose of shooting either the camera or its operator. All at once he yelped and threw the rifle away. The rifle bounced onto the porch roof, slithered down to the edge, hung for a second against the drain, and finally fell barrel first onto the lawn. Meanwhile, Higgins was running through the house, shouting like a wounded bull. He thundered down the stairs and out, hollering, to fall into the arms of the waiting police. They had trouble holding him. At first they thought he was actually trying to get away, But then one of them heard what it was he was shouting. "My hands, my hands." They looked at his hands. The palms and the palm side of the fingers were red and blistering, from what looked like severe burns. There was another burn on his right cheek and another one on his right shoulder. Higgins, thoroughly chastened and bewildered, was led away for burn ointment and jail. The television crew went on back to Manhattan. The neighbors went home and telephoned their friends. On duty, policemen had been called in from practically all of the precincts in Brooklyn. Among them was Detective Sergeant William Stevenson. Stevenson frowned thoughtfully at Higgins as that unhappy individual was led away, and then strolled over to look at the rifle. He touched the stock, and it was somewhat warm, but that was all. He picked it up and turned it around. There, on the other side of the stock, burned into the wood, were the crudely shaped letters, the Scorpion. You don't get to be precinct captain on nothing but political connections. Those help, of course, but you need more than that. As Captain Hanks was fond of pointing out, you needed as well to be both more imaginative than most. You gotta be able to second-guess the smart boys. And to be a complete realist, you gotta have both feet on the ground. If these were somewhat contradictory qualities, it was best not to mention the fact to Captain Hanks. The realist side of the captain's nature was currently at the fore. "Just what are you trying to say, Stevenson?" he demanded. "I'm not sure," admitted Stevenson, "but we've got these two things. First, there's the getaway car from that bank job. The wheels melt for no reason at all, and somebody burns the Scorpion onto the trunk. Then, yesterday, this guy Higgins out in Canarsie. He says the rifle all of a sudden got too hot to hold, and he's got the burn marks to prove it. And there on the rifle stock it is again. The Scorpion. He says he put that on there himself," said the captain. Stevenson shook his head. "His lawyer says he put it on there. Higgins says he doesn't remember doing it. That's half the lawyer's case. He's trying to build up an insanity defense." "He put it on there himself, Stevenson," said the captain with weary patience. "What are you trying to prove?" "I don't know. All I know is it's the nuttiest thing I ever saw. And what about the getaway car? What about those tires melting?" "They were defective," said Hanks promptly. "All 4 of them at once. And what about the thing written on the trunk?" "How do I know?" demanded the captain. "Kids put it on before the car was stolen, maybe. Or maybe the hoods did it themselves, who knows? What do they say?" "They say they didn't do it," said Stevenson. "And they say they never saw it before the robbery, and they would have noticed it if it had been there." The captain shook his head. "I don't get it," he admitted. "What are you trying to prove?" "I guess," said Stevenson slowly, thinking it out as he went along. "I guess I'm trying to prove that somebody melted those tires, and made that rifle too hot, and left his signature behind." "What, you mean like in the comic books? Come on, Stevenson, what are you trying to hand me?" "All I know," insisted Stevenson, "is what I see." "And all I know," the captain told him, "is Higgins put that name on his rifle himself. He says so." "And what made it so hot?" "Hell, man, he'd been firing that thing at people for an hour. What do you think made it hot? All of a sudden. He noticed it all of a sudden when it started to burn him." "How come the same name showed up each time, then?" Stevenson asked desperately. "How should I know? And why not, anyway? You know as well as I do these things happen. A bunch of teenagers burgle a liquor store, and they write the Golden Avengers on the plate glass in lipstick. It happens all the time. Why not the Scorpion? It couldn't occur to 2 people. "But there's no explanation," started Stevenson. "What do you mean, there's no explanation? I just gave you the explanation. Look, Stevenson, I'm a busy man. You got a nutty idea, like Wilcox a few years ago. Remember him? Got the idea there was a fiend around loose, stuffing all those kids into abandoned refrigerators to starve. He went around trying to prove it, and getting all upset. And pretty soon they had to put him away in the nut hatch. Remember?" "I remember," said Stevenson. "Forget this silly stuff, Stevenson." The captain advised him. "Yes, sir," said Stevenson. The day after Jerome Higgins went berserk, the afternoon mail brought a crank letter to the Daily News. "Dear Mr. Editor, You did not warn your readers. The man who shot all those people could not escape the scorpion. The scorpion fights crime. No criminal is safe from the scorpion. Warn your readers. Sincerely yours, the Scorpion. Unfortunately, this letter was not read by the same individual who had seen the first one 2 months before. At any rate, it was filed in the same place and forgotten. 3. Halloween is a good time for a rumble. There's too many kids around for the cops to keep track of all of them. And if you're picked up carrying a knife or a length of tire chain or something, why, you're on your way to a Halloween party and you're in costume. You're going as a JD. The problem was this schoolyard. It was a block wide, with entrances on 2 streets. The street on the north was Challenger territory, and the street on the south was Scarlet Raider territory, and both sides claimed the schoolyard. There had been a few skirmishes. A few guys from both gangs had been jumped and knocked around a little, but that had been all. Finally, the warlords from the 2 gangs had met, and determined that the matter could only be settled in a war. The time was chosen, Halloween. The place was chosen, the schoolyard. The weapons were chosen. Pocket knives and tire chains okay, but no pistols or zip guns. The time was fixed. 11 p.m. and the winner would have undisputed territorial rights to the schoolyard, both entrances. The night of the rumble, the gangs assembled in their separate clubrooms for last-minute instructions. Debs were sent out to play chicken at the intersections nearest the schoolyard, both to warn of the approach of cops and to keep out any non-combatant kids who might come wandering through. Judy Canzanetti was a Deb with the Scarlet Raiders. She was 15 years old, short and black-haired and pretty in a movie magazine, gum-chewing sort of way. She was proud of being in the auxiliary of the Scarlet Raiders, and proud also of the job that had been assigned to her. She was to stand chicken on the southwest corner of the street. Judy took up her position at 5 minutes to 11. The streets were dark and quiet. Few people cared to walk this neighborhood after dark, particularly on Halloween. Judy leaned her back against the telephone pole on the corner, stuck her hands in the pockets of her Scarlet Raider jacket, and waited. At 11 o'clock, she heard indistinct noises begin behind her. The rumble had started. At 5 after 11, a bunch of little kids came wandering down the street. They were all about 10 or 11 years old, and most of them carried trick or treat shopping bags. Some of them had Halloween masks on. They started to make the turn toward the schoolyard. Judy said, "Hey, you kids, take off." One of them, wearing a red mask, turned to look at her. "Who, us?" "Yes, you. Stay out of that street. Go on down that way. The subway's this way," objected the kid in the red mask. "Who cares? You go around the other way." "Listen, lady," said the kid in the red mask, aggrieved. "We got a long way to go to get home." "Yeah," said another kid in a black mask, "and we're late as it is." "I couldn't care less." Judy told them callously. "You can't go down that street." "Why not?" demanded yet another kid. This one was in the most complete and elaborate costume of them all, black leotards and a yellow shirt and a flowing, black cape. He wore a black and gold mask and had a black knit cap jammed down tight onto his head. "Why can't we go down there?" This apparition demanded, "Because I said so." Judy told him, "Now, you kids get away from here. Take off." "Hey!" cried the kid in the black and yellow costume. "Hey, they're fighting down there." "It's a rumble," said Judy proudly. "You twerps don't want to be involved." "Hey!" cried the kid in the black and yellow costume again, and he went running around Judy and dashing off down the street. "Hey, Eddie!" shouted one of the other kids. "Eddie, come back." Judy wasn't sure what to do next. If she abandoned her post to chase the one kid who'd gotten through, then maybe all the rest of them would come running along after her. She didn't know what to do. A sudden siren and a distant flashing red light solved her problems. "Cheese," said one of the kids. "The cops." "Fuzz," screamed Judy. She turned and raced down the block toward the schoolyard, shouting, "Fuzz, Fuzz, clear out, it's the Fuzz." But then she stopped, wide-eyed, when she saw what was going on in the schoolyard. The guys from both gangs were dancing. They were jumping around, waving their arms, throwing their weapons away. Then they all started pulling off their gang jackets and throwing them away, whooping and hollering. They were making such a racket themselves that they never heard Judy's warning. They didn't even hear the police sirens, and all at once both schoolyard entrances were full of cops. A cop had tight hold of Judy, and the rumble was over. Judy was so baffled and terrified that everything was just one great big blur. But in the middle of it all, she did see the little kid in the yellow and black costume go scooting away down the street, and she had the craziest idea that it was all his fault. Captain Hanks was still in his realistic cycle this morning, and he was impatient as well. "All right, Stevenson," he said. "Make it fast. I've got a lot to do this morning, and I hope it isn't this comic book thing of yours again." "I'm afraid it is, Captain," said Stevenson. "Did you see the morning paper?" "So what?" "Did you see that thing about the gang fight up in Manhattan?" Captain Hanks sighed. "Stevenson," he said wearily, "are you going to try to connect every single time the word scorpion comes up? What's the problem with this one? These kid gangs have names, so what?" "Neither one of them was called the Scorpions," Stevenson told him. "One of them was the Scarlet Raiders, and the other gang was the Challengers." "So they changed their name," said Hanks. "Both gangs, simultaneously, to the same name. Why not? Maybe that's what they were fighting over." "It was a territorial war," Stevenson reminded him. "They've admitted that much. It says so in the paper. And it also says they all deny ever seeing that word on their jackets until after the fight." "A bunch of juvenile delinquents," said Hanks in disgust. "You take their word. Captain, did you read the article in the paper?" "I glanced through it." "All right. Here's what they say happened. They say they started fighting at 11 o'clock. And they just got going when all at once all the metal they were carrying, knives and tire chains and coins and belt buckles and everything else, got freezing cold, too cold to touch. And then their leather jackets got freezing cold, so cold they had to pull them off and throw them away. And when the jackets were later collected, across the name of the gang on the back of each one had been branded the Scorpion. "Now, let me tell you something," said Hanks severely. "They heard the police sirens, and they threw all their weapons away. Then they threw their jackets away, to try to make believe they hadn't been part of the gang that had been fighting. But they were caught before they could get out of the schoolyard. If the squad cars had showed up a minute later, the schoolyard wouldn't have had anything in it but weapons and jackets, and the kids would have been all over the neighborhood, nice as you please, minding their own business and not bothering anybody. That's what happened. And all this talk about freezing cold and branding names into jackets is just some smart Alec punk's idea of a way to razz the police. Now, you just go back to worrying about what's happening in this precinct and forget about kid gangs up in Manhattan and comic book things like the Scorpion. Or you're going to wind up like Wilcox, with that refrigerator business. Now, I don't want to hear any more about this nonsense, Stevenson." "Yes, sir," said Stevenson. The reporter showed up 2 days later. He was ushered into the squad room, where he showed his press card to Stevenson, smiled amiably, and said, "My editor sent me out on a wild goose chase. Would you mind chatting with me a couple minutes?" "Not at all," said Stevenson. The reporter, whose press card gave his name as Tom Roberts, settled himself comfortably in the chair beside Stevenson's desk. "You were the one handled that bank job down the street back in June, weren't you?" Stevenson nodded. Roberts gave an embarrassed chuckle and said, "Okay, I've got just one question. You answer no, and then we can talk about football or something. I mean, this is just a silly wild goose chase, frankly. I'm a little embarrassed about it." "Go ahead and ask." Stevenson told him. "Okay, I will. Was there the word Scorpion connected with that bank job at all, in any way at all?" Stevenson looked at the reporter and smiled. He said, "As a matter of fact, Mr. Roberts, there was." Roberts blinked. "There was?" "Yes, indeedy, there certainly was." And Stevenson told him the full story of the bank job. "I see," said Roberts dazedly when Stevenson was finished. "I see, or I don't see. I don't see it at all." "Your turn," Stevenson told him. "Now you tell me what made you ask that." "This," said Roberts. He reached into the inside pocket of his sport jacket and withdrew a business-size envelope, which he handed over to Stevenson. It was another crank letter in the same newspaper clipping form as the first two. It read, "Dear Mr. Editor, the bad boys were captured. They could not escape the scorpion. I left the mark of the scorpion on their jackets. Criminals fear the mark of the scorpion. They cannot escape. This is my third letter to you. You should warn all criminals to leave the city. They cannot escape the scorpion. Warn your readers. Sincerely yours, the Scorpion." Stevenson read the letter. "Well, well," he said. "He says that's the third letter," Roberts pointed out. "We asked around in the office, and we found out who got the first two. They were both back a ways. The first one was early in the summer, and the guy who read it remembered it, said something about a bank robbery. So I was sent out this morning to check up on bank robberies in June and July. You're the third one I've talked to this morning. The first two figured me for some kind of nut. My captain figures me the same way." Stevenson told him, "What about the second letter? Or wait, don't tell me, I'll tell you. It's that guy in August, the one who ran amok over in Canarsie." "Right you are," said Roberts. "How did you know?" "I was there. He left his mark on the rifle stock." "Okay," said Roberts, "so there's something in it, after all." "There's something in it," said Stevenson. "The question is, what?" "Well," said Roberts, "what have we got so far? Somebody, call it person or persons unknown, for the fun of it, is stepping in every once in a while when there's a crime being committed. He stops it. He calls himself the Scorpion, and he uses some pretty dizzy methods. He melts automobile tires, makes a rifle too hot to hold, makes knives and leather jackets ice cold. How in heck does he do things like that?" "Yeah," said Stevenson, "and just incidentally, who is he?" "Well," said Roberts, "he's a kid, that much is obvious. That whole letter sounds like a kid. Talking about the bad boys and stuff like that. What do you figure? Some scientist's kid maybe." "Maybe," said Roberts. "His old man is working on something in his little old laboratory in the cellar, and every once in a while the kid sneaks in and makes off with the ray gun or whatever it is." Roberts laughed. "I feel silly even talking about it." He said, "I'd feel silly too." Stevenson told him if I hadn't seen what this kid can do. "Can we work anything out from the timing?" Roberts asked him. "He seems to show up once every couple of months. Let me check." Stevenson went over to the filing cabinet and looked up the dates. The bank job, he said, was on Wednesday, June 29th, at 11 o'clock in the morning. That Higgins guy was on, here it is, Friday, August 5th, around noon. And this last one was on Halloween, Monday, October 31st, at 11 o'clock at night. If you can see a pattern in there, Roberts told him, you're a better man than I am. "Well, the first two," Stevenson said, "were in the daytime during the summer when school was out. That's all I can figure." "Why just those three?" Roberts asked. "If he's out to fight crime, he's pretty inefficient about it. He's only gone to work 3 times in 4 months. "Well, he's a kid," said Stevenson. "I suppose he has to wait until he stumbles across something. And then rush home for Daddy's ray gun." Stevenson shook his head. "It beats me. The only one that makes sense is the second one. That one was televised. He probably saw it that way. The other 2 times, he just happened to be around." "I don't know," said Roberts. "Does a kid happen to be around twice in 4 months when there's crimes being committed? Now, the Halloween thing, I can see that. A kid is liable to be out wandering around, maybe go off to a strange neighborhood after he's done with his trick or treat stuff. Halloween is a good time for a kid to see some other kids breaking a law. And the thing in Canarsie, like you say, he probably saw that on television. But what about the bank job?" "That was the first," said Stevenson thoughtfully. "That was what set him off. He was there at the time, just by accident, and he saw they were getting away, so he zapped them. And right away he put the drama into it. Right on the spur of the moment he decided to be the Scorpion. Then he sent the letter to your paper. But nothing else happened, and the paper didn't print anything about his letter or what he'd done, and he kind of forgot about it. Until he was watching television and saw the Higgins thing. Pow, the Scorpion rides again. And then it died down again until a couple of nights ago he saw the rumble, and pow all over again. What you're saying, Roberts told him, is that this kid wanders around with Daddy's zap gun all the time. That doesn't seem very likely. Face it, said Stevenson. Daddy's zap gun isn't the likeliest thing I ever heard of either. I don't know how the kid does this. For that matter, it's only an educated guess that it's a kid we're after. Okay, said Roberts. So what do we do now? Now, said Stevenson, I think we talk to the captain. And then I have a feeling we'll be talking to the FBI. 4. Judy Canzanetti was a frightened girl. First, there had been that crazy thing in the schoolyard, and then being dragged in by the police, and then being chewed out by Mom, and now here she was being dragged in by the police again, for absolutely nothing at all. They were all there, in the big empty room like a gymnasium in the police station. The guys and Debs from both gangs, all milling around and confused. And the cops were taking all the kids out one at a time and questioning them. When the cop pointed at her and said, "Okay. You next." Judy almost broke into tears. This wasn't like anything she knew or anything she could have expected. This wasn't like after the rumble, with the guys wisecracking the cops, and nothing to worry about but a chewing out from Mom. This was scary. They were taking people out one at a time to question them, and nobody was coming back into the room, and who knew what happened to you when it was your turn. "Come on," said the cop. "Step along." She stepped along, numb and miserable. There were 4 men in the room to which she was led. They were sitting behind a long table, with notebooks and pencils and ashtrays on the table. In front of them was a straight-backed armless chair. The cop sat her down in the chair and left the room. One of the men said, "Your name is Judy Canzanetti, is that right?" "Yes, sir." It came out a whisper. She cleared her throat and tried again. "Yes, sir." "You don't have to be frightened, Judy," said the man. "You aren't going to be accused of anything. My name is Marshall, Stephen Marshall. This gentleman on my right is Stuart Lang. We're with the FBI. That gentleman there is Mr. Stevenson, and he's a detective from Brooklyn. And that there is Mr. Roberts, and he's a reporter. And we all simply want to ask you 1 or 2 questions. All right." The man was obviously trying to calm her down, make her relax, and he succeeded to some extent. Judy said, "Yes, sir," in a small voice and nodded, no longer quite so frightened. None of the 4 men were particularly frightening in appearance. The 2 FBI men were long and lean, with bleak bony faces like cowboys. The detective was a short, worried-looking man with a paunch and thinning black hair. And the reporter was a cheerful, round-faced man in a loud sport coat and a bow tie. "Now," said Marshall, "you were present at the time of the gang fight on Halloween. Is that right?" "Yes, sir." "Well, no, sir, not exactly. I was down at the corner." Mr. Marshall smiled briefly. "On lookout?" he asked. "Yes, sir." "I see. And do you remember seeing anyone present at all aside from the boys in the 2 gangs and the police?" "No, sir. That is, not except a bunch of little kids. They came along just before the police." "A bunch of little kids." The detective named Stevenson said urgently, "Did you recognize any of them?" "No, sir. They weren't from around the neighborhood." Marshall said, "You'd never seen them before?" "No, sir. They were just a bunch of little kids, grade school kids. They were out with costumes on and everything, playing trick or treat." "Did they go near the schoolyard at all?" "No, sir, except for one of them. You see, I was supposed to keep people away, tell them to go around the other way, and these kids came along. I told them to go around the other way, but they said they had to get to the subway." "The subway?" echoed Stevenson. "Yes, sir. They said they were out too late anyway, and it was a long way to go to get home." The man named Marshall said, "You said one of them did go down by the schoolyard?" "Yes, sir. I told them all to go around the other way, and the one kid said, 'Hey, they're fighting,' or something like that, and he ran down the street. I tried to stop him, but he got away from me." "And then what happened?" asked Stevenson. "Then I saw the fuzz, the police coming. I ran down to warn everybody, and all the guys were jumping around throwing their coats away." "And the little boy?" "I didn't see him at all any more, except after the police came. I saw him go running around the corner. What did this boy look like? Stevenson asked. Gee, I don't know, sir. You don't know? No, sir. He was in his Halloween costume. The four men looked at one another. A costume. Said the one named Roberts, the reporter. My God, a costume. Yes, sir, said Judy. It was all black and gold. Tight black pants and a yellow shirt and a black cape and a funny kind of mask that covered his face, black and gold. And a kind of cap like maybe a skull cap on his head, black, only it was knit. Like the sailors wear in the merchant marine. Black and gold, said Roberts. He seemed awed by something. So you can't identify this boy at all, said Stevenson forlornly. One of the other kids called him Eddie. She said, suddenly remembering. They spent 15 minutes more with her, going over the same ground again and again, but she just didn't have any more to tell them, and finally they let her go. Mr. Featherhall and Miss English were distant but courteous. It was, after all, banking hours. On the other hand, these four men were police and FBI on official business. It has been a rather long time. Featherhall objected gently. Well over 4 months. It seemed to me, said Miss English, that the police took the names of all the people who'd been here at the time of the robbery. There may have been other people present, suggested Marshall, who left before the confusion was over. There are any number of people in this world who like to avoid being involved in things like this. I can certainly appreciate their position, said Miss English, reminiscently touching her fingertips to her head. Miss English was very brave. Featherhall told the policeman. She created the diversion that spoiled their plans. Yes, we know, said Marshall. We've heard about what you did, Miss English. To tell you the truth, she said primly, I was most concerned about the boy. To be exposed to something like that at his tender, boy, interrupted Stevenson rudely. Did you say boy? Why, yes, said Miss English. There was a little boy in here at the time with his mother. Didn't you know? No, we didn't, said Marshall. Could you describe this boy? Well, he was, not more than 10 years old, if that. And he, it has been a long time, as Mr. Featherhall said. He was just a child, a normal average child. Not exactly average, said Stevenson cryptically. You said he was in here with his mother, said Marshall. That's right. I've seen her in here a number of times. Yes, of course, said Marshall. Has she been here since the robbery? Asked Stevenson. Yes, I believe she has. So that you would recognize her if you saw her again? Yes, I would. I'm sure I would. She almost always comes in with the boy. Or no, she doesn't, not any more. Not since school started. But she did all summer. She comes in often, then? I believe so, said Miss English. Fairly often. Marshall produced a small card, which he handed to Miss English. The next time she comes in, he said, we'd appreciate it if you'd call us at that number. Ask for me, Mr. Marshall. I will, said Miss English. I surely will. The four of them sat talking in Marshall's office. Tom Roberts had his shoes off, his feet on the windowsill, his spine curved into the chair, and a cigarette dangling from the corner of his mouth. He had one eye closed and was sighting between his socked feet at the building across the way. The thing that bothers me, he said, the cigarette waggling in his mouth, is just that I'm sure as I can be that I'll never get to write a word of this story. You gimlet-eyed types will clamp down on this kid, and that'll be the end of it. Security, by George, national defense. I wonder whatever happened to freedom of the press. The press overworked it, Marshall told him. The thing is, said Lang, whatever weapon or machine this boy is using, it's something that the government knows absolutely nothing about. We've sent up a report on the effects of this thing, whatever it is, and there's been the damnedest complete survey of current government research projects you can imagine. There is nothing at all like it even on the drawing boards. Whatever the boy is using, said Marshall, and wherever he got it from, it isn't a part of the government's arsenal of weapons. Which it has to be, Lang added. Can you imagine a weapon that selectively increases or decreases the temperature of any specific object or any specific part of an object? From a distance. I wouldn't like to be sitting on a stockpile of hydrogen warheads with somebody aiming that weapon at me. He simply presses the hot button and Bluey. You see a jet bomber coming, said Marshall. You point the weapon, press the cold button, and flame out. That pilot bought the farm. What I'd like to know, said Lang, is where he got his hands on this thing in the first place. Not only is there no machine or weapon we know of which can do this sort of thing, but our tame experts assure us that no such machine or weapon is possible. Great, said Stevenson. We're looking for a 10-year-old kid armed with a weapon that no adult in the country could even imagine as possible. The phone rang at that point, and for a second no one moved. They all sat and looked at the jangling phone. Then Marshall and Lang moved simultaneously, but it was Marshall who answered. Marshall here. The others watched him, heard him say, Yes, Miss English, right, and reach forward on the desk for pad and pencil. Right, got it. You're sure that's the one, right, thank you very much. Marshall cradled the phone and looked at the others. The woman came in. Her name is Mrs. Albert J. Clayhorn, and she lives on Newkirk Avenue. Miss English said the number would be near East 17th. 5 blocks from the bank, said Stevenson, and about 80 blocks from Higgins' house, said Roberts. That's why it took him so long to go to work that time. He saw what was happening on television, grabbed his weapon and his trusty bike, and went riding out to Canarsie. The Scorpion rides again. Marshall looked at his watch. It's only a little after 1, he said. We can talk to the mother before the boy comes home. Right, said Stevenson, getting to his feet. Mrs. Elizabeth Clayhorn was a short, roundish, pleasant-faced woman in a flower-pattern apron. She looked at the identification Marshall showed her, and smiled uncertainly. FBI. I don't well, come in. Thank you. The living room was neat and airy. The 4 men settled themselves. Marshall, uncomfortably, was the spokesman. I'm going to have to explain this, Mrs. Clayhorn, he said, and frankly, it isn't going to be easy. You see, he cleared his throat and tried again. Well, here's the situation. Someone in New York has a rather strange machine of some sort. Well, it's sort of a heat machine, I suppose you could say, and we've traced it, through its use, to your son. To Eddie. Mrs. Clayhorn was looking very blank. Eddie, I take it, said Marshall, instead of answering, that your son hasn't told you about this machine. Well, no. Well, of course not. I mean, he's just a little boy. I mean, how could he have any sort of machine? What is it, a blowtorch, something like that? Not exactly, said Marshall. Could you tell me, Mrs. Clayhorn, what your husband does for a living? Well, he runs a grocery store. The Bohack's up on Flatbush Avenue. I see. Lang took over the questioning. Are there any other persons living here, Mrs. Clayhorn? Any boarders? No, there's only the 3 of us. Well, is Eddie interested in anything of a scientific nature? In school, perhaps? Oh, Lord, no. He hasn't had any real science subjects yet. He's only in the 5th grade. His best subject is history, but that's because he likes to read, and history is all reading. He got that from me, I read all the time. He doesn't have one of these junior chemistry sets, then, or anything like that. No, not at all. He just isn't interested. We even got him an erector set last Christmas, and he played with it for a day or 2, and then gave it up completely and went back to reading. The thing is, said Stevenson, with ill-concealed desperation, he does have this machine. Are you sure it's Eddie? Yes, ma'am, we're sure. Mrs. Clayhorn, said Marshall, the boy does have this machine. The government is very interested in it, and, well, I don't see how a 10-year-old boy, but if you say so, then I suppose it's so. Of course, he'll be home from school at 3:30. You could ask him if you want. We'd rather not just yet, said Marshall. We think it might not be the best idea. As you say, Eddie is very interested in reading. He's been using this machine, and he's been making a big secret out of it, like the characters in comic books. We wouldn't want to spoil that secret for him, at least not until we actually have the machine in our own possession. I see, said Mrs. Clayhorn doubtfully. Ma'am, said Stevenson, we don't have any sort of search warrant. but we would like to take a look in Eddie's room with your permission." "Well, if you really think it's important, it is," said Marshall. "Then I suppose it's all right. It's the door on the right at the end of the hall." The three men, feeling large and cumbersome, searched the boys' room. It was a boys' room, nothing less and nothing more. The closet floor and shelves were stacked with comic books. There were baseball trading cards in the top bureau drawer. There were pennants on the walls. There was no heat machine, nor any hint of a heat machine. "I just don't know," said Marshall at last. "Unless he carries it all the time," said Lang. "Sure," said Stevenson. "That's why he had it with him in the bank that day." "Maybe," said Marshall. "I just don't know. You know, I don't really believe there is a machine." "Of course there is," said Stevenson. "We've seen what it can do." "Oh, I'm not denying the boy caused those things, but I just have the completely insane conviction that there isn't any machine." Marshall shrugged. "Ah, well, never mind. Let's go back and soothe the mother." They soothed her, which took some doing, not because she was at all worried, but because she was so curious she could hardly sit still. But Marshall, by looking very stern and official, and by speaking in round, long-syllabled sentences, finally convinced her that the welfare of the nation was absolutely dependent upon her not mentioning anything at all about this visit to Eddie, under any circumstances. "We'll be back to talk to the boy in a day or two," Marshall told her. "In the meantime, we'd prefer him not to be forewarned." "If you say so," she said, frowning. The school principal, a gray battleship named Miss Evita Dexter, was irate. The idea that pornographic materials were being sold in her schoolyard was absurd. It was ridiculous. It was unheard of. Stevenson assured her that, adjectives notwithstanding, it was happening, and they were going to have a shakedown of the student body whether Miss Dexter liked it or not. Detective Sergeant Stevenson and his associates, Marshall and Lang, were going to go through the student body with a fine tooth comb. Neither Marshall nor Lang had mentioned the fact that they were from the FBI. The search began at 9:45 in the morning and ended at 12:10. On the persons of 3 eighth-grade boys, they found pornographic photos. On the person of Eddie Clayhorn, they found absolutely nothing. Abner Straitman Long was a government expert. He was more or less a government expert in the Ready Reserve, since he had never once been called upon to use his expertise for the government. Not until now. Abner Straitman Long was resident professor of psychology at Mandar University. He was also one of the world's foremost and best-known experimenters in the area of parapsychology, also called extrasensory perception, also called psionics. The government, as a matter of principle, didn't believe in psionics, but the government, also as a matter of principle, kept a psionics expert handy, just in case. The just in case had maybe happened. Professor Long sat in Marshall's office and listened stolidly to the problem. The expert was a tall, barrel-chested man with a fantastic shock of white hair exploding out in all directions from his head. His nose was bulbous, his jaw out-thrust, his eyes deep-set, his ears hairy, his hands huge and his feet hooger. He looked like a dressed-up lumberjack of the old school. He listened, and they talked, and every once in a while he nodded and said, "Huh." His voice was predictably basso profundo. Then they were finished, and Professor Long summed it all up. "He changes the temperature of objects." "Yes, yes," said Marshall. "You looked for a machine." "Yes, yes, and we didn't find it." "And your thermodynamics people said no such machine could exist anyway." "Yes, that's right." "Then why did you look for it?" "Because," said Marshall desperately, "we'd seen it in action. That is, we'd seen the result of its use." "Yes," said the professor. He sucked on his lower lip and abstractedly watched his thumbs twiddle. "Pyrotic," he announced at last. "I beg your pardon," asked Marshall. "Pyrotic," repeated the professor. "Yes, yes, pyrotic. Do you know what that is?" "No," said Marshall. "Good," said the professor. "Neither do I, but I have a theory. There are more theories than there are phenomena. That always happens. But listen to this theory. The mind reaches into the object on the molecular level and adjusts the molecules so. The temperature changes. Do you see?" "Not exactly," said Marshall doubtfully. Neither do I never mind. I know lots of theories, none of them make any sense, but they all try to explain. If you say so, said Marshall. Yes, I say so. Now, as a psychologist, I will tell you something else. This boy has made this a secret. Yes, the Scorpion, he calls himself, and like his heroes of the comic books, he uses his power for good. Shazam, yes, Captain Marvel. Yes, said Stevenson, nodding emphatically. Now, what happens if you go to this boy and tell him, we know you are the Scorpion, your secret is out? What happens then? I don't know, said Marshall. Think.